Hey, 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 check, check. Hey, check one, check.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test.
Gracias.
1, 2, 3, test, test.
Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Yeah? Y aquí.
Hi, hi, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're good? Perfect.
Good to go. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, this early morning, for our panel event. My name is Kathy Gregoire. I'm from Pronatura Mexico. And we're joined today by a group of very distinguished panelists to discuss uniting for climate private sector strategies to act and deliver sustainable solutions. Thanks to the IUCN for hosting, and of course, all of us who are here up early after a night full of a number of events here at the COP. Before introducing the panel, I would like to begin with some opening thoughts briefly to leave some more time for our guests. At the heart of today's conversation is the profound realization that shifting towards a just and regenerative mindset is not merely an option, but a necessity for the survival and thriving of our planet. This transformative approach redefines sustainability and the role of business in society, offering a radically new perspective on how we interact with the world. The call here is for a transformative shift towards a mindset that values long-term sustainability, social equity, and ecological regeneration. Pronatura Mexico is committed to accelerating this transition together with our partners, with the private sector, local authorities, and communities. We are committed to innovation and working together with partners like these to reach our shared ambitious goals. Pronatura works with boots in the field and in the areas of water, climate change, and conservation projects for the last 43 years. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. I am accompanied by distinguished guests and partners of Pronatura Mexico, and while I won't share their complete bio, you can access it through our social media channels. Muchas gracias. I'm joined here today by Irene Espinola, Global Manager of Renewable Energy from Grupo Bimbo. Thank you for joining us. Rodrigo Brito will be joining us shortly. He's the head of ESG Sustainability for Brazil and South Cone at Coca-Cola. He'll be online. He's online right now. And we also have another virtual participant, our partner and friend, Michael and Alexander, Global Head of Water, Environment, Agriculture, Sustainability at Diageo. And Anthony Vallabriga from Global Head of Responsible Business from BBVA Bank will be joining us shortly. He is tied up at the blue badge zone. So for today's panel, we've organized a series of questions that we'd like each one of our panelists to delve into. I think for practicality reasons, we'll start with Irene this morning. And our first question for our panelists is, how can businesses fundamentally alter their core operations to truly embody a just and regenerative mindset without sacrificing their competitive edge in the market? Go ahead, Irene.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation and for having me here. I'm convinced that we need to stop seeing sustainability as a luxury. So sustainability is no longer a cost for us. It's an investment. It's a way to find efficiency. It's a way to find better practices, to find innovation, to be more creative. So for Grupo Bimbo, sustainability is a priority, and it has been a priority for 78 years since our foundation. It has been part of our philosophy, and everything we do is has sustainability embedded on it. So this takes me to the second thing that I believe is important. We do everything, and we say this as 100% sustainable by design. So we make sure there's economic feasibility in everything we do. There's social benefits, there's an environmental impact, and that's what helps us be one step ahead all the time on everything we do. So in electromobility, we have the largest fleet in Latin America. In renewable energy, we are 92% renewable electricity already. In regenerative agriculture, we have 86,000 hectares from Regen Act practices. So everything we do it thinking always as being sustainable since it's created, so that we really work towards our goal of being net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and for really, and it's going to sound cheesy, but really saving our planet and keeping temperature below 1.5. I mean, it's really all working towards the same goal in collaboration of to save our planet for our children, for our children's children, and for the generations to come.
Absolutely, and I can attest to the commitment by Grupo Bimbo in Mexico. It's always sustainability by design. I love that. If we can move on, please, Michael Alexander, how are you doing today? Can you help us out with this question?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay, Kathy? It's great to be here.
Absolutely, we can hear you.
Great, thanks. Well, thanks very much for having me on, and I'm sorry I can't be in the Blue Zone today. I'm calling in from Central Dubai, so I look forward to joining the Blue Zone later in the week. So yes, just briefly, so who are Diageo? Diageo are a global alcohol beverage company with about 150 manufacturing sites around the world, many in the Southern Hemisphere and the global South. We make alcohol brands like Johnny Walker, Guinness, Tanqueray, Bailey's, Gordon's, and many others. And obviously, sustainability and indeed net zero and net positive are very much front of mind for us. And we have a 10-year strategy to hit a lot of 25 different targets, in fact. But what I wanted to talk a little bit about this morning was, to answer the question in terms of how do we change into a more regenerative mindset. If I just set a picture in terms of, why this is so important to us, and then that will make it more apparent as to why we're so committed to changing this mindset. So about a third of our volume of spirits and beer is produced in water-stressed parts of the world. Water is our most important ingredient, and it is our biggest climate risk. And if we aren't to address this water risk, then we will not address the climate risk. And indeed, if we don't adapt to a water-stressed world, we won't help our supply chains and our business and our communities, which we rely on to adjust to climate impact. So we're very much looking at this through a climate adaptation perspective. It's so important to understand and to apply a climate adaptation lens to all our work we do on water. And most of the work we do on water relates to nature. So nature, water, and climate, the crises are absolutely combined, and we see them as one. So that's the first kind of mindset that I think that that corporates and businesses need to adopt, is to see climate, water, and nature, and people as a holistic and integrated issue and challenge that we need to address wholeheartedly and together. So that's a really important approach to take, because previously companies and corporates have been, and many others have seen these issues slightly siloed and have addressed them in a programmatic way that doesn't integrate. So we need to have that mindset to integrate this. And so if I take an example where we're working with Kathy's team in Pro Natura in Mexico, we have a large tequila business in the state of Jalisco. It is a very water-stressed part of Mexico in terms of the Santiago, Lema, Lake Chapala is very water stressed, both in terms of availability of water and water quality. So we, as big water users in that catchment, need to take responsibility to work with others. And I think that's the second mindset that we've had to adopt. By working with Pro Natura and others on projects, water and nature-based solutions in that state, we're adopting a much more collaborative approach. And that, if we're honest, wasn't the modus operandi. That wasn't the way that corporates worked and companies worked in the past. We need to take a more collaborative approach. We need to understand the integration of climate, water, nature, and people, and we need to work with others across different stakeholders, different water users, civil society, research, government, policy, regulators, and we need to understand better from the experts such as Pro Natura and others that can tell us how we can work together better to address these systemic issues in that particular catchment. We have many other catchments, unfortunately, that are water stressed, but I'm just bringing it to life with that example. So I think the kind of two messages there would be a recognition of the interrelatedness, the interdependencies of climate, water, nature, and people, and to adopt that approach. And secondly, for companies to adopt a much more collaborative and external-facing and an approach that really sets an energy and sets a prioritization of working differently with a multiple of stakeholders with a similar shared risk in these very at-risk catchments. So, Kathy, I'll stop there, but hopefully I've brought to life our thinking in terms of how we think there should be a more regenerative mindset.
Thanks so much, Michael. And indeed, I mean, the tequila business in Mexico, we have companies that are over 100 or 200 years old. So in essence, we do have to ensure that, you know, the value at risk being water can be provided for the main ingredient of the tequila and the populations that surround them. So thank you very much for your comments, Michael. We'll move on to Rodrigo. Bom dia. Rodrigo, if you can help us out with this question.
Bom dia, good morning, Katy. Bom dia. Estou acá também tuve sorry, I had also an issue with my blue zone badge, but I still I'm here, but because of the time. But I still want to enter to give a presential hug in you. So talking about sustainability as an advantage, a competitive edge, we have three main pillars when we look to the ESG, to the sustainability agenda, very connected to our business. So Coca-Cola, as Diageo, mostly is a beverage company. So our first pillar would be also related to water. And we have several interesting examples. For example, in the last 10 years, even the business growing like really well, the volume of water used in the world is flat, is the same. Now, if we compare, for example, in Brazil, where I live, 20 years ago, we used to use 2.7 liters of water for each liter of beverage produced. Now we are 1.51. So besides the 1 liter inside a bottle or inside a can, only 0.51 liters is being used to produce this beverage. So the water efficiency, it will be the first priority in the water agenda. And outside our plants, outside our factories, would be this water neutrality concept, which we were one of the pioneers in that in 2007. And this we work through partnerships mainly with reforestation conservation programs, but also reducing the use of water in agriculture, for example, in partnership with Quilimo. With Pro Natura, more than 60,000 hectares of reforestation in Mexico, and conservation, a lot of hundreds of thousands of hectares of protected and monitored and conserved areas. So the water can go back to nature, to communities, so you can have a water security, a water resilience where we operate plants. In this water neutrality, we started with a national replenishment commitment there in 2007 until 2020. And in 2020, we put a double click on this commitment to have a local water replenishment by 2030. So that means if I get water from this water basin, I have to return in the same water basin, not only in a country level, but in each of our main plants in the world. And the second pillar would be the circular economy. And that this, in this agenda, I think one example is very positive when we're talking about not only recycling or recycled content, which is huge. It moves a huge chain, a value chain of people collecting, transforming, but also on returnables. Now, for example, today, 48% of our sales in Chile, 48% are made through returnable bottles. In Argentina, is more than 40. So in Latin America as a whole, we are 34% of our volume of sales through returnable, refillable bottles. So that's a way and we are putting a lot of technology, QR codes printed by laser, so we know where each bottle went, how many cycles they were used. So that's, I think, one example how we see ESG sustainability as a competitive advantage, as a differential. Besides, is the right thing to do. So just to give some examples on what we are working connected to our business in the ESG and sustainability teams. Thank you.
Obrigado, Rodrigo.
Obrigado.
Obrigado. So, I can certainly attest to the work with Coca-Cola. ProNatura has been a partner and friend of Coca-Cola for the past 15 years. And it was an interesting transition to move into replenishment projects. We were part of the biggest reforestation project in the world. Rodrigo mentioned the information, 63,000 hectares reforested in all of Mexico, 90 million trees. And together, it was an interesting approach to stop talking about how many trees we planted, as interesting as it is the number, and talk about how many cubic meters of water we're putting back into the aquifers by planting these trees. So it's an interesting strategy to work together with the private sector on these replenishment projects. And from a broader perspective, it's great to see more private sector participation at the COP this year, because it's just so important to have these agents of change that partner with organizations like ours to have boots on the ground in implementing these kind of strategies. We're going to have to go on to the next question while we wait for Anthony. We hope he'll make it. So we have a few more questions. We'll start with Irene again. So in what ways can the private sector lead the transition towards a sustainable future, influencing policy and consumer behavior? And I'll add to your question, Irene, because I know the Servitje family, and I know that they're trying to innovate. How can we use more artificial intelligence too? Like, how can we really innovate in this space?
For the first part of the question, I'd say there are two things. So there's ambition and collaboration. So we need to be more ambitious as private sector to actually get everyone together and start collaborating and realize we're all working towards the same goal. So in 2022, Grupo Bimbo launched its new strategy that's more ambitious. And we've been working with sustainability, like I said, since our foundation, but this 2022 strategy has 3 new pillars that evolves and creates new initiatives so that we can work together with our consumers and our suppliers and our whole value chain, and that's where the collaboration part jumps in. So working together for the same targets, like I said, net zero carbon emissions target. So we are committed to become net zero carbon emissions by 2050, but we can't do this alone. So it stopped being individual strategy of Grupo Bimbo, and it started being a whole strategy that involves every player in our value chain, from our suppliers, our third parties, our consultants, our associates, people that work in Grupo Bimbo, and our customers and our clients as well. So we're all together now in this same strategy. And that's the only way that we really can make things move. That's the only way where policy starts appearing, incentives begin appearing. So customers begin to be convinced that it's the right path. Academy starts helping towards the technical part of things, because we can't do this alone. There are experts that can help us do things better all the time, and that's where AI comes in as well. I mean, so we can't measure things by ourselves. We need technology to do that. We need innovation to do that. So automatizing things and making sure we're monitoring and measuring resources the best way possible to have the right information and to have transparency in the information. It's also something very important to bring customers on board and to influence to influence everyone that we're working in the right path.
Absolutely. Thank you, Irene. Welcome, Anthony Vallabriga, Global Head of Responsible Business at BBVA. Thank you so much for joining us. We can move on to you with the second question, or you can catch your breath and...
Up to you. No problem.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. So we're working on the second question, Anthony, and essentially just having a look at how the private sector can push this drive towards sustainability. I firmly believe that we do need to look towards the private sector as agents of change, and we're just looking at how the private sector can lead this transition to a sustainable future and influence policy and consumer behavior.
Oh, no, good. Thanks. Sorry for the delay. I have an issue with the blue badge. It was expired. No. I realized at the last minute, so sorry. And great, thanks for the invitation. Great to be here with such relevant companies, also to share our learnings and our challenges that we have to implement this journey, to net zero, and also to nature positive and inclusive growth. So I think that one of the key roles as a financial sector, we are BBA, we are based in Spain, but we have a very strong presence in emerging economies. Practically 2/3 of our gross income comes from Latin America, Turkey. We have a very relevant presence in Mexico. And the first thing is, obviously, we have to engage with our clients. We have to educate, we have to learn from our clients what the challenges are, and we have to help them to transition, to embed this sustainability, let's say, approach to their business. And so we have to help them to transform all the economy, not only big companies, also SMEs, also citizens and households. So education awareness is absolutely critical. So we think that is something that we as a bank, that we have very, practically 80 million customers in the world. So we have to work, and we are working on that education piece, which is not easy one, because we have to have this behavioral change at the end of the day to promote the change. And looking at companies, what we think is very important to help to promote the innovation that we need for this transformation. Because at the end of the day, we still have a lot of technologies that are not there yet. We have obviously some technologies that, like renewable mobility, energy efficiency, that they haven't green premium. So they start to have a business case for that, or economic sense. Mm-hmm. And we have to help innovation. We have to promote innovation for those sectors difficult to abate. Cement, steel, even oil and gas. We have to transform transform the business model. We cannot follow this way that we have now. And also agriculture and other sectors that have a huge impact and dependencies from nature. So we have to help them, to help that investment to happen, because the amount of change is so huge that if it has not economic sense, it will be very difficult. Absolutely. So what we're asking to governments and policies, not only as a bank, but also collectively. I mean, we are members of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, with this alliance that we have committed to net zero by 2050. But the most important is that we have to set, and we have already set targets by 2030 in all key sectors that cover the majority of the emissions in the world. And we have to have these metrics and these targets embedded into our business as usual. And as a collective group, the key message is we are signaling to the governments that the financial sector is ready to go. We need ambition from the governments. We need certainty of the policies. We need simplification of the process sometimes to get things faster. Mm-hmm. And we need, obviously, to create this enabling environment in terms of incentives to promote the change that we need in terms of behavioral change and in terms of innovation. And also, obviously, let's make a final quote about fossil fuel subsidies, because we cannot follow the way we are now. I mean, we are investing practically in the world 1 trillion, according to the IAA, to fossil fuels subsidies. This has no sense at all. I mean, so we have to combine all these type of policies to create the right environment to lead the change, and the financial sector will be as a middleman, the one that will help companies and citizens to make the right decisions that at the end of the day will impact on this transformation. No?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Anthony. And, you know, the financial sector has been a great partner for ProNatura as well, to navigating this landscape. And I think what the beautiful thing that the private sector and big financial sector banks bring to the table is speed and scale. You know, we were able to access, a partner like BBVA in Mexico, which allowed us to kind of fast track to best practices in the carbon market, despite have been in the carbon market for the past 17 years.
We think that we need to partner with governments, with civil society. Even we have to partner or work collectively in a pre-competitive space with our competitors.
Absolutely.
To develop methodologies, tools, and this is the only way. I mean, no one has the right, only the one. We need all on the piece. And we as a middleman, our success depends on the success of the governments and the success of the civil society and clients. So we are here to help. So we are very happy to partner with ProNatura and also with colleagues from Europe in all regions where we are, and it's part of the adventure that we have in front of us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. Michael, can we get your thoughts on this question?
Yeah, well, I think it's very challenging. So the private sector needs to work collaboratively. So we can't just lead the transition. We need to partner with the transition, I would say. And I think the two areas that I would advocate for in terms of this transition, this kind of urgent transition that we all need, is firstly on the ground. So we need the point earlier about collaboration, and it was mentioned several of the speakers about how we need to work more together on the ground to deliver projects, working with partners such as ProNatura and others. I think that on the ground action speaks for itself. That on the ground action also needs to involve supply chains. So it's not just the corporates on their own, but they need to work with their suppliers and SMEs and others in those supply chains, so that there's a ripple effect across the whole of the supply chains and the whole of the economy and the whole of the landscapes and the catchments we're working in. I think that's really important in terms of sending a very strong message that businesses are open to greater collaboration, having a change of mindset, a change of culture, a way of working that demands that we open up more and work more openly and more transparently with our supply chains and even with our competitors as well. So that's one area I think that we really need to work on to help and to support this transition. The other area I think, and we need help with this, is policy. And it was mentioned earlier, policy is absolutely critical, and enabling policy at a local, municipal level, but also at a state and a federal level, wherever we're working, is absolutely essential. So these enabling policies are not just about ensuring that companies can do what they want, but are ensuring that the partnerships can happen, that the roadmap ahead is clear in terms of a policy and fiscal approaches. There also needs to be greater enforcement of regulation. So that's one area that we really want to press on, is that we want to help regulators enforce the regulations, so that the regulations are adopted and that there's a level playing field for all actors, for all stakeholders in those catchments, and therefore we can all work together to raise that standard and improve the environment and address the nature and water and climate crisis. So those are kind of two areas where I think we really need to work more together, is firstly on the ground, delivering projects, working with trusted partners. We're working, for example, with Coca-Cola in many areas. We're also working with many other tequila producers, our competitors. We have a collaboration called Chakra Bendito in Jalisco as well, where Coca-Cola and Mars and many other Nestle and many other big consumer goods companies and tequila producers are working together to try and start to demonstrate that just at small projects to begin with, that we can really deliver together, and it is we're aligned on the outcomes, and that's critical. And the policy piece, as I said, is the second piece that I find is just so important to enable. We need to encourage governments and investors and researchers to work more together to develop adaptation policies and investment plans that are conducive to addressing both the climate and nature crisis, but also conducive to supporting communities adapt to these and allowing businesses to grow within the boundaries of nature and climate. So I think those kind of two areas for me are absolutely essential to, in your words, to try and, for the private sector to try and lead or to partner with this central transition. Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks so much, Michael. Rodrigo, we'll tie up that question with you now. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to add some also examples, I think one also huge potential is connecting the power of our brands to popularize, to disseminate ESG sustainability agendas. So one great example, we changed more than 60 years of a green Sprite bottle to a globally changing that to a clear, transparent one. Why? Because we know that the transparent, the clear PET, it has like 25 to 30% more value in the recycling value chain. So for the more valuable the packaging, like aluminum cans, PET bottles, the more they are collected, and the less is the chance that they get to pollute some river or the ocean. So like this example, returnables, I think also one thing that the big companies, big brands can do is to give voice and to also promote like innovations and startups that are doing great things. In Chile, we have a partnership with a startup called Nilus. They are producing artificial glaciers. Why? Because 80% of the water of Santiago, the Chile's capital, came from the glaciers. So, and for the last 13 years, the volume of the ice is melting and is not recharging. So this startup is creating artificial glaciers monitored by AI, by artificial intelligence. Now, Quilimo, as I mentioned, is putting also artificial intelligence in sensors so they can optimize the volume of water used by the agricultural crops, reducing from 30 to 50% the volume of water. And agriculture is like is the most water consuming sector all over the world, 64, 80%, at least 60% of the water is being used by agriculture. So that's a great solution. And we as Coca-Cola, we can partner with those startups, with those innovators. Nano bubbles is another example. They nullify bubbles of gas. So I think there's a lot of great solutions coming, and as a big company, we can support their growth, we can promote, we can connect them to other players including competitors as well. For us, the same. I know, including the Agile Foundation from Brazil, the people, Daniela, Paulo, we work with them also. So I think these are some examples. And the last one I could bring that is interesting to our conversation. We talk about water replenishment. We talk about reforestation, conservation. Like in the last 10 years, they were all funded by Coca-Cola Foundation or some philanthropy or some grant, and we changed this the mindset and the point of view. These are not more considerate grants or philanthropy or social. No, now the water replenishment efforts, initiatives, investment are business investment. Is part of our operations. The foundation's money goes to water access, goes to inclusive recycling, the collectors. But to return the water that we use in our plants is a business operation, and we have to run, to invest, to monitor as any other type of operation that we do inside our house, our plants. So coolers, for example, Michael was talking about the supply chain. Collaborate with hundreds of coolers manufacturers. Why? Because coolers are responsible for 30% of our emission. It's not the plants, it's not the trucks, it's coolers. So how we can collaborate with them, universities, scientists, to bring new, more efficient, and through our contracts, we will not buy less efficient coolers anymore. And we want to change. We are changing the ones that they are already on the stores. So that's, I think, are some examples where the industry can collaborate with governments, NGOs, companies to scale better solutions for everyone.
Thanks, Rodrigo. And you mentioned an interesting point about sustainable cooling technologies in not just for Coca-Cola or the beer companies, but for a world that's heating up. Inevitably, the cost of cooling will certainly be a challenge. And I can certainly attest to the business model of Coca-Cola working together with the bottling companies to provide financing one-to-one. So in Mexico, for instance, we work with the Coca-Cola Foundation, we work with Coca-Cola Export, and they've worked together with the bottlers so that when they provide a peso or a dollar, the bottling companies to provide a dollar. So I think it's important, radical collaboration where we can sit down and talk with our competitors about, an aquifer approach to water strategies and having a better use of water in our processes. So final question, before we move on to questions and answers and closing remarks. We'll talk a little bit about the supply chain that we've mentioned, because I think it's an issue of congruency. If we need to really be demanding from our supply chains that they have the same congruence that our brand has, what innovative strategies can businesses adopt to create a ripple effect of sustainability and social equity throughout their supply chains? So we'll go back with you before final remarks, Irene.
Yeah, for sure. So for us, our supply chain is key to reduce our emissions in our footprint. So today, our scope 3, it's around 85% of our whole footprint. And from that, 70% comes from our ingredients and our suppliers. So if we don't get our supply chain committed the same way we are, it's going to be very difficult to reach our goals. So what we've done is we have this strategy that's called low carbon supply, through which we help our suppliers, and we categorize them in 3 clusters. So we have the beginners cluster, where we actually train our suppliers. We help them to learn what a CO2 emission is, what a carbon footprint is, how to get their scope 1, their scope 2, their scope 3 footprint, so that they can start working their sustainability strategies. Then we have the intermediate level, where we actually start sharing best practices. And then it becomes a ripple effect as well, because we start sharing what has worked for us, what has worked for them, how can we replicate some of those projects, and then we exponentiate the impact. And through this, we also help them, or they help us. I mean, we're under science-based target, for example, so we push them to commit through science-based target as well, or to make their commitments official, because they are at a level where they know what a footprint is and they can do so. And then we have the advanced level, where we actually learn from our suppliers what they've been doing right, and what we can replicate as well in Grupo Bimbo. So this whole strategy for us, it's innovative enough so that we realize we're in the same boat. We're in a journey where we need to start collaborating as well. I mean, collaboration seems to be our favorite word today, but it's true. And with that, I mean, we can be as strong as the strongest link, or actually be as weak as the weakest link. So that's why collaboration is so important in this part. We also, for example, we launched our first global sustainability summit this year, where we invited more than 100 suppliers to actually share what they've been doing and share success stories, and create this network where it's not only a win-win for me, but it's only a win-win for them, and they can start creating this whole network where they can talk to other partners as well, that perhaps they weren't seeing at the beginning. So for Grupo Bimbo, that has been a success story. We have been named supplier engagement leaders in 2022. We push them to report through CDP and make it official, and again, make it transparent, so that we can actually see that we're really taking steps that are generating the difference.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Irene, for your comments. Anthony, please.
Okay, congrats to Bimbo, because it's impressive the work you are doing with your value chain. It's incredible. I mean, a bank is another type of institution and organization, and our supply chain, the finance emission, the emissions from our supply chain is quite limited. The big bunch of emissions are our finance emissions, no?
Yeah.
So our scope 3 is downstream for our clients, and that's where we are setting targets, as I said before, no, by 2030, and helping our clients to invest in those technologies, in those programs that help them to reduce the emissions they have, no? And that's when we apply this to the supply chain. One key tool that we have to support our clients is obviously investing through use of proceeds financing for solar panels or for new technology, whatever. But another way to work on that is through KPI link financing, where we provide incentives for better results if they reduce emissions or they use better water and so on. And that's what we apply to our clients at the corporate level, like Bimbo and like others, to say, okay, we can help you, we can partner with you to help you to decarbonize your value chain. How? Okay, with a supply chain finance facility, where for those clients that are on more advanced stage, will get better price for the working capital they could get from your work with them. And the ones that have less advance, they will have less not so good price. So they will have incentives to increase in that line that was explained before. No, so we can provide additional incentives to the suppliers to transform the business model and align the activities with the corporate goals, no, or the client's goals, no. So that's very powerful. We have to agree with the client. The methodologies they have in place, like Bimbo, but others may have another methodology. Sometimes we have to come with some methodologies in order to understand what is the carbon footprint from the suppliers, or the water usage efficiency for the suppliers. Then we provide this financing, We also add normally advisory or training program around these suppliers. So we don't, it's not only financing, we try to partner with others to provide training and awareness of the relevant topics that the clients want to have. So we also want to partner with our clients, corporate clients, to develop something more than simply a financing solution. And then at the end of the day, some of these suppliers come to ask for use of proceeds financing for specific investments they have to do to improve in the sustainability journey. No? So we think this is a great tool. We are already implementing this. We have very relevant deals in the food industry, also in we have in Mexico with Cemex or with Holcim. We have involving more than 3,000 suppliers in solutions like that. So this is something that we think is very powerful because you can reach through 100 big corporates millions of SMEs and suppliers, and we think it's a good way to promote this collaborative with our clients base to promote the decarbonization of the supply chain. So I think that's the most important relevant initiative that we are trying to spread across the board.
Absolutely. And I think in Mexico, we all appreciate some financial incentives in the absence of other policy incentives.
Yeah, we are humans and we need to have more incentives. I mean, it's something that is very well received, and it's a long journey because the value chains are huge for some companies like the ones that we have here today, Coca-Cola, Diageo, Bimbo. But anyway, that's the way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Anthony. Michael, can you help us out with this question?
Yeah, I think like the other companies, 90% of our emissions, our Scope 3 emissions, are in our supply chain. It's absolutely clear to us and to many that we will not achieve our ambitions around net zero or on water or nature if we don't work with our suppliers. Absolutely critical to our ambition, and we're learning to do that better and better. So the one thing I would say is that it's not a one-fit solution. So not all suppliers are the same, and some suppliers are big and well advanced, and some suppliers are very small and need more support. And indeed, some suppliers, we work with lots of different other companies. So we're just one customer, and the suppliers will be, say, glass or grain will be supplying lots of different customers. So it's important to look at this in a kind of materiality perspective. So if we're looking at glass suppliers, for example, for ourselves, who are about a third of our Scope 3 emissions, that needs to work with how we help to decarbonize the glass manufacturers. So how do we work with them to look at alternative fuels for glass furnaces, such as hydrogen or biofuels rather than gas or oil. So very important to sort of look at strategically how we can work with some big strategic suppliers and how we can develop programs and tools to work with them to deliver what we need to deliver and what they need to deliver as well, and what we're encouraging to do. The other area I'd like to go back to is the kind of what Rodrigo said around agriculture. So agriculture we're basically an agricultural-based company. We absolutely depend on our ingredients for agriculture, such as sorghum and barley and wheat and agave, indeed in Mexico. So it's absolutely essential that we work with those farmers. Now, those farmers, we can't go in to speak with those farmers, to encourage and collaborate with those farmers, just talking about carbon. We need to go back to my first point today, was about taking a holistic approach. So we need to work with them in terms of how their productivity and their resilience and their well-being are all interconnected to working with nature, to responding to the climate impacts, and to improving soils, and to ensuring a long-term future for their communities and their families. So it's not just going in there saying, how do we cut carbon from your supply chain? It's about how do we work together to make you more resilient. And in doing so, if you improve soils, you'll be cutting carbon. If you improve soils, you'll be improving water retention. If you improve soils and improve regenerative agriculture, you'll be looking at planting trees. And that's, again, good for carbon and good for climate and good for biodiversity and good for water, as we've heard. So I think it's really important to take that kind of holistic approach to working with farmers in particular, because it's so multidimensional, and it's not appropriate just to talk about one single subject. We need to understand the kind of complex interdependencies of these issues. But equally, we can go to the large suppliers who are more sophisticated, that have more resources, that have a greater understanding and investment opportunity to decarbonize their supply chain or improve water resilience in their supply chain. So we can't just sort of slot it in there and just accept that there's going to be change throughout by doing a one-fit solution. And the final thing I would say, we need to look at this long term. So it's not like, companies and corporates are renowned for just looking at short-term contracts because they want the flexibility, they want the agility to be able to respond to different conditions in the market. We need to think differently about the kind of first question we discussed around mindsets. We need to think about this a little bit differently to try and engender a more longer-term approach. So instead of signing a 2-year contract, we're signing a 3-year or 5-year contract, instead of working on a partnership basis rather than a contractual basis. So this is a kind of way of working, a mindset change that also needs to change. We're working through our procurement and our supply chains. So hopefully that brings to life some of the kind of generic issues that we're facing, that we need to do to implement and need to change in terms of this transition challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And I can certainly appreciate the holistic approach to the agave challenges in Mexico and joining local partners for all of those challenges, whether it's not just carbon, but water and what these people have to do when they're not growing agave in Mexico. It's definitely a long-term challenge. So Rodrigo, can you help us out with this last question before we go for final remarks? In which case I'll ask each one of our panelists to wrap up in like 30 seconds. Can you do the last question first, please?
Yeah, well, really quickly, just to add another example, where Coca-Cola is also a huge fruit buyer. We buy not only sugar but also orange, lemon, coffee for several of our beverages. We had an average time of contract on 15 years, so it's a huge and strong relationship with those suppliers. And one new and good example that I can bring to add is that on the recycling and collection value chain, we are starting to implement the same SGP, supplier guiding principles, that we have, for example, for the PET, for the collection of PET bottles, that the same principles that we use for our suppliers of sugar, of orange, and others. So this, I think, is like how we can contribute and promote the maturity and the development of this value chain. Is the S of ESG. We don't want to have a huge recycling rate and circularity rate, but with a negative social impact. So how we can work together with other companies, the government, social movements, NGOs, to improve the quality of life of the people that live through collection and recycling. And also on the suppliers, the RPET, the recycle resin PET suppliers, I think it's also a good example, because we are talking about tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in new plants, in contrast to buy recycle resin. So this you can, if you have more transformators, more industries recycling, you have more collection, you have more jobs. So I think this is also a good example of collaboration, multi-sectoral collaboration, to improve circularity, for example. And we cannot do this without our suppliers. We do this with them, and we can compare like after and before. The rates are very, like Paraguay, we jumped from 38% of direct collection rates to 90% because of a huge rPET plant that consumes, that buys a lot of PET collected within the country. Just to add some examples on how we can work together with our supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Before we have a few questions, I'm going to jump over to Irene and ask you for some final remarks, 30 seconds.
Sure. So, I think there's still a lot to do. We need to start working faster. We need to start working together. And again, my favorite word in this panel, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Anthony.
No, I would say that the partnerships are critical, and also have an holistic approach to the journey. I mean, we are not talking only about climate; we are talking about nature, and we are talking about inclusive growth. So everything is interlinked, and we will ask companies to see this also as a new reality, and is a competitive issue as well. So if they want to be companies that serve society in the next decades, they have to align their activities to the society's goals. Otherwise, they are not going to have sense in the economy, in the new economy. So I would say that this is a huge opportunity. So move faster, move all together, as was mentioned by Irene.
Thanks so much, Anthony. Michael, your final thoughts, 30 seconds.
Yes, and that'll be less than 30 seconds, Kathy. I would just like to encourage, stakeholders, companies, NGOs, suppliers, and many others to find like-minded stakeholders in your catchments, in your landscapes, in your areas of influence, and get started. Yeah. So don't let data or any other rationale to stop you getting started. Just get started and find like-minded stakeholders and be proactive about it. So there's no excuses. There's an urgent crisis, and I would strongly encourage that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Rodrigo, final remarks.
Well, my final remarks, I think, it would be like that there is all of this that we are talking. We can measure, now we can check, now we can learn, we can improve. So I think from every year we are advancing as a society to also to differentiate what is greenwashing, blue washing, whatever color washing from the real investments, actions, partnerships, collaborations. So I think a good way to do and to measure and to improve is this discipline on the sustainability operations, what is being doing, how, and so this we can advance as a society. There is no externalities, we live connected together. So I think to this point of view and mindset, we will advance and we will achieve those changes that we need.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. So I think we have time for maybe one or two questions. Do we have any questions for our panelists? Yes. Do we have a microphone here? Here we go. So who's your question for? In general.
Yes. Hi. Okay. Hello, my name is Andrea. I am from Quilimo. Thank you, Rodrigo, for naming us. We have been doing an amazing work together in all Latin America. My question is to the corporates. If you can give us a tip or a suggestion, because as Rodrigo mentioned, we work in agriculture, and it happened to us sometimes when we work with the supply chain of the companies that we talk to the water team inside the company, and they love us. They think we are the best. We're going to change the world and everything, and they send us to the operations team or the agriculture team or the team that is in charge of the supply chain, and the culture is totally different. They are harder. They talk a different language, and sometimes there's no way to going forward.
Right.
We stop there, and when we go back to the water team, it's like we start to being in a limbo, and we cannot advance. How can we improve, and how can we break that wall, and to go forward and faster inside the company? If you have any tip or suggestion, or if you can tell us why is this happening?
Good point, because that's happens not only obviously in the food industry, in your case, but also in general. I mean, the CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officers of these areas, have a specific influence within the companies, and there is also a journey, internal journey, within the big corporates. Okay, because I would say that you can see sustainability as a good approach to create value for a company, for society. And there are a lot of companies working on sustainability plans that align activities, but then there are other companies that make an additional step and consider sustainability as a core strategic priority. No? And the question is the ownership and the accountability that all different areas have regarding sustainability. So this step, additional step, is very relevant because is when the financial team speaks sustainability topics, is when supply outsourcing team, when human resources team advocate for sustainability and take ownership of the sustainability agenda, is when the change happens at another scale within companies. But that takes time. It depends on the leadership support. I remember, I give you an example. I remember that I have 4 years ago, we decided to set sustainability at the core of the sustainability of the business strategy. And in the presentation I did to the executive committee, the final remarks from our chair were, hey guys, this is not going to be a Tony's issue anymore. This is your issue. So that helps a lot to take accountability. So I understand that it's not easy. You don't know this easily, but companies make this transformation internally. So it takes time to have all functions on board, no? And my work change. Okay, I would say that's something that's important.
Do our virtual panelists have anything to add? 30 seconds.
I want to
Yeah, I
add.
would
Yeah,
add-
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we'll have Irene add first.
Something. So I
Okay.
would also suggest, when you get into a company, you always need to make sure that you're presenting a strategy that goes to a multidisciplinary team. So you talk to the water guy, that's right. You need to make sure it is a multidisciplinary responsibility, so that they all take accountability of the project instead of one specific area, because it happens to us a lot, and it's always procurement, negotiating the commercial terms, but then sustainability, but then net zero carbon, but then operations, but then engineering, and I mean at the end, if you create this multidisciplinary team where you have one head of each area that needs to be involved in the project, and you approach them from there, it's easier once you need to take decisions to make sure they're all involved, so there's not another obstacle in a way when you need to start implementing things.
Anthony, 20 seconds, and then Rodrigo, 20
According
seconds.
to my experience, the change happens when everyone has incentives linked to specific metrics and targets. That change. When we have 10% of our variable compensation for all employees on sustainable finance mobilization, and 50% of the long-term variables linked to targets, of the decarbonization targets. When you place those targets in your variable compensation, everyone gets ownership. We are humans.
Final wrap up, Rodrigo, please.
Yeah, I would just add that the water guy is not only the water guy. No, now ESG is part also of the bonus for the VPs, the president, the director. But I would tell Andrea that a famous quote from the philosopher Bruce Lee: "Be water." You know. So together with the marketing, the legal, the government. So how we, together with those teams and more people, you can change internally and how can I say, surpass this resistance through internal collaborations. Only that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. My name is Kathy Gregoire, Pro Natura Mexico. Please follow us in social media channels. Thank you so much to our panelists.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a session around mitigating impacts associated with renewable energy generation. We will be talking this morning to companies, to operators, we'll be talking to governments, we'll be talking to NGOs, really about how we can work better together around this accelerated energy transition that we all agree needs to happen faster and better. And we'll also start diving into what are the expectations from different stakeholders, one towards the other, and how we can really ensure that we are protecting nature and we are protecting people and communities as we expand the wind and solar energy globally. As I said, this session is going to be talking about mitigating impacts, but before we start, I'd like to give something a little akin to sort of like a parental warning, because I think we need to put these types of discussions into context. Renewable energy is far cleaner, it is far better for both environments and people than fossil fuel energy. We are moving in the right direction. Although this session we're talking about mitigating impacts, we need to start by putting it into context and saying that the impacts from the fossil fuel energy far outseeds that from renewable energy. So I want to say that straight away, so that as we start talking about the challenges and we talk about how we overcome the challenges, we're all clear that we are moving in the right direction, and we put it into the context of business as usual. Business as usual is not working. Business as usual means that we have tens of millions of people around the world who don't have access to energy. Business as usual means that we have communities that don't have access to clean water because of hydrocarbon pollution. Business as usual means that we have a heating climate. Business as usual means that we are losing biodiversity at unprecedented levels. So we are moving in the right direction. It doesn't mean that everything's perfect. As we talk about these impacts that we're mitigating and that the companies and the governments are looking at, let's just keep in the back of our mind that this is better than the alternative, and this is the best option that we have. So with that, I'll start describing the work that IUCN has been doing around the renewable energy sector, the work that we are now doing with our members and with companies, and where we aim to go around our work on renewable energy. But I just wanted to put that preface before we started so that we all know the context of the discussion as we move on. So in 2019, IUCN worked with some private sector partners, including EDF, who are represented here today. Thank you very much for your trust and your partnership in this journey. We also worked with some of our NGO members, including BirdLife, who will join the panel discussion, around developing guidance on mitigating impacts on biodiversity associated with wind and solar production. IUCN as an organization, we develop a lot of guidance. We develop guidance, it's usually quite generic. It usually looks at global guidance and that can be contextualized. But guidance that nobody follows is it's really a waste of time. And that is why we're here today, because what we want to know is, how is this guidance working? What do stakeholders need to move things forward? we've developed a guidance on mitigating impacts. We've developed guidance around early risk screening for solar and wind projects. We've identified some of the tools that are available for operators to be able to use, and some of the metrics that can be used as well. But we have to be adaptive, we have to be agile, we have to listen to the operators, we have to listen to the stakeholders, we have to see what's working, where the challenges are, where maybe we need to tweak it. That's part of what we'll discuss in this session. And the aim of this session and some of the discussions that we are having is to develop a compendium of case studies around, okay, we got the guidance, what's happening on the ground, where are the challenges, what is the role of different stakeholders to move the process along. So now I'm going to talk very, very briefly about what we're doing in the phase 2 of our work on renewable energy. If you want to know more, come on the 9th of December at noon, same place, and we'll give you a much more in-depth dive into what we're doing around our phase 2 work. The phase 1 work was really targeted at operators. It was targeted around what good practices in order to achieve biodiversity net gain within your operation. After we completed phase 2, we then asked different stakeholders, okay, where do you think we should go? Do you think we need to do more guidance? Should we stop? Is there enough guidance out there? If there isn't, what subjects should we start looking at? And what came out of the discussions was that there's actually a lot of guidance for the operators. There's a lot happening around metrics that isn't quite there yet, but it's coming. What was identified as being really valuable was to look at issues around spatial planning, issues around cumulative impacts. And the reason for that is, if we're going to have this accelerated expansion of renewable energy, we need to know where we put that renewable energy. We need to know where we can put it fast. And we also need to know what the impacts of putting the renewable energy infrastructure in those places for others that are working in the same landscape and seascape. And how do we monitor, how do we assess that accumulated impact? Because solar takes up space, wind farms take up space, and we need to start developing multifunctional landscapes and seascapes if the renewable energy transition is going to work. So that's what we're working on at the minute, again with EDF, with BirdLife, and with other partners. The aim is that the cumulative impacts report will be available in Q1 of 2024, and we'll be having some webinars around that. We'll have some reports around spatial planning, Q2 2024 webinars, and we'll also be going out to our state members, because specifically the cumulative impacts, the spatial planning issue, the key audience here are governments. The key audience here is trying to map out what you're doing in certain places, but also what you're planning to do in certain places. So we'll be reaching out to our government members around that. So that's to come. And as I say, I'm going to plug 9th of December, noon here, if you want more details around that. So I've gone through this slide. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop talking about the guidance that we're doing, because as I said, guidance without people following it doesn't really mean much. So I'm going to ask our first panelist, Marc, to come and talk about the government of Catalonia, what they're doing. We'll pass on to our other panelists, and then we'll have a little bit of a discussion. There's enough people, so feel free to ask some questions. I've got some in my head as well, but we'll move on to Marc, and I'll let you introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello everybody. First of all, thanks to the folks of IUCN and welcome the rest of the panelists that I'm really proud to be part of this panel because I think this is a really interesting discussion. I will follow the presentation of my previous speaker, just saying that we're proud to say here that we need to work in one word, and the word is integrate. As politician, I'm the DG Envy from the government of Catalonia. I knew we have an extreme necessity to transfer to a renewable energy system. And we need to do it now. So it wasn't in discussion that we need to change the way we produce energy in order to sustain our society in a better way. And I also knew that we could do it in different ways, by mitigating or going a bit further. That means integrating. For me, the idea of a politician who has to make environmental policies related to renewable energies is not to condition projects, but it's especially to help to develop a market or a project system where even renewable projects can be biodiversity positive. And that's what we have done. We have worked, first of all, in a map of a whole Catalonia, where we identify the most interesting points where renewable energies can be developed. And we created a system of prioritizing the projects under 5 megawatts power that are in these areas. So the first thing we have done is to work on where we want it. But for integrating is not only where you do this, but especially how. And that's what a bit I'm going to explain you today. We have done a project where our objective was not only to create a resume of what there's in the law, but especially to help promoters, environmental energies, consultants, energy promoters, energy producers, to make a roadmap where they can develop the projects and they will have troubles with the administrations if they do it like this, where we say that they can do it. And even I am really convinced that we are creating a positive impact in biodiversity. I'm going to make a bit of framework on what's happening in Catalonia. Catalonia, nowadays, it's a 30,000 square kilometers surface with 8 million people, mainly concentrated in urban areas and especially in the coast. As you may know, if you are on holidays, Costa Brava is a good place to go, where a lot of people go, and we consume a lot of energy in the summer. We have quite a lot of sun, and that's why people come. And also, we have a huge surface of forest areas. In fact, we are one of the most forestal countries and growing. So we have a problem with too much young forests that are growing, creating problems on fires because they are growing very densely, and we have problems on managing some of the areas that have been abandoned by agriculture, because nowadays only flat and big areas are productive, and we have abandoned most of some areas between 30 and 60% of slope, and we have a huge potential on renewables in these areas that has been not taken into account. So what have we done is to integrate, first because of the law, of the climate change law, and then because we have a council on renewables, to integrate all the vectors that have to be taken into account in the environmental evaluation. Then we have analyzed also which are the potentials of bringing these areas that are abundant, poor in biodiversity, with a dense forest that is going to be burned in a few years because it's too dense, it's not diverse, and we need to make it grow. And because Catalonia has a big lack of open areas. A solar plant can be a desert of biodiversity, but can also be an oasis of biodiversity, because it's somewhere that nobody goes, even 1 or 2 or 3 times a year, just to make maintenance of the photovoltaic plant. Can be a desert because you throw pesticides, or can be very biodiverse because it's fenced. And wild porks, that we have a big problem with wild porks and biodiversity, cannot go in because they are fenced. And vandalism is not there because they are fenced. And so if we construct some fences that permeate biodiversity, they are really interesting. Can be a desert on biodiversity if we plant only grass, or can be an oasis of biodiversity if we work in vegetated fences, grasslands, original grasslands from seeds from other areas that still are open, that have ponds, and that all this is maintained as a hot spot of biodiversity that has maybe endangered species that can expand from these spot areas. So if we understand renewables, and in this case photovoltaic plants, not as an infrastructure for energy production, and that's all, if we integrate the vector of biodiversity, this accomplish one of the lacks that have Catalonia, one of the big lacks, that is to have open spaces with open spaces, fauna and flora, in order to maintain these habitats, really special for maintaining the equilibrium on biodiversity between a growing forestal area and a lower open areas that every time to time are losing more and more biodiversity. In fact, Catalonia has done the report on biodiversity, and in the last 20 years we have lost 24% of our biodiversity, and special in agrarian areas 34%. And that's because of pesticides, mainly, and also agricultural concentration. So if we create new areas with photovoltaics that have huge biodiversity and have no pesticides, we are recovering these systems. We also understand, sorry, because, okay, it's quite difficult to see the screen. So I think I have explained it. We also understand that this, sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, much better, thanks. So that there are 2 kinds of plants. There are the big plants, more than 5 megawatts, and the little plants, less than 5 megawatts. These, in Catalonia, the less than 5 megawatts, they are not forced to make environmental evaluation. And the bigger ones, they need to have environmental evaluation. So what we decided is that this was going to be something done with the enterprises. We need to work next to them, not in front of them, to make them transition to include the vector biodiversity into the projects. So we made a guide. We could make a new law and force everyone to make things different, but we need to understand that what we need to make a fast and real transition is to help everybody to make it. So what we made is to make easier to make it like that than in another way. And it's also cheaper, because if you make all the process of approving a solar plant in half of time, it's much cheaper. we take all the laws, we revised all the information, but we also took the information from the developers, which problems they found in implementing previous plans, and also expertise from NGOs. So we put together in a table NGOs, enterprises, and administration in order to make a clear and fast transition. And we made a guide. This guide is a checklist of things with examples, with clear examples, very clear and specific, in order to make easier the implementation to those who are not experts. It's useful, especially for the promoters, but also for the consultants. And it's public for everyone. It's in our website, in English, in Spanish, in Catalan. If you know Catalan, you can download it. English also. And we are working from the construction proposal to also the maintenance. In fact, one of the actions we propose is to have an agreement, a land stewardship agreement with an NGO, so the maintenance of this area is made with the environmental sector, with the environmental entities, organizations, and that the conservation of biodiversity can be monitored and also enhanced because we have the possibility to work with society to promote biodiversity in these spaces. And we also are promoting practical examples. So the new plans that are being created with the organization, the Association of Energy Enterprises, we are making some solar plans that are already working in this way, so other promoters can go and see and implement easily these actions. As you can see here, there is a real description with different information that you have to take into account from the planning phase to the execution phase to the maintenance phase. So everything is detailed. And also, there are some examples on how to do it, criteria of executing that, examples, graphical, etc. And the idea is that now we are in the phase of transferring this to the society. In fact, next week we have a education journey with all these people, where we are implementing these actions. Nowadays, we have 48% of the global criteria that have been implemented. There are some of them that are priority, so the promoters are quite forced to it, and the other ones, the 33%, are recommended and implemented in main of the projects. We knew that this was a very interesting objective, and in the case of solar panels, it's something that can bring biodiversity. And now we are attempting with eolical. It's not the same case. In eolical production, we cannot make biodiversity positive. We are aware that what we can do and we are trying to achieve is a zero balance. So we are creating also a guide, also with the NGOs, also with the eolical enterprises, and we are going to present it in 2 weeks with the aim to create also a way in order to implement this energy transition in the eolical panels, in the eolical plants. Finally, I just want to say that this has to be not only a just transition related to biodiversity, but also to people. So here, maybe there's a vector that is lasting, and we are working for it, is that people from rural communities can understand this as a way to get back something that they had before the oil revolution, that the rural areas were responsible to bring energy to the cities. And with this, at the end, we have to work also in giving back some power and responsibilities to the rural areas, not just only a place to put the energy, but also as a society that brings energy to the cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation. I'm noting the comments about the rural population and their contribution, not just about benefit sharing, but also about the contribution. I also liked the element around looking at the economic advantages of good spatial planning, and not just the fact that it allows you to do things faster, but there may be some economic advantages to it, which sometimes on the NGO side we're a little bit, it's not the first thing necessarily in our heads, which is why we need to work with the business sector. So thank you very much. There'll be an opportunity to ask questions later, but we'll move on now to Kate and SSC.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Rachel. And yeah, thanks, Mark, for that presentation. I love your passion and innovation and what you're doing over in Catalonia. So, hi, everyone. I'm Kate Wallace-Lockhart. I'm Head of Sustainability for SSE Renewables. I need the clicker for this slide. Over here, sorry. Perfect. And I think that point that Rachel made in opening up around renewables being much better than the fossil fuel industry, but actually this point that we kind of talk about a lot, that we'll never be sustainable unless we address climate change, but you can address climate change in an unsustainable way, and that's exactly why we need to concentrate not just on biodiversity, but also our own decarbonisation efforts, how we focus in on a just transition, and of course how we think about the circular economy and the waste that's been created from the industry too. So just a little bit about SSE Renewables. As I'm aware, probably quite a lot of people in the room might not know us. So we are a renewables developer, owner, operator. We're headquartered in Perth, which not the nice sunny one in Australia, but in the Scottish one, which I guess if you're ever going to want to harness rain and wind, then there's nowhere really better than Scotland. So we're headquartered, we're FTSE listed, part of the SSE group, and absolutely we have big growth ambitions when it comes to growing our renewables portfolio. We also own and operate the distribution and the transmission networks in the north of Scotland and distribution networks in the south of England as well. So it's been wonderful actually to see at this COP that real focus on grid as being a key enabler to the transition. In terms of our own growth at SSE Renewables, though, so we've got about 4.5 gig in operation right now. That's split across hydroelectricity, onshore wind, offshore wind. We're currently building the world's largest offshore wind farm at Dogger Bank, just off the northeast coast of England. But we really are focused on our acceleration and where we go from here on in. So by 2027, we have a fully funded growth plan to double our renewables capacity, and we're aiming to get up to 16 gig by 2032. So fair to say it's going to be a busy few years coming forward as well. Now, when it comes to our business strategy, we're really focused on these three key areas. So firstly, it's accelerating growth. Secondly, it's optimizing value. And I think this is probably part of the puzzle that gets forgotten about. So we're very focused on the kind of build out and the new, but actually we need to think about how do we get the most out of our assets? How do we think about life extension? How do we think about the availability of production as well? And then finally, we've got long-term sustainability. So that is one of our three core strategic pillars now as an organisation, and that was a very deliberate decision by our managing director when he came into the organisation about 18 months ago. Now, I appreciate it's a very busy slide and I'm not going to run through it, but I just really wanted to emphasise that SSE's heritage, history and our starting point is very much a commitment to this long-term sustainability. So we're one of the first companies that aligned our business strategy to the SDGs. We've got 1.5 degree aligned targets. We're the first large corporate in the UK to become living wage accredited. Now we also have accreditation to guarantee fair working hours as well as fair pensions as well, so living pensions. We're fair tax mark accredited, which means that we absolutely commit to paying the right amount of tax in the right place at the right time, and will exclude the use of aggressive tax stances and really embrace the spirit of the law when it comes to tax as well as the letter. We're also ranked number one in the world in the Just Transition benchmark from the World Benchmarking Alliance, and we're the first company in the world to release a Just Transition strategy that we've now published an update on how we're progressing against that strategy as well. So just an idea of some of the things that we're really focused on. But of course, today we're here to talk about biodiversity, and this is something that we've put right at the centre of our sustainability strategy for SC Renewables. So the way that we're doing this, first and foremost, is to really think about where we can make a positive change. And last year at COP27, we released our Positive for the Planet report, which really outlines our strategy 10-point plan for achieving biodiversity net gain across our full operations. So the first part of that is that, of course, we know that it's easier and cheaper when we embed these practices into the new, so rather than going back and retrospectively changing them. So from 2025 onwards, we will deliver a biodiversity net gain on our newly consented onshore projects. And from this year, it's no net loss, but we're pushing to net gain where we can as well. Now, beyond the new, though, we're also looking at our current operational portfolio. So we've got 47 operational onshore wind farms. Today, we're looking at actually quantifying some of the biodiversity net gain values of those sites and thinking about how can we actually go back and change some of the practices that we have. And I think the interesting thing, and to that point on commerciality, there's actually a lot of nature negative things that we do just because we've always done them. So we're actually starting to really look at them. So basic stuff like grass cutting or the way that the weed killers that we use on our tracks, right? This isn't rocket science, but there's a lot of things that we can just stop doing and really help to drive that kind of bite-sized chunks to move us forward. When we released our biodiversity net gain report, we also published 2 biodiversity net gain toolkits. So these are based on the UK government's biodiversity net gain toolkit. So the Environment Act mandates biodiversity net gain from January of next year in England and Wales, not in Scotland, and that's critical. So we took those toolkits and we adjusted them for Scottish habitats, acknowledging that the peatlands in Scotland, so the huge natural carbon sinks in Scotland, actually are a very different habitat than you'd find in England, and actually the same applies to Ireland. So Ireland and Scotland have very similar habitats as well. What we did, so we've got 2 toolkits. The first is an optioneering toolkit, so we can actually evaluate the biodiversity value from different site optioneering approaches. And then the second is the quantification of that biodiversity value. So we can say with confidence that the biodiversity value pre and post construction is actually positive. The other thing that we did was we published the toolkits in full on our website, along with user guidance so that anyone can pick them up, scrutinise, challenge us, and actually trying to move us forward so we stop getting away from this kind of numerous different toolkits and we focus on the right things, which is actually the delivery part as well. So this is our 10-point plan. I'll skip over this because I've already done it. But the key point is that actually what we're doing with biodiversity, the kind of leadership that our business has shown in terms of making those commitments to biodiversity means that our project teams have to embed it through every single stage of the life cycle. So the point here is using that optioneering toolkit right at the very start and then actually understanding all of the different decisions that we make. Of course, we know that our value chain is really important as well. So that's something else that we'll be looking at into the future. But as an organisation, we have said that we want to achieve a biodiversity net gain across all technologies and all geographies over time. But that is really complicated. So we're on the case and working obviously with partners and with organisations like IUCN, and really interesting to hear all the stuff that you've been going, and probably that's a key point, that there is a lot of work going on quantification, and we need that alignment and to work together. And I was delighted to speak at the launch of the Ginger network yesterday. So I'll try the Global Initiative for Nature, Grids and Renewables, is that right? Yeah, absolutely. So it's coming together and collaborating to actually drive this forward and approach things in the same way. I wanted to also focus in on some digital innovation work that SSE has been doing with our partners, Avanade and Microsoft, which is really kind of, I guess, helping to create that step change when it comes to biodiversity. So as part of our consent conditions on one of our offshore wind farms in the north of Scotland, we had to monitor puffin breeding activities. So what we did is we worked with Avanade, with Nature Scott, with Microsoft to actually understand what were the requirements, what do we need to do, and how are we doing it in a very inefficient way beforehand. And what we've been able to do over time, and yeah, kind of warts and all, it's been hard, and there's been a lot of kind of reiterations of the technology, but actually it enables us now to look at species and monitor them using AI. And we've been building on that since we launched a pilot program off the northeast coast, and actually thinking about, okay, so we can count the numbers, it's much more accurate than someone going out with a clipboard, which was the alternative, and actually it's enabling us to actually learn about some of the patterns of the puffins as well. So, you know, for example, if they're taking fish into a burrow, then what does that mean in terms of breeding and those types of things as well. We've now gone on to take that species monitoring further, and we've rolled it out on our hydro dams as well, where we have an obligation to count salmon as part of our operations. So anyone that knows the history of electricity in Scotland will know about the Hydroelectricity Act of 1943 that built in the rights of fish, and that criticality of actually building in these considerations right from the start means that it's much cheaper, more efficient, and can add a lot more substance in terms of how we actually protect biodiversity into the longer term as well. So we've rolled out on one of our sites so far, but the plan is to keep going with that. And then I guess, well, you start with puffins, you go to salmon, who knows what's next. The thing I want to just finish up with was an example. I don't have a slide on it, but it's from our Strathy South wind farm in the north of Scotland, where we've used our biodiversity net gain toolkit. So Strathy South is situated on land that would have been bog peatland in Scotland, so a natural carbon sink, but a long time ago in the 70s, 80s, commercial forestry was planted on top of the peatland, so destroying that carbon sink. But of course we know trees are good, but there's some trade-offs there. So as part of our plans for delivering biodiversity net gain, we've used the toolkit, we've adjusted our habitat management plan, and the results are showing that we should be achieving a 47% biodiversity net gain on the project. So truly kind of a game changer, and a lot that we can learn as an organisation. But the key point here is that there are all these different trade-offs and things that we need to think about, from the social impacts and how we actually employ local labour to do some of these things, how we actually train people up. So in Shetland, we're doing lots of peatland restoration. Actually, we're thinking about how do we develop those skills so that the future of Shetland, they can continue the work on. But actually, when it comes to our biodiversity net gain toolkit, what we're doing is we have developed a bolt-on in terms of carbon quantification as well. So actually thinking about, at the same time, how do you quantify what your biodiversity value is, but also what the carbon impacts are. And it's really interesting. If you take down a whole load of forestry and reinstate the peatland, then actually what does that mean in terms of carbon impacts as well? And the point is, all of these things are totally interlinked, and we need to be actually understand them so we can manage them better as well. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm just going to make a plug. If you haven't downloaded the SSE toolkits on biodiversity, do it, because it's admirable and they are really informative. I've actually been using them as well, so it's really it's a fantastic piece of work, as is the just transition strategy as well. So I would advise everybody, go to the SSE website, download them, have a look at them. So our final presentation today, before we get on to the panel, is going to be from Alexandre from EDF. I'll let Alexandre introduce himself, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Alexandre Marty. I'm with EDF. A French headquarter company, which happens to be the largest producer of zero-carbon electricity in the world. A lot of that comes from nuclear. EDF is quite known for nuclear, but we also have a healthy renewable space. Historically hydro, but wind and solar. We now have 14 gigawatts net capacity and operating much more. So I'm in the impact division at group level, formerly known as the Sustainable Development Division. We moved to impact because we think that the urgency of the situation, both on the climate and nature front, commands us to really have an impact in what we do and to be on the action side beyond the commitments that we can make. And I personally head our climate and natural resources team at group level, but that also relies on a number of our peers in the environmental area in the business units, including our renewables unit. Unfortunately, our renewables unit could not be here today, so I'll try to represent them as best as I can. They were part of the great work that IUCN has been doing, and what I'm going to show you is one of the case studies. So I'll be very, very focused on one case study that was included in the guide that Rachel actually quoted at the beginning. Just before that, a few words on what we're doing on biodiversity at EDF. So we've been working on the issue for a bit more than 40 years. We have probably 25 researchers in our R&D units working specifically on biodiversity, probably more in our different engineering units. We're looking at how we can minimize the drivers of nature loss, looking at how we can restore natural habitats, and that's what I'm going to focus on, how we can collaborate with NGOs and academic institutions in enhancing knowledge about the impacts and the mitigation actions around our activities, especially in wind and solar. And to do that, we need to partner with a number of institutions, because there's only so much that we know, there's only so much that we can do alone. And this case study is really going to be about, how a collaboration with some partners can really deliver some results. Actually, this is a case study about a wind farm which is not too far from SSE's operating base, northern England. So it's a small wind farm. It was commissioned in 2009. So that case is a bit innovative for that time, but I think that the lessons are still quite interesting. So 4 2-megawatt wind turbines, which happen to be located near to an area of outstanding interest, which is now the Stanley Moss Nature Reserve, which is one of the few remaining peat bogs found in that area. That peatland used to be much larger, but has been significantly involved or damaged by a number of human activities, including agricultural activities. When the project started, it was all covered by different bliss and trees, but it did retain some outstanding interest in terms of the vegetation species that could be found and bird habitats. But that interest had to be or that capital had to be restored. And so we decided to partner with the local Durham Wildlife Trust to create jointly that Stanley Moss Nature Reserve. So the partnership started at the end of the development phase of the project, with a key component being the financing of 50% of the employment cost of the wildlife officer that manages now the reserve. So his role is not only to manage the reserve, but also to build with us a management plan in the surface area where our plant is located, as well as its relationship with the area of the reserve. And so this led to doing some joint rehabilitation work together with the trust, both on habitat management and how we can work with local farmers to develop sustainable grazing practices to actually mitigate the natural scrub enroachment that can affect actually the peat area. So the key results of that work has been a twofold increase in the available heath and bog area, and a number of notable records on bird habitats and bird presence. And I have the detailed list, and we have the detailed list of all the species involved in the guide. So what are the takeaways from that? takeaway is that a renewable power project can be nature preserving. We haven't gone through actually the exercise of calculating the net benefits before and after of the development of the site of the plant for the natural area. But I guess this is something that we could do. This was not really the use at the time, but that's something that we could do, maybe based on your guide. But what's factual is that it led to the actual restoration of the peat bog site, thanks to the joint management plan that we put in place in the trust, and we do have a monitoring plan in place for both bird species and vegetation species. It's a bit of an innovative way to contract with natural local stakeholders in a two-way approach. We did provide support to the trust, financial support to the trust over the lifetime of the plant, so at least 25 years. So that's interesting for the trust, but it was also interesting for us as EDF Renewables. Insofar that we got the expertise from the trust in developing the management plans that we had to develop on our own area. And last but not least, this is, peat bogs are of particular interest, both on their own and the natural habitat and the natural species that they, the value of those species that they hold, but also in terms of carbon value. And this is something that we work a lot on at EDF, the nexus on between climate and nature. So preserving, restoring, expanding peatlands are a form of nature-based solution, which both helps in terms of climate mitigation, but also in terms of climate adaptation. And we're developing beyond our renewables business, over wetlands and peatlands, a number of projects to help restore water cycles, improve water cycles, and that will benefit the local neighborhoods around our plants, the local communities, as well as for some of the plants that need cooling in our activities, that will benefit directly the cooling function of those plants. So wetlands and peatlands are an area on which we work a lot, hence the interest of picking that example in the meaning examples that you can find in the IUCN guide. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. And I think there's two take-home messages I get from the presentation. One is around the engagement with the private sector, which I think is really commendable. It would be great to do a retroactive biodiversity assessment on it. I also have another ask, because I'm naturally greedy, which is that it would be great also to do a nature-based solution assessment with the IUCN Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions, because I think that the restoration of the peat bog would be a great NBS case study as well. So that's a lot of asks. So okay, we'll see. So we've had some presentations. It would be good now to make the session a little bit interactive. So we're going to have a panel session where we'll take some questions from the audience. I'd like to introduce Tris Allenson from BirdLife International to join the panel. I'll let Tris introduce himself just now, but IUCN works a lot with BirdLife International around our work on renewables. We very much value that interaction, and we value the tools and the expertise that come from BirdLife. But Chris, I'll just let you quickly introduce yourself. Tris.
Yeah. Well, hello everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I'm Tris Allenson, BirdLife International. I'm not quite sure how to put this on.
If you want this, I think we can just pass it along if you prefer. Yeah, yeah.
Great. Yes, thank you, Rachel. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tris Allenson. I'm a senior conservation scientist at BirdLife International, one of the biggest global conservation NGOs, made up of 150 national partner NGOs from around the world. I lead our work on reconciling bird conservation with energy infrastructure.
Thank you. So we've got about 10 minutes before Sarah starts waving at me frantically. Does anybody have any questions for any of our panelists? Oh.
Thank you very much. I'm from Japan. I was in WWF, in Japan office for years. And maybe that might be a little bit specific in Japanese case, but the question is about partnership with local specialists or local organization, because in your EDF case, that's fine because it's in England. That means there are many, many organizations like Wildlife Trust. But in those countries who do not have that kind of variety range of so-called environment NGOs, very active and also with specialist knowledge, and not really, how can I say, providing that kind of, not really service, but kind of, collaboration power. How you can really, how can I say, solve that question if you do not have that kind of adequate partners in local places? But probably anyone can.
I would use an opportunity to plug our BirdLife partner, the Wild Bird Society of Japan, who are a very good NGO based in the country.
Alexandre?
Yeah, maybe I can say a few words. Actually, that's the interest of having partnerships in place with large organizations that do have an international remit, such as BirdLife. I mean, we have at EDF a long-term partnership with the French branch of BirdLife, LPO, Ligue de Protection des Oiseaux. But we know we can rely on the BirdLife network if we need to. Same thing with IUCN, obviously.
Yeah. I'm going to plug IUCN offices in over 60 countries, just saying. So, but I think it's a good point, and I think sometimes the stakeholder groups that you interact with may not focus on biodiversity. They may be around gender, they may be around indigenous peoples, but it's important that you're also able to get that expertise from the conservationists in a way that those groups trust as well.
Thank you for the presentations. My name's Grant. I'm from Bain & Company. We work with a lot of energy clients, particularly utilities, who are looking at, 5 years down the road, I've got 2 or 3 times more projects per year than I have today, just like the volume. Saw it in the chart for SSE. There's a version of that for every client. And this is, terrific panel. When you think about all the folks that had to be involved in making this happen, the ecosystem, the NGO ecosystem, to do these assessments, like how ready is the ecosystem to do 3, 4, 5, 10 times more of this and faster? I think it's sort of the whole ecosystem's got to be ready to do this. So I'm just curious your thoughts on the speed and the capacity to do this at scale.
Don't mind coming in on that one. So, no, it's a really great question, and it's something that my team kind of asks about a lot, is how are we going to manage the massive growth of the organisation? And I think what I say to them is, one, it's going to be tough, right? We're kind of keeping going at this pace, and it's a bit of a relentless sprint, a marathon, right? That's what we need to do. But actually, I guess if we look back on where we've come from, that growth and the rate of change has actually been absolutely remarkable over the past 5-10 years. And I think whilst there's so much still to do, if you look at what we've already done, what we've learned, then almost, I guess it gives me confidence, right, that we're up to the challenge. And the other thing is that we're working on how do we actually create things like the toolkits, right, that can speed things up, that just set the standards so that we don't need to go through the big onerous time-consuming activities time and time again. I'd say that in terms of the expertise that are actually out there, that is a big challenge. So finding enough ornithologists, it's tough, right? And I'm sure panelists from BirdLife can speak to that as well. So it is as well that we need to be training people up with these skills right now, right? Because we need the pipeline in there as well.
Yeah, no, I would second that, and it follows on from the first question that this is an industry that was sort of grew up in Europe and in North America, and as it matured, there was the possibility for a scientific consensus and the environmental work around that to mature alongside it. Now we have a mature sector that now suddenly has to be rolled out globally into new regions, and it is going to be a big challenge. I mean, I go to all of the big academic conferences where the academic world discusses the impacts of renewable energy, and it is researchers from Europe, from Denmark, from Scotland, from the UK, from North America, from Spain, from France, but it is not researchers from Asia and Africa and Latin America, and where the growth now is at its greatest. So there is a big job that needs to be done, and that is where the kind of guidance that's being put together with a very global emphasis is so important.
Yeah, I would like to add, related to this thing, that we are in a global crisis where we have been deriving to the periphery most of our externalities that are bad to us. So we haven't counted the whole cycle of the fossil fuels production and consumption. And we are taking only into account when somebody comes to our land and wants to implement a photovoltaic plant or an aeolic plant. We only have into account the impacts that are generated in our land. And we need to understand that this is a global cycle. So maybe here, administrations have an interesting role in understanding the globality of this situation. So the states need to understand this derivation onto the periphery phenomenon. And we also need to make conditions in order to make this flourish.
That's a great question. We have international operations at EDF Renewables. It's roughly 1/3 in Europe, 1/3 in North America, and 1/3 the rest of the world. But obviously, the rest of the world is the fastest growing area. As you say, we built the expertise in Europe and to some extent in North America. We have the internal expert here. We won't be able to duplicate that expertise everywhere. So the key challenge for us is to educate the project developers based on the experience that we have gathered, the tools that we have developed internally, the tools that are being developed externally, to make sure that from the outset, embedded in project developments, all those good practices are here. Otherwise, we won't be able to succeed.
One quick question.
Thank you. I'm Kate from Australia, South Australia, and we have a lot of solar panels going in. So my department is dealing with something like 3,000 hectares of solar panels. Right, so my question is around biodiversity impact. How do we actually deal end-of-life solar panel farms? So you sort of talked about the circular economy or the whole of life. Panels have an end of life. I've got thousands and thousands of panels. How does biodiversity respond, or how do you respond to having a sustainable product, or how do you actually end of life them, and do you have a way of then reintroducing biodiversity onto those sites?
Yeah. So brilliant question, and I don't know the answer, is the quick version. The kind of slightly longer version is that we are doing a lot of work at SSE on circular economy and circularity. So we've set up something called the Coalition for Wind Industry Circularity, or QUIC for short, because there's no time to waste, thanking the comms team for that one. But essentially what we're trying to do there is to create and establish a supply chain in the UK that can actually deal with some of these circularity challenges that we're going to have at end of life, focusing on wind first because we know that we made some mistakes all those years ago when we were setting out how we did wind, but actually the key thing is how we then take them and apply them in a solar and battery and other technologies perspective as well. So if you want to link up on that, then we're right now at the point where we have the ability to influence and to change things going forward. And if we don't act now, we'll miss our chance. So yeah, let's link up. That'd be great.
I'll just add that circularity is a big subject. Gearboxes, there's recycling going into that. It's not enough, but we've got to start somewhere, and as Kate said, learn the lessons from the past. It's almost time to go, but I'm going to finish with another plug for the global initiative on nature grids and renewables, because I think that we've learned a lot here. There's a lot of good practice going on. It doesn't mean that it's perfect, but I think what we can see is that in Europe, in North America, in parts of Australia, countries are moving fast, and they're moving in a very, very good direction in terms of the transition. And the aim of Ginger is that we can take these lessons, we can take the things that didn't work as well, we can build in, communicate things that don't work, and we can move them into countries that are beginning their transition. And we can help by also using the skills that we have in these countries to train up transmission operators, engineers, ecologists, and really build on the good practice. It's not all doom and gloom, as I said in the beginning. It's much better than business as usual. We've got a long way to go, but the case studies that we've highlighted today really show that we are definitely moving in the right direction. I want to thank my panelists for spending the time to be here. You guys as well for taking the time. I know there's lots of other events happening, and we appreciate the time that you've spent here. Thank you very much.
Everyone, welcome to this session on nature. It is my pleasure to be here. My name is Benoît Saint-Jovin. I work with BNP Paribas and I focus on sustainability advocacy. I also have a personal passion for nature, and so I'm especially excited to be here with you on this session. The link between climate action and nature is increasingly recognized. However, we see that there's still a need for more action on nature. And so the focus today will be on incorporating nature in business decisions. We know that policy and public capital are not enough. We need the private sector to also take charge of nature, recognize both its dependency on nature and the risks that it is exposed to related to nature, and also recognize its impact on nature and manage these things. Today, we have a very exciting session that I hope we will be as engaging and as interactive as possible. We will have a Q&A at the end. But we are very lucky to be joined on stage by thought leaders in this sector who can tell us about the science aspect, the data and technology aspect, and the financial industry aspect. And so by mobilizing science, data, and finance and the private sector, we can have a larger impact. Today we will discuss why it's important to incorporate nature in business decisions, how we can do it, what are some of the solutions that already exist. We will also be very honest and look at the challenges and the next steps that we need to take urgently. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our panelists for today. Dr. Frank Hawkins is a senior advisor at IUCN, and I also would like to thank IUCN for hosting this session and for working with us on this important topic. Constance Chalcha is Head of Company Engagement for BNP Paribas CIB and Chief Sustainability Officer for Global Markets.
And a professional dive master for underwater biodiversity.
That's the hidden line on the resume.
Hidden line.
And Truman Simans, who is the CEO of OS Climate. So let's jump right in and focus on why it's important to incorporate nature in business decisions. On the science side, Frank, IUCN is a leading voice in this field. Can you share with us your perspective of why it's important to integrate nature in business decisions?
Thank you very much, and a delight to be with you all here today. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd first of all just like to congratulate BNP Paribas on their leadership in this field. I think it's remarkable to have a financial institution that is driving things forward with such energy, and I'm delighted to be part of that. What I would like to do is to describe a bit why it is I think it's important that financial institutions, as an example, are engaged in assessing biodiversity, but also to look at how it is they can do so. So the practical steps that we are working on that have applicability to the finance sector as well as to the wider corporate world. So up front, there are a range of really important reasons why being a leader in this field are important. One is obviously reputational value and risk, how it is you can increase the visibility of your institution in a world which is becoming increasingly competitive by showing that you're doing the right thing in terms of your impacts on biodiversity. There's a more pragmatic approach, which is to say that there's huge opportunities in investing in nature. The reason that that market hasn't perhaps translated into the volume that we want at the moment is only because we haven't figured out how to do it. That value is immense, and it's out there to be part of a financial opportunity process. The third thing, obviously, is that it's a kind of corporate thing to contribute to global goals. We want to be able to show how it is that companies are able to deliver their opportunity for contributing to essentially what's going to be the ability of the planet to support humanity. Because if you don't, then the planet won't. And there's no profit to be made on a dead planet. So you might as well get your money in first and do the right thing. So it's a very important thing for companies in general and the finance sector in particular to be understanding how it is they impact biodiversity. The reason it's particularly important for finance companies to be involved is because, of course, they have a very important cascade effect. What they do, what they decide, how they calculate the risk profile of their investee companies, how they calculate the interest rates that they're using, can incorporate biodiversity material so that they are then orienting the direction of investment of hundreds of companies. And that's really an efficient way of influencing the behavior of companies. But it's very difficult to do. For a few reasons. It's ideal to know what is happening to biodiversity at a very fine scale on the ground, because it varies in very precise ways across the ground. You have to put the money in places where it's really doing the right thing effectively. The difficult bit is then translating that knowledge up into all the things that money does, up a value chain, many of which are pretty distantly connected to things that are going on the ground. The additional problem that finance institutions have is that you then need to translate that into the investment strategy of large portfolios which have thousands of companies in them. So that's a pretty significant challenge. So what I'd like to do just now is to describe very quickly how it is that we're trying to formulate an approach that can help not only the underlying investee companies and their actions on the ground, but also the finance companies in understanding how this might work. So IUCN is very good at helping with direct asset-based analysis. If you've got something that's on the ground that is affecting biodiversity, we can tell you in a pretty precise way how it is that those actions are influencing the future of biodiversity on the ground. We've got a way for companies to set targets that will enable them to reduce the pressures on biodiversity, and then to disclose that through reporting such that people know through things like TNFD or other reporting mechanisms what that's contributing to the global biodiversity framework. We have something that's called Measuring Nature Positive, our approach to how this can work for companies, which is just like yesterday come out for consultation. Initially, the consultation will be with the IUCN membership. That's the place where we go to get the validation and the credibility of the approach, and we'll have 1,400 members and 90-odd countries evaluating that approach. But we're also evaluating the approach with a selection of important companies to ensure that it's pointing in the right direction. We'll then produce a second iteration of this sometime next year. In that approach, there are two emerging metrics that will allow companies to assess the risk and opportunity associated with biodiversity. And they are, if you like, the sort of equivalents to the ton of carbon metric. You can't really do it with one. You do need two. And those two are the change in the risk of species extinction that is caused by actions that happen on the ground. We measure that using a metric called STAR, the Species Threat Abatement and Restoration metric. And the second component is a measure of ecosystem integrity, what it is that the larger ecosystem framework looks like and what impacts you're having on that. And that's measured by a set of metrics that we're kind of pushing together into one unified version right at the moment. This can tell you what impacts of corporate actions are at any scale. So right down from the back garden of your yard in the banlieue of Paris, all the way to Brazil. And it can also be used to interpret those changes up value chains by the use of modeling techniques that allow you to attribute your impacts to the way in which the production of a commodity is happening in a particular jurisdiction. So cocoa in this province of Ghana has this impact on biodiversity. You purchase 1% of that cocoa, you could then maybe think of yourself as having responsibility for changing the way that cocoa is produced to generate that 1% change, and that number can then go up into the GBF. You can then develop pathways for the companies to actually develop plans that will reduce that threat by knowing what the threats are. That is the advantage of the IUCN process, is that it tells you in quite precise way what pressures are causing those species to be at risk of extinction, what pressures are causing those ecosystems to be at risk of collapse. So you can work through that process, identify a pathway, do the actions, measure their impacts, and then report that to the GBF. What we are wanting to do is to collaborate with companies like BNP, others, to prove that, to test it out, to do some robust piloting, to make sure, first of all, that it works, and we're confident that it does, but it needs to be oriented appropriately, but also that it's available to and usable by companies in order that we can actually generate the impacts through the actions that are proposed.
Thank you very much. Nice segue, because I'm going to rebound on you touched upon the multiplier effect of finance and also the value of collaboration of using these tools. Coming back a little bit to the why should businesses better incorporate nature in their action and not just climate. Constance, in your role at BNP Paribas, CIB and Global Markets, you interact constantly with large corporations and financial institutions. What is your vision from those discussions on their motivations and why they should join?
I really loved what you said. I think it's super interesting because I see quite a lot of companies, governments, financial institutions who do understand the value. I'll give you an example. Yesterday night, it was at the Nordic Pavilion. The Minister of Environment of the Faroe Islands was saying that the islands rely on fishery. And the ocean food chain is actually a lot more complex than the land food chain. In land, you know, you feed soy to beef, or you feed corn to chickens, and that's about it, and then you eat it. In the ocean, there's a lot more steps between the plankton to the tuna or different type of fish that they have around. And what she was saying is a minor change very early on in the food chain can totally alter the taste of a fish, if not worse, can make an entire species of fish disappear. So it's something which really matters to them. They see a huge value in measuring biodiversity, having the right understanding precisely around the islands where the fishermen are, to be able to protect, to have a better understanding of the impact that they can have on biodiversity, but also how to protect the value of their economy. Another example I have, which was very relevant to what you were saying, is I was months ago discussing with the head of Kirin Group. Kirin is a very large beverage group in Japan. They do beer, they do softwares, iced teas, flavored teas, etc. And same thing, he was saying they're one of the first companies reporting on TNFD. So this year they have both a TCFD and a TNFD report aligned. And he was saying that the main reason they have this is because the value, the taste of a beer, the taste of their tea, fully depends on the protection of biodiversity around. So it's extremely concrete. It's like not just measurement for measurement, it's measurement to bring value to a product itself. And maybe the last example on a financial institution like us, we see huge value in forestry today. I think protection of forest is probably the most important investment that the world needs to do. And as a result, BNP Paribas Asset Management recently invested in IWC, which is a forestry asset manager. And the goal is really to invest in a best practice leader in that field who knows how to protect and manage in a sustainable way forests. So we see values at government level, at companies level, at financial institution level of such approaches.
Thank you very much. I turn to the audience with a question. I think, Constance, you mentioned TCFD and TNFD. Does everybody know what those are? A lot of people say yes. Thank you. Constance, maybe can you tell us a little more?
It's terrible jargon. Those two task forces were designed to provide a framework for reporting to companies. So the TCFD is linked to climate risk, and it provides a framework of reporting on what you do and the impact you can have on climate. And the TNFD is the same for nature. And the great thing about those approaches is they were done on TNFD. I'll take the example of TNFD. I think IUCN was absolutely instrumental to make sure that this framework was not done out of the corporate world or NGO world. It was backed by very scientific fact research, and they built on all the work of the IUCN to be able to provide something which is extremely robust and actionable and science-based. So I'm sure you can explain better than me what TNFD is.
Not at all, except to say that it was a very interesting and animated debate, because TNFD is very much driven by the corporate view, and making it something that was actually responsive to the understanding and the interests of the conservation sector was quite a challenge. But I think we're getting there.
Excellent.
Thank you. And it's also comfortable to hear that, Frank, you mentioned three main motivations for businesses to work on nature, and you started with the first one being image, and then the value, and then maintaining your market by keeping the planet alive. And so, Constance, I'm hopeful because in your answer you focused on what your clients are saying, which is really focusing on the value, which means that even people who do not really have an interest in nature or who do not really believe that it's important have to understand that the value is there. So I think we understand the why. Let's switch to the how. And Frank, you started a little bit telling us about some of the tools and methods that you've developed with IUCN. Can you share some practical examples of how businesses are using those tools?
Yes, thank you. So a very concrete example is how businesses are using the species threat abatement and restoration metric. And there's essentially 3 steps. The first step is that you consult a global map which tells you in 5 by 5 kilometer pixels what threats are applied to the threatened biodiversity that happens in each of those pixels. In a lot of pixels, there aren't any threatened species. Middle of the Sahara Desert, middle of the ocean, relatively few. But in lots of places around the world, there are lots of species that are threatened with extinction that are under pressure from particular threats. So what that tells you is the total potential you have for reducing species extinction risk in that square and what threats contribute to that. So you've got an immediate pointer towards the things you need to do to mitigate those threats. Second phase is to then calibrate that to make sure that was the real story. This is all published, so you can do that instantaneously. You then need to check that that's correct, make sure the species are there, make sure the threats apply, and then you can set a target. And we have various companies who are in the process of evaluating how they can set targets for this. And they're doing this in the context, for instance, of mining companies, evaluating what they can do with land that they own that they're not planning to mine, but which is subject to pressures that aren't from their sources, but they can manage, so they can generate, if you like, a supplementary contribution to the global biodiversity framework through supporting management in places that they're not intending to destroy. And then the third phase of that is checking that the actions that you propose actually result in the reductions in the threats over time. And then you can measure numerically the number of units of species extinction risk you've generated by reducing the intensity of those threats over time. And that's what you can then report to TNFD and to the GBF. So, as I say, there are companies involved with commodities, coffee and cocoa, who are evaluating this, rubber plantations, people who would otherwise not know what it is that their potential for contribution to extinction risk might be. As an example, just to give you a case study, a company in Indonesia was monitoring biodiversity in a rubber plantation. And they thought, biodiversity, that means tigers and elephants, because they're big and stripy or have got big ears. In fact, what it boils down to if they wanted to influence the risk of species extinction in the concessions they have, you need to focus on pangolins and small ungulates, mouse deer, and frogs in that case, because those are the things that are at risk of extinction in that site. If they hadn't known that, they could easily have participated in causing species to go extinct and then be blindsided by the fact that they didn't know that before they were acting. So now they have a guideline to be able to act to reduce those species extinction risks. You can also do it for elephants and tigers. It's just you make a very small contribution to the total that they need to stop the extinction.
Thank you very much.
I think, if I may rebound, I think this is a great example. It also applies to financial institutions, BNP Paribas. So we've been integrating the IUCN definitions in actually all the sectorial policies that guide how we invest and how we finance, all the relevant ones that reflect this. And what we are doing as a signatory to the Equator Principles is each time we are considering financing a project, doing project finance, we ensure that we do not finance projects that are in IUCN zone 1 to 4, so the most threatened ones. So it's extremely pragmatic. I mean, it's a very, very concrete step for you to use IUCN maps. I mean, it's indeed super helpful and very easy to use.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much. A small follow-up, Frank. I think you talked a lot about the number of species. Can we push the analysis to the individual species?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that companies are often very keen to be aware of is not just the sort of general impression of the change in extinction risk that they can generate by investing in an area. the company, but also their staff and their clients are often very excited by this individual species themselves. They want to know, my goodness, we have saved this species of frog from extinction by doing something extremely simple in a place that we had no idea that opportunity existed. And it gives an enormous amount of buzz from the client perspective, but also from the staff perspective within the company, to know that you've been able to do that. And that's the great advantage with taking this kind of bottom-up approach, if you like, is that you can start at that really high level and worm your way through the data layers, and you end up with a thing that actually you can see a picture of, that it's got funny little horns or bright blue spots on it or whatever.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's very important also to insist on the positive and to make it exciting for people so they can relate. Some of these large corporations have impact very far from their office, and when you cannot see it, when you cannot touch it, it is not as powerful. So I think those tools are really great. Constance, I'm sure in your network of large corporations, and also for BNP Paribas itself, you also have examples similar to that. Can you share a few?
Yeah, so there's many. You gave a fair amount of example in mining, for example. We see in the agri-food sector implementing sustainable farming practices that are preserving soil, allows to preserve biodiversity as well. Manufacturing, a fantastic example. Basically, in manufacturing, when we manufacture heavy goods, there's a lot of waste, there's pollutions. So we're starting to see companies that are recycling all their waste and reintroducing the waste into the product. For example, we see car manufacturers taking all the plastic which is wrapping the parts and turning this plastic into insulant that go inside the cars. That way there's less waste, less pollution at the exit of the factory. So it's very, very concrete. But we're so convinced that biodiversity has tremendous value that we're ready to give back some money to the client that preserve biodiversity. So what we're doing is we're building into some specific loan some sustainability feature, and it's called sustainability-linked loan. So basically, if a client reaches ambitious material targets when it comes to biodiversity in their activities, we give them a discount in the loan. So an example of this is a loan that we structured for a real estate company in the UK. It's called Tritax. And what they do is they build some facilities, some buildings to do some storage and logistics. So in their business, the main indicators, the most material indicators, are very often GHG emissions, because real estate construction emits a lot. So some of the indicators that they chose were linked to GHG emission and energy efficiency of their building, but then they also chose an indicator which is biodiversity around the building that they were developing. And so if they reach a net gain in biodiversity, so if they are able, while they're building a new building, to increase biodiversity, then they get a discount to their loan, which is really, for me, like the best way to show that there is true value to biodiversity. And it's a strong commitment from BNP Paribas. It means less revenue for us, but all in all, when the great scheme of schemes, we believe that it's a company that brings greater value to the planet.
Thank you, Constance and Frank. So we see that there are, and those are just a few examples, but we see that there are thousands of solutions that already work. We don't need to wait another 20 years. And hopefully some of us in the room feel inspired to go back and maybe implement some of these solutions. And when we try to do that very quickly, we realize that to do it at scale, it's very important to have data that's available, that's of good quality, that's credible, and to have tools to help us process all this data and perform this analysis. Truman, you've been focusing on this topic with OS Climate. Can you tell us a little bit about how technology can power this change and enable businesses to use all this data and to take action?
Yes, thanks very much, and thanks again to IUCN for hosting this. We really appreciate it. Just a question so I can tune the answer to the audience. Are you familiar with open source collaboration to build technology or solutions? Anyone? I see a couple of heads nodding. So the simple kind of starting point is that the vaccines that that most of us have received to deal with COVID, and any genetic medicine solutions that you've received, or also the software running your phone, have all been developed by cooperative projects between users and providers of technology, users like BNP, working together to jointly develop solutions that everyone needs in digital public goods. So we, as part of the Linux Foundation, are an example of a co-op where we're working with BNP, with large financial institutions, with technology companies like AWS. My colleague is here, Nelson Gonzalez, to jointly develop these solutions that can help to scale climate and biodiversity-aligned finance, investment, policy, and economic development. The how there is in creating the technology to link the data from the pixel, from the species at the pixel, through to companies, through to national level, through to be able to then run analysis and make investment decisions. That whole stream, to be able to do that and to integrate physical data with market data and ultimately to enable reports from companies to be usable and testable, and to hold accountable the companies and the financial institutions. So this is one of the things that we are that are essential about this. And our partner Red Hat, a part of IBM, has developed this end-to-end infrastructure that can link all of this data together and create the possibility of filling data gaps with data that is comparable, trustworthy, interoperable with other data so that it can be acted on. A second key thing is, so in the case of the TCFD, over the course of several years, together with the greenhouse gas protocol that says what's a ton of carbon, a scope 1 emission, scope 2 emission, you can get some pretty precise ways of measuring how a company says it's going to perform and then how it is actually performing, so that you can make a decision based on carbon or carbon equivalent. This company's not as good as that company. I'm going to shift my investment into the better company. It's going to be more complicated in the case. So BNP has not waited for the perfect to make decisions and develop financing like the discounted availability for a biodiversity-aligned product, a company, to be able to access financing. But there's a lot more uncertainty in the TNFD, where words have not yet been codified into math, and that you can make a specific grading. This company is not as good as that company. This company has said it's going to do this, but it's actually not delivering, and then to make an investment or a finance decision on that basis. Doing that in an open environment where it can be, where the analytics can take that flow of data, can determine what is the scientifically valid way to say company A is performing better on biodiversity than company B, and then to allow the financial sector, pension funds or banks, to act on that basis. That is much better done in an open and collaborative environment. So that's part of the approach that we're undertaking.
Thank you very much. And yes, we talked a lot since the beginning about the value. And so whenever there is value, there is competition. And so this field of nature, I think, is going to be very interesting, because it will be both an area of competition. Businesses who are better at it will raise more money, will invest more, will get more returns. But it will also be a field of collaboration, because first we need to set standards and tools and methods and share resources at the same time. Thank you, Truman. You touched on one of the challenges that is going to be more challenging on nature than climate, because biodiversity is so specific to a location and to the community that lives in that location, as opposed to greenhouse gases that travel in the atmosphere. So we've talked about why businesses want to do it. We talked about solutions that already work and how technology can help, and open source work can help companies who want to get involved grow. But we should also be honest and say that we're still at the beginning of the journey, talk about the challenges that remain. And so turning to you, maybe Constance, and then Frank, what are the key challenges in the short term that you see and that would need to be overcome?
So I think there's a challenge around education. I think that's exactly what you are saying. A lot of people will look at the big thing, the tiger. In my world, on the ocean, they're going to look at the octopus disappearing, but they don't see the nudie branch disappearing. So there's a lot of education to be done, a lot of understanding of why biodiversity, nature, and climate are absolutely mutually linked, and what the impact could be if we don't protect it. And for this, at BNP Paribas, we've developed a very large sustainability academy. There is over 200 training that people can take. We've been financing the best-in-class training free of charge for the staff who wanted to take it. And we have been able to upskill a massive number of bankers to interact with their clients. So it starts with this for us, but education is core. Then you were saying it, and the standards, the science-based standards, the methods of measurements are absolutely crucial, because otherwise you start getting nature washing and people defining their own standard to look good without the science behind. So it's great that TNFD is there, it's great that IUCN is there, and I think the more we can rely on such standard and make them the standard for the world, the better as far as we're concerned. And I would say the last point is, indeed, once you have the standards, you need to access the data in an affordable way, because it needs to make economical sense for companies to use those data. So foundations like the Linux Foundations and OS Climate are great because they make data widely available. There is an amazing solution, one of which we've invested in, which is called Nature Matrix. So with one sample of water, they have the number of species around through the eDNA. So there's amazing things. And the more those solutions get widespread, go at scale, get available widely, the better, because this will mean it's affordable to make the measurements, and that means these measurements can be turned into real value, and the whole thing makes economical sense. So for me, these are the three main challenges: education, standards, and then affordable access to data.
Thank you, Constance. Frank, on your side, with your view focusing on science and the IUCN, what are the main immediate challenges?
Yes, thank you. That was a very educational intro to the subject matter. I think that's exactly the place that we're kind of digging into the opportunities for using big data to solve a problem that we've got that's very significant. And I want to kind of focus in on a very specific issue here. So in IUCN, one of the ways in which we help companies to assess their exposure to risk in terms of biodiversity is through the IUCN list of the Red List of Threatened Species. And that depends on the assessment of the extinction risk of a species based on the threats that apply to it. And the intensity of those threats is the thing that you can then apply money to through the corporate approach that changes the intensity of those threats and therefore reduces the extinction risk. That's the quantification that we can do. We can tell you what species extinction risk you've generated through the reduction of that threat. But measuring the intensity of that change is the absolutely crucial thing. Mm-hmm. This is obviously a thing that you can do if you're talking about land use change or freshwater habitat change. You can measure that from space. But there are other things that you need to do, including the confirmation of the presence of those threatened species, that you can't do directly from space. One way you can do this is through eDNA. That's a very important component of the toolkit that you have. It's a bit restricted to a particular context at the moment, but it's possible to expand that. Auditory sampling in forests is another really amazing tool that's in the process of emerging very dramatically. But you have to be able to tie all these things together and have them in a structure that allows you to apply the results of all that in a decision-making framework that gets you to allowing you to understand what the impacts of your actions have been, ideally on a monthly basis or less, in order that you know that your management actions are going in the right direction. So providing that knowledge to companies so that they can make those analyses, based on all this very abstruse, in some cases, very arcane technical knowledge being presented to decision makers in such the way they can act on it. That's the big data challenge I think we've got out there.
Yep.
And while we certainly have pathways that we're involved in that are helping the efficiency of those processes happen, it's definitely a thing which we need a lot of help with. Another component of this, which is extremely important, is to use all the data that we are generating from this calibration process and feeding it back into the underlying data sets that allow us to do a better assessment of the estimated opportunities you have for contributing to biodiversity outcomes. So the whole thing is on a short iteration timeline, and therefore actions that companies are taking to reduce impacts on biodiversity are understood more clearly and more quickly as a result of that rapid feedback of data. And that, again, is a data management issue that we really need help with.
Thank you, Frank. And you naturally turned towards Truman to talk about this challenge. Producing science that can be simplified, that can be easily understood and used by managers and by businesses. On your side, Truman, on the technology and data side, what are the main immediate challenges that need to be solved?
Well, I'm going to first actually go back to your framing in these different areas. Or actually maybe come back to that in the end. So one of the challenges is that. So I mentioned the end-to-end linkage from, for example, IoT, the different things that are ground-based, and then space-based observation, being able to combine that all together in a flow that makes sense and that is interoperable and then is translated into sort of actionability. Part of the essential there is it takes a lot of computing and storage. So there's a very big a challenge, but a solvable challenge around how you do that, working with the large cloud services providers and compute services. So that's one. In terms of then of standardizations, it's not just standards on sort of it's building on the standards that are science-based that IUCN has developed to also with data standards, so that the data as it comes along is actually comparable, merges together from disclosures into a way that you can track and then provide feedback to what's working, what's not, and regulation ultimately. And then in education. So coming back to the first thing that you mentioned, Constance. You need to train. Let's face it, BNP Paribas is one of the most sophisticated organizations on the planet on climate and sustainability, and even yet it needs to have the university to train its bankers. There are many other institutions that will need to be able to understand how to apply these things, to take the data, to use the analytics, and to make decisions on credit risk analysis, loan origination, asset management, etc.
Thank you very much. We've almost come full circle because we started the session about talking about the link between climate and nature. And one of the points you made about the need for computing power and storage brings us back to the energy consumption that it will generate. We're almost at the end of the panel, and we're going to have time for Q&As. Before we do that, I think I would love to have one word from each of you after the discussion, your takeaway, and maybe your call to action to the audience. If we've witnessed this session, we talked about science, data, and businesses coming together to multiply the effect on nature, better understand the impacts that businesses have on nature, and better manage those impacts, also better identify the opportunities, and allocate more capital towards nature protection and restoration. So what would be, maybe starting in order, Constance, not a conclusion, because we know it's just the beginning of the journey, but your call to action.
I'm going to go very personal here. Sorry, bear with me. I have huge uncertainties. We have kids who are all the time like this. They're staying in the cities, they're watching TV. Personally, I don't know how we can educate them onto biodiversity if we don't get them out there. So I take my daughter Every year we go for like a field trip hiking in the mountain, no phones, nothing. But I want her to see the biodiversity. She was trained to dive with me at the age of 12, so we've been some dives together. But I think we have a duty in our generation to take our kids to nature. Education also means for them to enjoy this nature and to try to protect it. And I see way too many kids who are just sitting in cities and in front of a screen, and now they're talking about virtual reality and the metaverse. We're not going to educate kids through the metaverse on biodiversity. I think we need to get them to feel, to experiment. So sorry for this very personal note, but I think it's critical.
Thank you, Constance. Actually, I think the personal things are the ones that have the most impact. We talked a lot about it here at COP. There's a bit of information overload, so many sessions. And so I think it's a great way to end this session. If we can all try to make it personal, think how we could apply some of this into our lives.
Thank you. I'd just like to produce a corollary to your statement there, Constance, about a direct quotation from my daughter when she said, "Daddy, not another rainforest." So you can go overboard, you can go too far.
Well,
you need to kind of picture it.
Mine does the same with nudie branches.
Okay, I can well imagine.
Another picture of a nudie branch.
Well, they are incredibly gorgeous, so I don't see why they would be. But rainforests can be quite boring if you don't see any animals.
I can tell you that like a 300-page on how nudie branch reproduce is about the same.
Okay. But my takeaway from this event, and it's a beautifully judged event, thank you very much for bringing us together, is that here we have the perfect partnership. We've got the agent of change in terms of determining how it is that money flows through the system. We've got the big data power structures involved in making the data do the right thing, and we've got the bits to do with the connections to the biodiversity. The three things that you need to make this all work. That's wonderful. I haven't seen that combination in the same room together for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Truman?
Couldn't be more perfectly said. I would say, again, on a very personal note, because we have these collaborations coming together in not theory but action, hope. So there's a real, one of the biggest risks across climate and biodiversity is a loss of hope and a sense that I can't act. We've got to instill that in our children. We've got to refresh it in ourselves, as it's a long journey. And it's one of the most important things that allows us to continue on and bring our best to that journey. So
thank you, Truman. And hope, one of the ways to fight eco-anxiety is action. Whatever the action is, taking a step is already a way to fight eco-anxiety. And so it's a call to action now for the audience, because the action can start now. You can ask a question to our panelists.
Transition plan, and we've signed up to science-based targets. But when we look at the investments portfolio and we are saying net zero is going to be central to our strategic asset allocation and tactical asset allocation, you're going to make sure that your business, your investments pivot to ensure that you're taking climate action. And there are instances that you could have. You have now TCFD and obviously the ISSB. And then TNFD is coming up, and then there's that task force for inequality that's going to come up into, in terms of another framework. There are instances you could have where you are contributing to the target that you've set for yourself, but actually, also inadvertently impacting and harming biodiversity. So this fragmentation of the different frameworks is impacting the companies and also creating a huge amount of reporting burden. And
and it's keeping us away from real action. So I'd like to have your views, especially
So
on this.
I think your question is very relevant, is how do all those things interplay? Like when you start building a renewable solar plants, or if you're starting building windmills everywhere, you're also impacting biodiversity very negatively. So it's the interplay is extremely complex. It's a problem to solve, which is huge. I was discussing the other day with a key actor in green hydrogen, which everyone is talking about, except that to produce sufficient green hydrogen, you would need to dedicate an entire country, entire lands to produce it. So it doesn't work. So what we try to do at BNP Paribas is we have put an ESG scoring which is multidimensional. So what we try to address is not only the dimension of climate and GHG emission, but we take the dimensions that are extremely material. So for a company which is a construction building companies, the dimension on biodiversity and impact on the environment is going to be very important, and it's equally important than the GHG emission, if you will. So it's really being able, as you're sitting in finance, when you're doing this finance modeling and you're making a choice of investment or financing of a project, ensuring that it's not only one unique trajectory, but you take into account this multi-dimensional approach that we all need to have. Now, what's tricky today is we're just barely starting to have the first measurements. I mean, Kirin, it was the first company I was seeing with a TNFD report. So you cannot do it the reverse way. You cannot implement something if you don't have the data. So it starts with the reliable data. To be quite frank, is it going to be a TNFD, the right framework, or something else? We are starting to see a convergence, though. And that's why we're promoting IUCN, because IUCN was backing TNFD, and we feel that we need to converge standards, and we need to, the world needs to rely on the best science partners. IUCN, when it comes to nature, is one, and that's why they were contributing to TNFD. But we have a duty to try to get some convergence.
Yeah. Just a quick thing. So we've just rolled out yesterday our newest and largest project at OS Climate with a long-term vision that is outrageous ambition, and that is to create a platform that is able to integrate across the physical and the economic, the climate, and the to be able to do consider all of the different to essentially automate the kind of matrix-based approach that BNP has undertaken, but in a modeling platform that in some ways will act like an operating system that allows applications for particular types of decision-making. It's a multi-year process. It's led by another great French company, Capgemini, but it's just opened an open source phase. And it's constructed in a way that that IUCN and the scientific experts can critique and expose wrong assumptions and correct them, but then also that these applications that sit on top of that sort of operating system are simple and usable for particular decisions across finance, across business, but even individual and ultimately in consumer. It's down the road, but it is achievable, especially if you're you're bringing many minds together to solve some of the complexity of the problem.
Thank you, Truman. I think we have time for 2 more questions. Yes? Oh, 1 second, we're going to bring you a mic.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. I have one question actually linked to your conclusion. So today we have data, we have scientific research, we have finance. Who else would you like to see around the table?
Great question.
I think governments have a duty in policy making. I don't know what you think, but I'm not a big fan of huge policy that are unimplementable, but I think without policy, you don't create a level playing field, you don't creates a switch. So it needs to make economical sense, but policy helps.
I think government is extremely important in terms of their role in setting the regulatory framework, without which I don't think any of this will work. We've had a very interesting and exciting discussion recently in the context of biodiversity credits, which is a very specific mechanism for sending money down a pipeline to invest on the ground for biodiversity. And the really crucial component in there is how the underlying asset on the ground is managed for the interests of the people who live there. And it's not a simple task by any means, understanding how it is that an asset can be attributed to a particular group of people as an asset with value, how that value is realized, how the flows of finance get to those people, how they then decide how to use it, how the governance structures are set up around it. That's partly a government issue, but by no means uniquely. We have to make sure that all that is completely rigorous and substantial in order that this process is going to work, because most of the biodiversity that's out there, until it's annexed by a company, is under the management authority of some other kind of local structure.
Try Faroes Island, because it's standalone, 50,000 people, they're all depending on one thing, can be quite a great place to experiment biodiversity credit, I think. Because you rarely have such isolated, standalone playfield to test.
Where is this?
Faroe Island.
Okay.
It's an island which is, sorry, we're like starting to discuss, which is west of Denmark.
Ah, okay.
It's
Faroe.
north
the
of,
Faroe.
yeah, Faroe.
Okay, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I think it's very interesting because everything that happens there is because of them, and 50,000 people is maneuverable.
They do horrible things to pilot whales, which is a thing we might be
I think it's changed. I think it's changed now.
Right, there's seldom there's good and bad all over the place.
Yeah.
Sure. So we've said government and policymakers, civil society. I would say to your question, entrepreneurs. So the large institutions are crucial. But the engines for innovation and problem solving really are so vital, and actually BNP does a great job of facilitating and encouraging and providing what those entrepreneurs need to work with organizations like IUCN and to figure out solutions and let them thrive.
Thank you, and I love that we talked about communities in the end of the session. So we started with climate and nature. The focus today was really to look at why businesses should incorporate nature when they make decisions, risk management decisions, investment decisions, how they can do it, solutions that already work, as well as the challenges that urgently need to be addressed. So we really focused on nature, but at the same time, back to your question, it cannot be taken separately from climate or separately from communities. But that's going to be for another discussion. I think we have time for a final question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is quite interesting to find space for the private sector to play a role in the biodiversity conservation and incentives that provide that. I just want to relate this to the local context in some of the countries, especially in Africa, where we have agriculture being a main occupation, and there is a lot of biodiversity under the control of smallholder farmers. There is also a challenge that the private sector is now moving in to provide new enterprises. Some of them include monoculture, for example, sugarcane, and farmers transforming their land from the normal subsistence to cutting down all the trees and planting sugarcane. There is a big problem, and the question is, what kind of incentives can we actually look at to reverse this? What kind of financing what kind of private sector engagement. We are looking at local private sector. This is not very strong, not financially really strong. And we recognize also the information on biodiversity. I must say that IUCN is present in most of these countries. What is being done to try and create this kind of options, alternatives, this kind of incentives in some of these countries? Because I think these are rich biodiversity areas where there's a lot of fast loss of such species. Really, just want to know.
No, I think the problem you're raising is not new. And if we draw a parallel to Brazil, they had more or less the same situation with the Amazon forest being turned down to be able to put soy plantation, to be able to feed the world. I think I would say in Brazil, we have seen this happening for a longer period of time, so there's probably some key learnings to be drawn. And we're starting to see the Brazil government taking a different angle to action. So if I try to summarize what I've seen to work, policy. If your government doesn't set clear policy, Brazil, you had legal deforestation and illegal, and there is a gray line, and it opened the door to a lot of things. I think so policy making at the government is absolutely necessary. The second thing is, I think there's potential for biodiversity credit, because the thing is, it has to make economical sense. People live and they need to survive, and if there is an opportunity to make more money and be able to pay for your kids' education, they're going to take that opportunity. It's just fair, you know? So we need to find a way to give them the same amount of cash flows that what they would get if they were to transform sugar canes. And what we've seen happening in Brazil, so we have carbon credits, and it's not sufficient because the market went down and NGOs started criticizing the carbon markets, even though when you have a situation where there's no cash flows, this is basically the only way to pay as a substitute to what the people would get if they were to destroy the forests. So those offsets, those carbon credits and the biodiversity credits for me have an outstanding value, because it's not an investment, it's just a donation to compensate for something and to add another stream of revenue which ends up competing with the alternative, which is negative to the planet. So it's something which is absolutely critical for all of us to preserve, because I think Marc Carnet the other day was saying it, there's no other way. There's just no other way to get free money to protect the forest or protect biodiversity. And then, you know, very often it's not enough. And that's where government at a global level can pay or add additional small amount of money to make it a level, to make the choice like a tight choice. And if the farmers have a choice between going full-on sugarcane or protecting biodiversity, but economically it's the same, then you can make sure that the biodiversity is protected. But there's no one solution. It's a mix of all the solutions that works, and I think we need to acknowledge this and being in the true talk. I mean, the offsets are there specifically when there's not enough cash flows. And governments need to step in with policy and with supplemental money. And then you have amazing things, and to make up for this money, sorry, because I'm passionate about this, we're seeing great example where it's actually turned into something positive. So you can create eco-lodge, you can attract tourism and a new wave of tourists who are keen to do this. So for the government, there's a way that, like what they're paying, it's something that they can make attracting more tourism in their country. Like, there's lots of ways you can play around this. But let's acknowledge that if it doesn't make economical sense, it's not going to fly.
Absolutely. And so one of the things, there are benefits to leverage some of the technological solutions that have been designed for carbon and to bring them into play rapidly in biodiversity and addressing the sort of the needs of decision that as a farmer needs to make for their family, if they're not able to actually sort of capture that biodiversity credit rapidly, then mobile telephony has been crucial for being able to realize and monetize carbon credits from voluntary markets and sometimes in some cases the regulated markets, so that they come to the person who's making a decision about what kind of stove they're going to buy, what kind of different kinds of things. So the ability to leverage that for biodiversity credits is going to be, it's going to speed the levelization of the playing field of in a technology that is in the hand of still many farmers are Africa has leapfrogged in its telephonic connection, but to do that at scale though comes back to what you were talking about, Frank, in terms of being able to take the ecosystem integrity metrics and flow those back into what qualifies for, actually a biodiversity credit. That's kind of I talked about this outrageous ambition of this global platform. Focusing on agriculture and land use is a crucial area where I think there's going to be great progress in these next years and is achievable on the road to those functioning, nature-based solution markets.
Thank you very much. With that, it's going to be time to close this session. I hope that you get away from it with a better understanding and an inspiration to act in order to accelerate the way businesses take nature into account in their decision making. And I hope that you will also join me in thanking our panelists, Constance Salcha, Dr. Frank Hawkins, and Truman Simmons. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's loud. The next session will start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes till the next session. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. It's good to see you all. I'm Lisa Richmond. I'm a senior fellow with Architecture 2030, and we are thrilled to have you at this conversation today about integrating nature-based solutions into urban environments. Nature has featured very prominently at this COP, as it should, and we've seen all kinds of announcements, commitments, finance packages come out in support of nature and nature-based solutions. And that's as it should be, because if we're in this room, we already know the tremendous benefits that nature offers not only adaptation and human well-being, but mitigation and carbon drawdown as well. And if delivered properly, nature-based solutions can provide us with a whole host of human and environmental benefits. But nature-based solutions aren't only relevant to wild or natural areas, they're also critically important for cities. And if you were at the Ministerial on Urbanization and Climate Change this morning, you would have heard a lot of talk about integrating nature into urban environments. In a rapidly urbanizing world, we have a critical opportunity to reimagine our built environment and go from gray to green. In fact, nature's role, is that mine? Yeah. Nature's role in cities is growing more urgent because of the outsized impact that our infrastructure and built environment have on our carbon footprint. Buildings, or the built environment as a category, actually accounts for more than 40% of carbon emissions, and of that, 7% is from infrastructure alone. And as we see increasing urbanization and growth in cities, as well as the need to dramatically rethink how we design our cities in the face of a changing climate, the amount of building stock and consequently the amount of infrastructure is going to increase exponentially. In fact, 75% of the infrastructure that we're going to need by the year 2050 has not been built yet. 75% has not been built yet. And if we build all of that in the traditional way that we've approached it, in a sea of concrete, we're going to quickly overshoot our carbon budget. So it's critical that we do things differently. My organization, Architecture 2030, has been focusing on buildings for many years, but has realized the important role that the exterior built environment plays in the climate and carbon picture of the built environment. So landscapes and infrastructure. And so it's actually one of our core messages coming into COP is looking at how to incorporate nature as an infrastructure solution in urban environments. So that's why I'm really excited about this panel today. We've got practitioners who are going to talk to us about opportunities to design cities with nature, both the benefits and the challenges of doing that, and what we're going to need to scale up nature-based solutions in urban environments. So I'm going to quickly introduce our panelists and then hand over the mic. Pamela Conrad is a landscape architect from the United States. She's the founder of Climate Positive Design, an NGO which gives designers of the exterior built environment the tools and education to radically reduce carbon emissions. She's also a senior fellow with Architecture 2030 and a Loeb Fellow with the Harvard Graduate School of Design, where she's also on faculty. Kachakoran Vorkam is also a landscape architect from Thailand. She's the chair of the Climate Change and Biodiversity Working Group of the International Federation of Landscape Architects, and she's the founder of two organizations, Land Process and Porous City Network. She works on building productive green public spaces for climate vulnerable communities, and she's also on faculty at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. Claudia Dobles is an architect from Costa Rica who focuses on urban mobility, affordable and social housing, community engagement, climate change, and just transition. She's a presidential advisor and former First Lady of Costa Rica, where she led the National Decarbonization Plan. She also is a Loeb Fellow with Harvard Graduate School of Design and currently a researcher with MIT. And Tori Carter-Canine is the CEO of the American Society of Landscape Architects, which he joined in 2020. He's got a background in senior leadership in a wide variety of nonprofits, including the American Immigration Law Association, the Center for American Progress, the LGBTQ Victory Fund, and he's got an MBA in global business and emerging markets. So we've got quite a diverse range of experience here and some wonderful pictures, great slides. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll hand it over to Pamela.
Is that it? Okay. All right. Thank you everyone so much for coming and for IUCN for having us. I'm Pamela Conrad, and growing up on a farm in Missouri embedded a deep sense of nature within me. It's what compels me in my mission today to have a positive impact on the climate and biodiversity crisis through the exterior built environment, through advocacy, education, and design. And I've largely implemented nature-based solutions in my practice over the last 20 years. And when we're thoughtful about how we design and implement these spaces, as IUCN notes, they can have primary long-term benefits to the society, to economy, and to our environment, and have the ability to address global challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. Now, there are many examples of nature-based solutions that can be applied at all scales all around the world, but today we're going to focus primarily on those urban blue and green spaces. And why that is because we see this such a huge opportunity and potential. We know that about 75% of the infrastructure that will be around in 2050 is yet to be built. And those spaces could be potential for 30% of the drawdown needed by 2030. In addition to that, we have a choice to implement green versus gray infrastructure that's more cost effective. And in addition to that, it's unfortunately underfunded currently to date, even though we're seeing support coming out of the COP right now. But we have to recognize those places do have carbon emissions associated with them. The good news is that those are largely embodied carbon emissions from their materials and construction, extraction, transportation, and manufacturing of the places that we design and create. But we can address those because we know how to tackle those these days. Nature-based solutions, as we know, can support biodiversity, which is on a frightening loss at this point in time, looking at species decline of 20% potentially by 2100. It can also support healthy communities and ecosystems by addressing urban heat island effect, cleaning air, in addition to supporting health and equity in our communities if it's done thoughtfully. And then also supporting water use reduction and water infiltration into our aquifers. So we know, I think many of us here, everyone maybe is a believer of nature-based solutions, but we're going to talk a little bit about how we implement those and how we learn from best practices today. So as a landscape architect for the past 20 years, I've been implementing these nature-based solutions through restoring natural waterways and improving their hydrologic systems, polishing wetlands that treat stormwater runoff and also treat contaminated river water, implementing green infrastructure that celebrates how nature works on the surface rather than burying it below, including environmental education so people are aware of these systems and how they operate, creating stormwater gardens that can infiltrate on the site while providing cooling benefits to our community members, including drought-tolerant and adaptive planting species that will reduce the use of water consumption on sites, and incorporating fire-resistant planting that will tolerate increasing fires over time. By including these green spaces into our urban environments, we are able to support the health and well-being of our community members through urban renewal, creating places like bike and pedestrian pathways that get people out of their cars, and embedding them in places that include native plants that support biodiversity. We can use permeable paving that increases groundwater recharge, create urban forests that in this condition will treat a nearby airport, poor air quality in this urban area. We can collect seeds from the sites to actually protect the genetic biodiversity when we're restoring sites so that it increases their longer term resilience. Creating pollinator gardens that support bees and butterflies that create our food, and working with communities, especially in underserved areas, getting them involved and understanding what nature-based solutions are, incorporating participatory design with kids at young ages so they can be part of the design process, helping them visualize and then realize these projects. Through collective implementation, we can create long-term stewardship by incorporating nature-based solutions in urban environments that also support food security. Through hands-on learning, people can better understand where their food comes from. In urban agriculture, people have food in their backyard, so it reduces food miles and creates community spaces so people can celebrate this aspect of being connected to nature in their everyday lives. So, considering we've been doing this as a profession for a long time, and I've been working on it for a while myself, what's changed for us? Well, climate change has happened. So we realize now that we need to be more targeted, more specific about addressing these challenges that we face with the threat of climate change. These spaces need to be more performative. And we know that about 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions are coming from urban-built environments. So it's causing these effects, in particular species decline as well, that's challenging biodiversity. And we know that about 40% of those emissions are coming from buildings themselves, but the other half are coming from outside of the buildings in the exterior built environment. So it's our responsibility to reduce those emissions that are embodied, that are operational, and also increase carbon sequestration while supporting biodiversity. But we have to understand how we can measure and implement those solutions. As a landscape architect working on large-scale resilience projects, I thought, we were working to adapt to sea level rise, but what I didn't understand was what effects am I contributing to the cause of climate change? And I thought one day, I was just curious. I wanted to go online and download something or use a tool that would tell me the carbon footprint of my projects. And 6 or 7 years ago, that just didn't exist. So a site that I thought was very sustainably designed, what I realized when I started putting these really crude spreadsheets together, that the red numbers show you the amount of tons emitted of CO2 and the green sequestered. And this park would actually take about 15 years to offset its own carbon footprint, which I was pretty shocked by. It seemed like a long time to me for a green open space like this. But what I found is when I started to have those numbers in front of me, that I could have added some more trees. I could have, instead of using high maintenance lawn, I could have instead had shrubs or more native plantings. I could have used lower embodied carbon materials on the site. I could have instead specified electric maintenance equipment. And what I found is that by making these simple changes, instead of it taking 15 years to offset that could have accomplished in 5. And then largely, the design, the performance, the aesthetics really didn't change, but it was much better for the environment. And so I got more curious, and then I realized that I started looking at other types of sites. And this little half-acre plaza was shocked to find it would take almost 200 years to offset its carbon footprint. And as someone that prides themselves in sustainability, this felt pretty terrible to realize, actually. But again, that same pattern occurred. I can plant more trees, I can use more plants instead of paving, use more wood instead of concrete and steel, use cement substitution in my concrete. And instead of it taking 200 years to offset that carbon footprint, it could have been accomplished in 20. And at the end of the day, the site still performs, it's still high quality, it's just a little bit greener and much better for the environment. So what I realized is that not only do I have to change the business as usual for my work or my firm's work, we need to scale up and change our business as usual for the entire global profession of 75,000 landscape architects. From being the graph on the left that shows net emitters to making just those small changes would get us to the graph on the right. Not only being net positive, but taking out upwards of a gigaton of CO2 by the year 2040 or 2050, and that's beyond offsetting our own emissions. So that's our goal. So I launched the Climate Positive Design Challenge 4 years ago that helps us set targets for how many years we should offset our project's carbon footprint. So that's set for 5 for kind of greener projects like campuses, hospitality, 20 years for more urban projects like plazas and streetscapes. And the goal, again, is to go beyond neutral and be climate positive. And across the board, that's generally cutting emissions in half and doubling sequestration in a voluntarily way. So to meet the goals of the challenge, I designed, and you can use the free web-based app called the Pathfinder that I developed. And it's easy to use. All you need to do is plug in basic quantities for your materials or your trees, and you get a red number for the carbon emissions and a green number for carbon sequestration. And it's always telling you how many years it's going to take to offset your carbon footprint. So I'm going to do a quick demo. This is available at climatepositivedesign.com. And here we go. So you can either start a new project or edit an existing one. And it's pretty simple. You just add in the types of materials that you're using, select them, it pops over on the right, you give it some basic quantity parameters, and the red number that shows up is your embodied emissions. You can do that for operational emissions as well. And then you can also calculate your sequestration. Specify your location in the world, types of trees, plants, or ecosystems you're incorporating. Simply add the quantity, and the green number tells you how much it sequesters in 50 years. You get design suggestions how to improve your carbon footprint, as well as a scorecard that you can download and understand more, share with others in a PDF format, and continue to edit at any point in time. So the goal is to also include biodiversity metrics going forward and the other health and co-benefits that I mentioned, and we would hope to collaborate with IUCN on this in the future. All right, so there's also lots of resources for people that are available and curious about this, so you can download that toolkit in the Smart Materials palette. And why we're doing this, why it matters, why do we measure, is because it creates a feedback loop. So now that we understand our impacts, we can evolve how we design, how we practice, how we advocate, educate, and communicate. So we shift from having just an individual impact to having a much larger collective impact. In the first 4 years, it's been amazing to see. We have over 10,000 projects logged from all around the world, and over 90% of the countries around the world have utilized and accessed the free web-based resources. We also have over 1,000 official projects logged with full details, and those projects are showing net positive impacts by taking upwards of 400,000 cars off the road by the year 2040, and that's beyond offsetting their own project emissions. So it's really wonderful that so many people are getting involved. And these strategies, we know what they are today. So designing more walkable and bikeable cities, using lower carbon emitting cement and concrete, using local reclaimed materials, especially in our steel, minimizing soil disturbance and protecting our soil carbon. And there are ways to increase sequestration and biodiversity, like protecting and restoring our natural ecosystems, greening as much as we can wherever possible, using higher carbon sequestering plants, and then also making sure that there's not invasives that we're incorporating, right? So we want to make sure we're protecting our ecosystems that are intact. And so how does this hit the ground on the site design scale? So looking at waterfront resilience projects, this one in San Francisco, California in particular, is a very vulnerable location subject to inland flooding, coastal flooding, and earthquakes. And we're working with the communities to help them understand what those threats are. And it's great to hear that communities really want to have nature-based solutions implemented in their backyard. And even in industrial sites like this that are facing the threat of sea level rise, we can design them to adapt to include living shorelines while keeping industrial jobs in place, or looking at options to let nature have more space and pull those uses back away from the shorelines. In places where we've cut off access for people to the water, we can adapt those to bring people back to nature and incorporate green spaces and adaptable edges that aren't high emitting carbon with concrete and steel, and creating softer places for people. And habitat, of course, as well, making more space for stormwater and groundwater wetlands that are challenged by inland flooding that we are seeing these days. And in spaces that are highly urbanized, sometimes we might actually have to add fill if we want to create living shorelines that are going to support more biodiversity, and those require policy changes. And so that's one of the challenges that we know that we face today. But we're having conversations about it now, and we're also looking to optimize sites that are underperforming. So in urban conditions like that, this was a former naval-based site that was underserved open space area for the community, looking at reusing materials on site to adapt, to create a wetland and recreational area that will adapt and evolve with sea level rise over time. Transforming a place that looks like this today to something that performs and looks like this in the future. Supporting space for habitat, sequestering carbon, and having a very minimal carbon footprint in its design that evolves over time. And we know that, as I mentioned, what those emissions are from these places, and so targeting reductions in concrete and steel, looking at mobility corridors that are non-motorized for urban areas that reconnect communities that have been marginalized, looking at how these systems can work, and instead of the current conditions that we see today, largely abandoned sites and underperforming areas, and looking at those spaces and how we can maximize the biodiversity and carbon sequestration. We know that through urban afforestation or restoration forest planting can actually sequester about double the amount of carbon than traditional urban tree planting. So that's an approach we can include, as well as targeting those traditional materials like concrete and steel to minimize the carbon footprint. When we're looking at sites that are going to have to adapt to sea level rise, we can give ourselves space to adapt naturally, transforming places like parking lots to places for people, jobs, ecosystems, and biodiversity. And it's great to see that this is not just implemented by my colleagues, it's also being implemented by others around the world in addressing food security, water resource management, scaling that up to network park systems, and addressing heat and drought as well. So I think at the end of the day, this is not just about carbon accounting, this is about a holistic approach to site design to incorporate and improve the urban conditions of our communities and our future. Thank you. And for the next presenter, Koch.
Hi everyone. Oh, I'm so loud. Yes. I'm from Thailand, so please join me on how is my city's journey to nature-based solution. So I'm myself a landscape architect. I'm recently part of the Global Commission on Nature Positive City. What is Nature Positive City? It's actually beyond net carbon zero in terms of the numbers, but it's also really related to biodiversity, talking about life, and many more. So this commission is actually including mayors, experts, including landscape architects, and many finance people and things. So in order to make this thing possible, I cannot work alone. So please join us. This is my city. It's a delta city. It's very flat and it's about to sink. Any of your city is about to sink? Yes, where are you from? Miami, oh my gosh, from the US, the developed world as well. So this is actually happened all around the world, Miami, Bangkok, Penang, New York, and many more. And this topic hasn't been talked so much. It's still under loss and damage. And we got the loss and damage fund, but that's a good beginning, but is it enough? This is us sinking for the whole region, so we are at risk. One of the most regions that's surrounded by oceans. And this is my future in 28 years. I think all the people in this room still alive in 28 years, but Bangkok might be gone from the map. So this is our watershed. This is Bangkok. The whole water have to go to the city, but Bangkok don't want to get wet. With so many reasons, this is us, everyday living. This is us, very classic. The crocodiles probably come out from in Miami as well. Yes, yes, very basic, same story. This is us as a people, very creative. We adapt ourselves with nature. We do our every possible way to get this thing done, but also we have to flood Thai people as well, who is upstream. So we have unexpected rain, sea level rise. And this is Bangkok boundary. We have to go into the sea for half an hour to touch what used to be land. So why nature-based solution can fix or mitigate these problems? This is Bangkok. I live in Bangkok, but let me tell you the reality, and maybe it's shared with many countries. This is the whole water from the mountain, from the rain to the ocean. And this is the department in my government that need to deal with in each particular problems. So you see a very silo, systematic, I don't know if it's systematic or not, but it looks like it has a systems. But in a way to fix the word water, you need to go through 47 water-related departments. Let's say Thailand got a funding, big funding from GFC or from loss and damage funding. Where is the money go through when we got receive it? So I think there's so many bureaucratic systems that need to be fixed in order to work well and not slowing us down. And I think we either adapt or we die. So for Bangkok to be more resilient, we have to do the strategy which our people call monkey chic. Right? Monkeys store the food in its cheek and eat it when it's needed. So when the flood water come, we need a place to stay. We need a place to cap the water. And that is the park I did 5 years ago. It's the first green-blue infrastructure, as Pamela mentioned, for 30 years. For the 30 years, for 15 million people, city, we just have one new park. So this park was inclined using nature, water. So it's inclined the whole park to collect every drops of rain. It's equipped with rainwater tank, green roof, and the retention pond that can double its size. And Mr. Antonio Guterres, our leader for this conference, came to visit and give a big support. So nature-based solution is not something that cannot taken seriously. So once again, I hope we work together. The park itself is the case study for urban ecosystem-based adaptation for greening our city. But there's so many benefits of it. People love it. When our wet and dry season, we don't have winter or spring. This is our wet season, this is our dry season. It's actually, we only for the first year, we met more birds in this park, like maybe 30 species in the middle of the concrete that you see. We need to make the city porous. And this is one of the biggest urban rooftop in Asia that I designed. With my team, of course, not myself only. But what is fixed is actually, oh, this is very loud. We're gonna have party now. Okay, good. So, what is from my video? Yes, please join us about promoting nature-based solution for the, and yeah, so this video, this green rooftop is actually on top of the building. And normally we consider it's a waste space. How many waste space in your city? Tons. How can we use this waste space to fix the food security, make it urban rooftop? How can we use this waste space to fix flood problem, slow down the runoff? This roof slowed down the runoff 20 times. So it's not directly flood Bangkok, but it's actually why it's not flooding Bangkok, you get free food, organic food. This is actually from the wisdom around the world, right? Do any of your country have this kind of rice paddy on the mountain? Yes, it's actually shared in Philippines, in many South Africa, South American, like Peru's, and so this is how we create food. So nature-based solution can be part of every solution, and what Lisa mentioned, 75% of infrastructure need to be built. Why don't we build it right? And when you build it right, you need us, landscape architects, to be part of your team. I will go with my last project. I have tons of the way to fix this problem. This is our canal. This is what is it looking right now. Is it nature positive city at all? I would be expelled from the commission if I couldn't do a good job in my city. So this is what it looks like. And this is me talking to the governor. We need to fix this. If we want to be more resilient, if we want, this is in the middle of the CBD Bangkok. So from this right now is actually looking like this. It's not only fixing, it's also including urban transportation, walkable city, reuse the water from the canals, create this leftover space to be livable. And the only ways that we can do is nature-based solution. Oh my gosh, I would like everyone to say it with me. Nature-based solution. Thank you. Thank you. This is such a big support. Yes, so this is how we do it as a landscape architect, working with urban designer, working with engineer, working with architects. I don't mean that this can be done with landscape architect. We need a big team, but you need us in your team to build a better city. This is us. This is me trying to fix the pathway of Bangkok, probably narrower than this room. But this is how much bureaucratic system that I have to go through. I have to talk with at least 8 departments just to fix a very narrow pathway. And I'm sure this is all shared among all of our city. So it's not about nature-based solution, but how we're going to promote this further. We have to break the silo. And I give you all the tools that you have to actually break the silo with me as a landscape architect. So before and after. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, unfortunately, I am not a landscape architect, but I wish. Is this your presentation? It's a fantastic presentation. I wish it was mine. So in the meantime, I really would like to thank IUCN for hosting this event, and also I would really like to thank everybody here because there are so many interesting things happening that it's wonderful to have you here. So yeah, again, I am not a landscape architect, I am an architect. And I would like to talk to you about a little bit about what we did in Costa Rica. And Costa Rica as a reference, I think it's a good reference for nature-based solutions proposals that has been very, very successful. And I actually would like to provide the conclusions from the beginning. The first thing is, in order to implement any good idea, and actually I think we were seeing how bureaucratic it can be in the last presentation, you need collaboration, you will need financing mechanisms that I think you are going to go into deep in that, and you need policy, good policy and regulations, and this is a little bit of what we did in Costa Rica. So I just wanted to remind you how much of environmental services every city needs in order to function. Cities are the most important consumers of resources and the most important producers of waste. And just imagine the amount of provisioning that we need from ecosystem services in order for us to be here at this venue. Where the water is coming from, where the food is coming from. So who is supporting that? What are the ecosystems that are supporting that? So most people know Costa Rica because we have wonderful biodiversity. We've done very well in conservation and preservation. And because of very good decisions that we took in the past, actually 5% of our GDP comes from ecotourism. So pretty much it comes from our conservation areas. This is a good place to start a conversation because sometimes we are put in this position, we put ourselves in this position that conservation doesn't necessarily lead to economic growth, and that is completely false. There is a way where we can do sustainable development, do conservation, keep our biodiversity, and do economic growth. So in terms of a very good reference, our PSA, which is the Payment for Environmental Services in Costa Rica, it's a reference very, very well known. It's pretty much a national payment for environmental services program for private owners of forest. And the type of services that our law provides, it's pretty much carbon storage, hydrological services, protection of biodiversity and landscape, and it's been very, very successful. Actually, it's growing, and I think it's in terms of governance is an entry point for different processes and programs that you can take this as a reference. It's been so successful that Costa Rica was 75% of forestry coverage in 1940. Then you can see that in 1970s we started to have a huge deforestation approach on use of land. And this changed actually in the 90s, where we created most of our national parks law, and the approach towards conservation was completely transformed. And based on that, and this is until 2010, but actually you can see how that change we started to see in a positive way towards 2005, we achieved 52% of forestry coverage around 2010. And right now, we are at the same point as we were in 1940. So, and you can see, Costa Rica, it's one of the few cases of reforestation done successfully. And actually, you can see the correlation between the reforestation and the forest cover and the payment for environmental services, which is in Spanish PSE contracts. So the next step for us as a country was to take this legacy of an identity of Costa Rica that it's pretty much aligned with sustainability. Traditionally, I have to say that there are so many things and a good context in order to be like that, and take it to the next level. So in 2019, we presented what we call the National Decarbonization Plan, and the goal is to become carbon neutral by 2050 through a series of policies and investments. This is important because we didn't approach to it as an environmental or climate policy. We actually approached to the National Decarbonization Plan as a way to close social and economical gaps in our country. So this is providing growth, opportunities, development, and at the same time decarbonizing our economy as something that you can do not exclusively, but actually inclusively. What is important about this plan, and that I really want to go to the point of implementation and policy making, is that you need to have the idea, the vision, the mission, but then you really need to make it happen. And implementing is not necessarily easy if you don't have a very clear action plan with all the things that this represents. In our case, in order to do it, you can see that in the right side, we have the 7 sectors of action for the National Decarbonization Plan. And what we did pretty much was follow the emissions. So you can see on the left-hand side, where are the emissions in the case of Costa Rica? And to create this type of action plan, understanding context is very important. So the emissions in Costa Rica may not be necessarily the same as main emissions in other countries. So in our case, the urban agenda was really an entry point to tackle this. And the first thing was transportation, agriculture, waste, industry, and you can see at the bottom that actually, in terms of land use and forestry, we've done a very, very good job. Actually not creating emissions, but absorbing carbon. So we have 7 axes of action, and you can see that transportation is the most important one just because transportation is the biggest emitter that we have, and so on. Those 7 axes of action are translated into 10 axes of, those 7 sectors are translated into 7 axes of action. And those 10 axes of action are translated, this is just an idea of how those are translated into strategies. So this is a plan that has a very clear path on how to be implemented. We divided the whole plan into sectors. Each sector has its own ecosystem of institutions, but we incorporated the different sectors, academia, private sector, productive communities, to understand how to create these actions and to have feedback from them. I'm going to provide just 2 quick examples of nature-based solutions applied on urban areas. One that is from the National Decarbonization Plan, but other one that I think it's very important, that it's from the civil society. The first one is that Costa Rica implemented after 60 years, after we changed the whole approach to land use, we created on 2021 a new category of management for preservation in urban areas. So this is the natural urban parks. The natural urban parks are pretty much remaining green areas within the metropolitan area. So it means that we are trying to conserve these ecosystems and these green areas so for them to not be absorbed by the whole urban growth. Obviously, this is hand by hand with carbon capture and natural disaster prevention. This is one of the main areas. This is the first one that was created in 2021, which is La Colina. You can see in English, that will be the hill. This is a huge remaining green space that we really wanted to protect, but there was no possible within the categories that we had. So this is a new one in order to create these nature-based solutions in urban areas. And this is a civil society initiative that it's pretty much, and I think it's very interesting, they pretty much took two of the main rivers and start to do a strategy on how to regain the areas around those rivers, to reforest, to make reforestation around those rivers. They got, obviously, in collaboration with the national government and local governments, private sector, etc. So this is a huge example of how you can create collaborations from the civil society also that could have a huge impact. Just as a closing remarks, in order to implement the National Decarbonization Plan, we had to go through Congress to pass several laws. And the reality is that within Congress, we only had 10 votes. So collaboration, negotiation was very, very important. Even though we had just 10 votes in Congress, minority completely. And in between of the administration, we had COVID-19. We reached pretty much to 80% of the goals that we had in the first phase, meaning the first 4 years, meaning the administration. So it was quite an achievement, and that achievement was made and was possible because we tried to engage all stakeholders. In this case, the ecosystems were huge. We divided it into the 7 sectors: national institutions, local governments, Congress, political and technical teams, communities, different sectors, media, and key actors across the whole country. For doing this, again, context is everything. Social, economical, and political context in order to implement, it's key. If you don't understand the context where you are trying to implement a project, an idea, a policy, it's going to be very, very hard. Understand direct and indirect stakeholders, engage communities. Probably it's one of the most important and the biggest lessons learned that we had in the National Decarbonization Plan. And translate your vision into a communication strategy. If you are within the design sector, that most of us here are part of the design sector, it is very important to understand how can we translate what we want to do for the different communities and how the proposal that we have speaks to different communities. And that is a translation and a communication action that we need to have. I already said, Len, from the community, regulations can be changed. There are so many things that needs to be changed in terms of our regulatory and legal frameworks in order for us to decarbonize, in order for us sometimes to preserve, to conserve, and to create nature-based solutions within our urban agendas. So regulations can be changed. Technical proposals versus societal behavior. That is quite a huge learning. Societal behavior, obviously, it's harder, but we need a good technical proposal from the entry point and expect to hear no and find new ways. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. It's going to be hard to follow those three. So I'm going to start off by kind of recapping nature-based solutions a little bit, and then talking a little bit about policy and financing. So let's start off by, let's see here. It's hard to see over there with this glare. You were right. So I'm the CEO of the American Society of Landscape Architects, Pamela Koch, or Landscape Architects, and our mission at the organization is empowering our members to design a sustainable and equitable world through landscape architecture. So let's talk a little bit about nature-based solutions. The remarkable potential of nature-based solutions is apparent. You've heard many case studies and examples of why this is important here today. By 2030, both intact and restored ecosystems could sequester 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. Moreover, you've seen through these case studies how nature-based solutions benefits go beyond mitigation. They provide important adaptation and biodiversity co-benefits. They help manage flooding, reduce urban heat islands, prevent wildfires, increase groundwater supply, and provide connected habitat for diverse plant and animal species. Let's talk about, what does that say there? Oh, I love it. We have an engaged group here. So nature-based solutions also bridge adaptation and mitigation by addressing the root causes of climate change, while fortifying the resilience of ecosystems and communities. For instance, protecting and restoring forests, wetlands, and mangroves not only sequester carbon, but also safeguards against extreme weather events, acting as a frontline defense in climate adaptation. Recognizing and investing in these solutions not only contributes to the global effort to mitigate climate change, but also allows us to live with nature. I know it's not. I wanted that one. Thank you. Now, let's talk about landscape architects a little bit. IFLA is the International Federation of Landscape Architects. Landscape architects, as you've heard today, design nature-based solutions to create real benefits for people and communities. Recognizing the urgent need for climate action, the global profession of over 77,000 landscape architects has united under the International Federation of Landscape Architects, IFLA, Climate Action Commitment. Alongside allied professions such as architecture, planning, ecology, and engineering, landscape architects represent a powerful force accounting for billions of dollars in global construction. Through our ASLA Climate Action Plan and Field Guide that was led by Pamela Conrad, for our members, we are scaling up our leadership in nature-based solutions to address the changes and the challenges of climate change and the biodiversity crisis. We envision leveraging our collective power and growing new partnerships with industry partners that will help us achieve a net zero emissions profession by 2040. Landscape architects are uniquely qualified design professionals who can bring all the pieces together and plan and design communities to prepare themselves for a changing world. This is our vision for 2040. It's huge, but it's really, really powerful and important. And it builds on our support for the International Federation of Landscape Architects' Climate Action Commitment. By 2040, all landscape architecture projects will simultaneously achieve zero embodied and operational emissions and increase carbon sequestration. It'll provide significant economic benefits in the form of measurable ecosystem services, health co-benefits, and green jobs. Address climate injustices, empower communities, and increase equitable distribution of climate investments. And restore ecosystems and protect, conserve, and enhance biodiversity. So, as we increasingly experience the impacts of the climate and biodiversity crisis, we know we need to act faster. Claudia mentioned this earlier. Nearly 75% of the world's emissions comes from the urban built environment, and nearly 35% is from outside of buildings. Infrastructure plays a large part of that with very carbon-intensive materials used in construction. That 35% includes both living and non-living materials. So landscape architects, as I said before, are uniquely qualified to iterate nature-based solutions in the context of highly complex urban environments, creating livable spaces for people. And landscape architects are in a unique position with the built environment. Industry, since our work can draw down carbon as well. I think that says expanded, yep. While more communities are integrating nature-based solutions, those advances are not widespread. All communities need equitable access to best practices, project financing, and landscape architecture planning and ecology, and engineering professionals who make these projects a reality. So, what's the holdup? Despite the immense potential and benefits of nature-based solutions, there are barriers that hinder broader implementation. Many national and local stakeholders and decision makers are not fully aware of the efficacy and value of these solutions, resulting in limited funding and support. A 2021 report from Finance Earth found that $700 billion annual financing gap in nature investments overall. $700 billion with a B. A recent assessment of the nature-based solutions funding landscape published by the World Resources Institute showed that only a small percentage of international public climate finance has been flowing to natural solutions for adaptation to climate change, somewhere between 0.6% and 1.4% in 2018. According to the Nature-Based Infrastructure Global Research Center, on average, nature-based infrastructure is 42% cheaper and creates 36% more value than relying only on gray infrastructure, if avoided costs and co-benefits are taken into account. Now, we've clearly laid out the benefits of nature-based solutions and how they align with broader community, economic, and environmental benefits. To scale up nature-based solutions for maximum impact, it will take collective action and expertise from a range of disciplines and professionals. Interdisciplinary teams of landscape architects, urban planners, and ecologists and engineers must leverage the strengths of diverse design disciplines to drive transformational change, shaping policies and designs that prioritize nature, enhance biodiversity, and contribute to the well-being of communities and the planet. Landscape architects' expertise in planning and designing nature-based infrastructure reduces climate change impacts and mitigates ecological harms at local, regional, and national levels. Additionally, landscape architects are uniquely qualified to lead equitable and just planning and design for all communities, particularly marginalized communities. As we all advance in the work and advocate for nature-based solutions, I want to share ASLA priorities that we will ask you to consider in your own communities. Appoint and include landscape architects as subject matter experts on state and or local communities, commissions, boards, task forces designed to address climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. That's number one. Number two, create or amend state-local climate change action plans that use the knowledge, skills, and abilities of landscape architects to design nature-based solutions that enhance climate resilience and built environments. Third, engage the expertise of landscape architects to lead the active engagement of all stakeholders, be it government, public and private sectors, communities, and others, when designing small to large-scale projects that address climate change. Fourth, for public projects, use the Sustainable Sites Initiative rating system to guide, evaluate, and certify a project's sustainability in the planning, design, construction, and management of landscape and other outdoor spaces. And finally, advance state and local policies that support, promote climate-positive design for publicly funded projects. Now, ASLA works with federal policymakers on a number of policies that advance the work of landscape architects and raise the profile of the profession and their work using nature-based solutions. ASLA achieved many of its long-standing policy goals at the federal level with the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. At the federal level, ASLA is advocating for support for nature-based solutions for water and stormwater management, support for nature-based solutions for public schools, support for funding for nature-based solutions goals at the federal agencies, all to improve and integrate nature-based solutions more into projects. So the takeaway here for all of us is collaboration, financing, and teamwork. And policy. And policy. I can't forget policy, Claudia. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite the panelists to come up for a minute just so we can give them all a round of applause and gratitude, please. Okay, we've got 5 minutes, so I think we have time for a couple of questions. And I'm actually going to kick off the questions and ask about money.
We saw some really amazing projects. They obviously cost money to implement. And many of you referenced the fact that it's actually a better investment on a cost-benefit basis to invest in nature versus hard infrastructure. But I would like to hear a little bit more about that with details, if you could share them. And I don't know who would like to take that. Pamela?
Thank you. Well, I can respond from a practitioner perspective. As I mentioned, I've been working on these projects for 20 years, and if we just look at the costs of, let's say, 1 square meter of concrete versus 1 square meter of planting, well, we're talking about, let's say planting is maybe, $20 US per square foot. Paving or more serious concrete materials, that would be in the $100 to $200 range. And so we're talking a huge order of magnitude difference, right? So if we have a rain garden versus a bunch of piping, I mean, that's just a fraction of the cost to implement greener solutions rather than concrete, steel, other materials. And so it's not to say it doesn't take the practice to integrate that into the design, but it costs less. And so it's kind of a no-brainer.
Just adding to what Pamela was saying, because I do believe that nature-based solutions are cost-effective. That's for sure. I would like to point out actually that it's not only they are cost-effective, is that institutions they need to find the financing mechanisms in order to create and implement these projects. And I do believe we're still facing some limitations. There are obviously financing mechanisms. I think there is a need to improve and to create financing mechanisms directly to local governments. National governments have the financing mechanisms. A lot of local governments that at the end are the ones that has the capacity to create, in most cases, this type of projects. They have to go through the national government in order to have financing. And so I think that is a point to take into consideration. We need financing mechanisms to go directly also to local governments. And also, it's important to create financing mechanisms for communities. So communities, they want to be engaged, they want to have agency, and we need also to create opportunities to finance projects that come literally, that are grassroots, that comes from the community, and how the community can finance those projects too.
One quick thing to add, because you're absolutely right. We need financing for the projects at the beginning of the project. But I think the important thing that I hear from our members, and Pamela and Koch can speak to this, is the importance of the maintenance of the project afterwards, right? So there's one thing to build a nature-based solution, but it's another thing that the community wants, that serves the community's needs. But you also have to make sure that there's funding allocated for the out years to maintain that space, so that it continues to sequester carbon and actually still be something that the community needs.
Well, I think it's not about how much money, but it's about the direction of investment. Think about each city. You have maintenance costs. You have all this money to maintain great infrastructure. And as we understand that it's probably not going to last, this great infrastructure create actually the further problems. But why we still use great infrastructure so much? Because it's a business as usual. It's something that is part of how we think 50 years ago, that it can solve the problems of the cities, of the canals, of the flooding. And we know that it's actually, when we protect the flooding, it's actually flood both ways. The water is not only come from the river, it's actually come from the rain and the runoff as well. But we still keep doing it. This is contagious. And I think we have to know the direction of how we use even just our own budget, and also the finance that we probably need from other international as well. But I want all of us to look into our own budget of our own city. What can we do better?
Great, thank you. I think we have time for one question, so let's.
That was lovely, thank you very much. I'd just like to understand where the nature-based urbanization fits in with smart cities. Is there a way of incorporating smart city? Definitely is the one everyone's been talking about for the last 10 years. So where does that fit in? It should fit in ideally, right? Because smart is the present and the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I know that there is a huge hype on smart cities. But I also think that we need to be also wary of not to fall into super technological optimism. I do think that there are very good all ways to incorporate nature-based solutions into our urban grid. And also, I think there are very good references around how to incorporate green roofs, vertical green spaces that are very, not easy, but they are somehow, actually practical and easy to do. In terms of how to incorporate the smart concept, it really will depend on what you will consider smart. For me, smart will be that it's at the service of the general good. It's not necessarily because there is a technological component on it. But yeah, there is a huge opportunities around how technology actually can be incorporated into smart city. I do believe that it's more for forecasting, monitoring, creating more effective public services. But in terms of nature-based solutions, I think there is so many entry points, like very regular and normal ones that we can incorporate right now, and they are cost-effective, as all of the panelists have said.
Can I add on a bit about smart city? I'm actually working on one in my country, and the regulation is how smart you are, you have to figure out one of the components in the smart city from the 8 topic is environment, and of course it's equal climate change and many other things. Smart can be good, but thinking about adaptations, we can spend many energies to make everything, technical. You don't need to move and everything just serve you. And if that means smart, I just feel that the smart have to shift the meanings. And of course, the government move really slow and they hold the budget because the smart city is part of, 10 years ago, conversations. So I just feel that back to the basic, back to the land, back to the people, back to how the water flow. I think this is so important rather than how smart we want to be, but we have to live with nature. And yes, put landscape architects in your projects. And I think that's how we're going to be fundamentally smart about how we build a city.
All right. Thank you so much. We are completely out of time, but this doesn't have to be the end of the conversation. Our panelists are going to hang around for a few minutes, probably out in the hall, and would love to answer any additional questions. And then we're going to be continuing the conversation at our official side event on December 8th. So we would love to see you there. And thank you all, fabulous panelists. This was really informative for me. So thank you.
Do we still have time between session? Yes. Briefly, yes. Okay. Audience, can we have photo with you? We actually coming from many different part of the world. Yes, let's join us on the stage with the IUCN logo, with Tori, with Calder. Yes, let's come. Yeah, please. Oh yes, yes. Come, friends. This will be an honor. Please join us. Can you join us as well, ladies? Can you have this phone as well? Thank you. Squeeze in. 2 row. Yes, 2 rows. Come in. You are out of the frame. We cannot leave anyone behind. Yes. Squeeze in. Yes. And gender equity. Yes. We good? Yes. Okay, one more. Say nature-based solution after. One landscape architect. 1, 2, 3. Based solution. Okay, this one thumb up. This one thumbs up. Thumbs up. Last one.
Sarah, we need you in here too. Oh, I'll do a selfie in a minute. Yeah, if you come in and talk.
You're an essential element. Hang on, I haven't used this.
Yeah, okay, you're doing quick.
Otherwise, I won't know what I'm doing. Okay.
Okay, you're here. No, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. IUCN.
Great.
Thank you. We can end our session now.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, it's such a pleasure to welcome you to the launch event of the Designing Nature-Based Solutions for Health brief. In July 2022, the UN General Assembly passed a groundbreaking resolution affirming the universal human right to a clean, sustainable, and healthy environment. The resolution called upon countries, international entities, governments, and the private sector to increase their endeavors in guaranteeing a clean and healthy environment while addressing the triple planetary crisis that we're confronting today: the climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It's well established now, I think, that healthy ecosystems and a stable climate are also the ultimate foundations for human health, and that many of the underlying drivers of disease emergence cut across a large range of human practices that are both destructive to nature and can amplify infectious diseases and NCD risks, non-communicable diseases, in people, while increasing their vulnerability, our vulnerability, to disasters and a changing climate. Large-scale deforestation for livestock and agriculture development, resource extraction, uncontrolled infrastructure development, urbanization, the way we produce, trade, and regulate both domesticated and wild species used as food and medicines are only some of the examples of our mismanagement of our natural resources. At the same time, the ongoing impact of COVID-19 and so many other epidemics and pandemics that have preceded it have made clear that these leading drivers of biodiversity loss, of climate change, together with other environmental, social, and economic determinants of health, really drive the potential for zoonotic and vector-borne diseases to emerge and spread with increasing prevalence. We know that biodiversity loss and climate change are also at the heart of many non-communicable diseases, which are a leading cause of morbidity and mortality globally. Just to give two examples, we currently have over 7 million people dying prematurely every single year as a result of our polluted air. And based on relatively recent studies of the global burden of disease, there are approximately 11 million people dying prematurely every year as a result of unhealthy diets. In fact, we know that overall, approximately 1/4, that is 1 in every 4 people, die prematurely due to entirely avoidable environmental factors. That really is food for thought. And against this backdrop, the destruction of nature's also compromises nature's ability to provide essential ecosystem services, which has far-reaching consequences that reach far beyond the environment and far beyond health even. It has implications for our economies, for livelihoods, for psychological and cultural well-being, as well as human security. You know, just to give one example, over 3 billion people currently rely on marine and coastal biodiversity for their livelihoods. And the degradation of these ecosystems leads to increased risks of diseases and reduced access to essential resources. And the sad part is that the greatest consequences are always borne by poor, and vulnerable populations, as well as indigenous peoples, millions of which are directly dependent on nature for their health, for their food, for their medicines, for their livelihoods, and for their well-being. But this isn't a message of doom and gloom. This report is about hope. It's about what we can do collectively. Because where there are great challenges, there are also great opportunity. And that is why we are here today, to harness those opportunities. And to highlight ways in which nature-based solutions can be harnessed to maximize health benefits. And it's so exciting to have the panelists that we have here today, because they can really talk about what is happening on the ground. Why, not only why it's important. That introduction wasn't to scare you all. It was just to give you that sense of urgency and make you understand the importance of harnessing nature to benefit planet and people. So to that end, the WHO and the IUCN, in consultation with members of the expert working group on biodiversity, climate, One Health, and nature-based solutions, I know it's a mouthful, but together, we've been working to put together recommendations to harness nature-based solutions to create these health-promoting environments. And it is a great pleasure for me to co-launch these together with my colleague and co-chair of the expert working group, Ali Raza Rivzi, who is here with us from the IUCN and who will be presenting those 10 key messages to you. And at the end of his brief introduction, there is also a QR code that you can scan if you would like to download the recommendations. Ali?
Thank you. So as Christina said, we all know that human well-being is not just healthy ecosystem or not just one aspect of that. There are so many components. So unless and until we have an integrated approaches, we are not maximizing on investment. So ecological, economic, socio-economic, also health. And nature-based solutions underpin all these aspects, because biodiversity integration is a key to have sustained solutions. And now science is telling us that there are climate crisis and biodiversity crisis, they are not just, as they say, two sides of the coin. They are one side. You need to address all together. That's why integrated approaches are critical. And that's where we are after realizing, working so long in silos, okay, let's do adaptation only targeting socio-economic aspect. Then people realized around 8-9 years ago, okay, integration of nature is critical. And now we are also realizing just working on that component and not integrating health, we are again missing overall systems where they can support well-being of humans as well as ecosystems. And we all know that in rural economies, everything is dependent on the health of ecosystems and then also human well-being. So after a lot of consultations and all this, these are the gist of overall, I won't read those, they are in front of you, that biodiversity integration and ecosystem into health systems, and educating and empowering the professionals, because that's another thing. If you look at COVID, which is a just good example currently, it's being led by silos approaches. Either the health officials, they are working and addressing the problem from health perspective, and then there is zoonotic diseases aspect, and climate was missing in all of these, whereas climate is multiplying the impacts of all these aspects. So that's why it's critical that while working all these, we need to work with health officials, and they are open to it. They just don't know how to do it. And then at the other end, conservation experts and others, they don't know how to integrate these aspects into their everyday work. So we need to bridge this gap. So that's why we are recommending these aspects, and further these will be all investigated, and we will work on these to have the report available early next year. which will be launched at the World Health Assembly, so that we can directly target the health officials. So all your input during this process, we will be reaching out to you for further, input, and have how to further unpack these recommendations, because recommendation is one aspect. This is the why and what, and then the how of it. That's the real challenge. So we will be working on these together with you, with the expert group. And this is the QR code. If you just want to have the report, download. And so these 10 recommendations, they are trying to have climate change, nature, and human aspect in health, with indigenous aspects and inclusive aspects all being part of the report. So I'll stop here and hand back to Christina.
Thank you so much, Ali. That was amazingly efficient. So he's already gone through all 10 recommendations in a very efficient way, noting that they are all integrated, they speak to each other, and they are complementary with one another. They are intended to be inclusive, and each of you in this room, this is an invitation to each of you in this room to provide further input to those recommendations, and importantly, examples, because the recommendations would mean nothing without action on the ground, and everybody here can play a role in catalyzing some of that action. So please do reach out to us and share with us your case studies. That being said, we will have some very exciting case studies that are going to be shared by panelists that are here today. And to kick us off, I am extremely honored to present the Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Rabici Lalabalavu, who is Fiji's Minister for Health and Medical Services. And he's not only a minister and has to deal with these struggles every day, he's also worked as a resort doctor and in many, many hospitals. And we're very honored to have him share with us his personal experiences. So, Dr. Ratu, thank you for being with us, and we look forward to your thoughts.
Bulavinaka. First of all, I would like to say it's an honor to be here this morning to share Fiji's experience with regards to nature-based solutions for planetary health and equity. I believe that is an environmental sphere, but nevertheless, anything to do with planetary health, in my role as the Minister for Health, I do look after how we can improve the health of our population, and I believe in doing so, a healthy population is a productive population as well, as I always say. From Fiji's perspective, for those of you that do not know where Fiji is, or Fiji is in the Fiji is a small Pacific island country in the South Pacific. It is if you see it on the world map, it's a bit of a dot, but nevertheless we are termed a small island development state. And you can also say we are also, a large ocean development state. The important term there is development, and I believe the dream is to one day become developed. And in keeping up with the dream, as you compare development states to developed states, similarly as our host country, you can see that it requires a number of factors. One thing is money, resources, and political will. So with that being said, again, the dream is to one day become a developed state, but it's good to dream. And in terms of planetary health equity and how we can achieve that, I believe if I can coin the phrase from the late Eleanor Roosevelt, she said that learn from others' mistake. You do not live long enough to make all the mistake in your life. So in Fiji, the way we are going at the moment is how do we develop smart? How do we develop smarter, not only smarter, but development in a way that is environmentally friendly. And if you do that, then you become you look after not only the state of the country, but in contributing to the region and internationally as well. So for Fiji, in terms of the technical aspects of the environment, I am a health person. But I will share our experiences from the perspective of the health side, if that's okay. Yeah. Initially, we had done in terms of nature-based solutions in Fiji with the assistance of WHO. We had gone forward and done the surveillance and also looking after our health facilities. And with those, we've identified certain facilities that are at risk from climate change consequences. And we've come up with issues and how to deal with it, and looking after it in the nature-based solutions. Solutions such as planting of mangroves, and there are other positive stories from Fiji where nature-based solutions such as seawalls that had been erected earlier, probably in the last 50 years, and are still there today. So again, learning from the outcome then and now. And it's something that the government is doing through the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Environment as we go forward. On another point to note with regards to Fiji's experience currently at the moment is in terms of the development. We, in the last few months, we had a meeting with relevant associated ministries that do link up to this issue of nature-based solutions, and especially health. And what we've realized, the important word that my colleague had just mentioned is the integration. That's a very, very important word. And we've realized that for health to be recognized, to be put in the front line of every development process. And that is important, that health is integrated into every development process. Because if you do development in certain areas, say for instance, you do deforestation, cut off the trees so you can build new roads and things like that, there must be an element of health associated with that. Because if you do those, incidence of dengue will increase. So you have to look after those things. Like I said, it's doing things in a smarter way. And we in Fiji, even though as part of the small island development states and Pacific and the Caribbean, we are usually the least emitters, but the worst affected. In our earlier Health Day meeting this week, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts rightly said that we don't see us as victims, but rather we are all victims. And the best way forward is to learn from each other, see how we can adopt best practices, contextualize it in our own setting, in the Pacific Way setting, so that when we move forward, we can say, yes, we did this. And not only we move forward in a partnership, but as members of small island development state, we must take ownership. Ownership, that is important. Take ownership as we move forward, because at the end of the day, the onus is not only will be the international arena, it will be our own doing. And if we take ownership of the issues at hand, for sure, adopting best practices, evidence-based practices, I believe we can look forward to a brighter development, a brighter future, when we do reach that developed state. But currently, at the moment, from now till we reach the developed state, it is a dream, but practically we can do something to work smarter, be efficient in the way we do things, be environmentally friendly in the way we do things. There are a lot of things that the government of Fiji has adopted, has rectified from the international arena, from the regional, and also to our local aspect as well. Like I said, I'm not a technical person for environment, but I am a health person at heart. And I always believe a healthy population is a productive population. And I know that I'm willing to share more with you on the finer particulars of what Fiji is doing in terms of the environment and nature-based solutions. But nevertheless, I can say for sure that the government has been in this sphere of COP since its inception. From early 90s, we had the opportunity to run and as the presidency in COP28, and we're still here now. We're grateful for this year that health has also been included into the agenda of COP, so we're thankful to the host country. Nevertheless, that is in a nutshell Fiji's experience, and again, I'll look forward, if I don't mention anything that you want me to mention, I look forward to your Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that, Dr. Ratu. Thank you for inspiring us, for reminding us that we do need to integrate health in all development processes. And actually, that reminded me that I didn't even introduce myself. You did say you come from the health sector. I didn't introduce myself before I began. So I'm also here representing the health sector. My name is Christina Romanelli, and I work within the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health, where I am the biodiversity, climate, and health focal point at the World Health Organization. So I couldn't possibly agree with you more. We do need to integrate health in all of these development projects, and that was the rationale behind this alliance, behind working with the IUCN, behind working through the establishment of the expert working group. Thank you for reminding us of the need for these holistic approaches, of the need to learn from each other and to share these best practices and to really take ownership and leadership. And one of the areas in which we are calling for leadership is through health professionals. So hopefully you will be thank you for supporting us in that endeavor. So rather than just reading long drawn out recommendations, we thought we would make this a little bit more dynamic. We would look at a few of the recommendations, and we would look at a few of the ways in which they could be harnessed and implemented on the ground. So we'll move right into that. We've got the shining example from Fiji. Again, I thank the Honorable Minister, and we are going to have some other shining examples of activities that are happening on the ground. And so I'll jump right into some of those recommendations. One of which is about placing equity. Minister, you've spoken about the importance of equity and planetary health in nature-based solutions. And this is precisely what this recommendation is about. It's about placing equity at the center of the design, governance, and implementation of nature-based solutions for health. Because otherwise, neglecting equity in nature-based solution risks actually exacerbating health disparities and excluding some populations, for instance, indigenous peoples and other communities, from reaping the intended health benefits. So I'm very pleased to have with us Ashley from Health and Harmony here with us, which is a shining example of how nature-based solutions are really implemented on the ground. So Ashley Emerson is the Chief of Innovation and Programs Officer at Health in Harmony. Ashley, can I ask you to please come up here? I will share the microphone with you, and maybe you can talk to us a little bit about the framing and how you operationalize equity in Health in Harmony's work.
Thanks so much, Christina. For any of you who've worked with Christina, the amount of brilliance and energy she brings to collaboration and partnership is so much of the reason why many of us are in the room. And we all need this champion to help push us to do this work. And this is a challenge, right? How do you operationalize the intersectionality of the crisis that we're in, which is multifaceted? And at Health in Harmony, how we've done that is really through an anti-colonial mindset, deconstructing this idea of who's the expert, because oftentimes as experts, we become, so centrally focused and so siloed in the work that we're doing. And when we deconstruct this mindset, we can also deconstruct how we operationalize it, how we fund it, and then how we measure impact, and then hopefully inspire more funding and more impact. And we do this through a process at Health in Harmony called radical listening. This is a methodology that Indigenous and local communities have been using for eons. It's a bit new for the global minority. And we enter communities in the tropical rainforest and ask the question, you're the stewards of this remarkable rainforest that the whole world benefits from. What do you need as a thank you to live in balance with this forest? And what's radical about this methodology is not the listening, it's the immediate investment in those solutions without changing, challenging, or questioning the solutions. It's the trust and reciprocity-based approach to belief in community members and leaders as the experts that live in intersectional lives with ecosystems in their heart, in their spirit, and in their community, who are thinking about future generations many, many years ahead. And communities design these solutions that we talk about all the time, where they say to live in balance with the forest, we need access to high quality, affordable healthcare in the forest. We need training and alternative livelihoods that are underpinned by food security in the forest. We need education, resources, and systems, telemedicine and virtual learning in the forest. And we also need to own the data that comes out of the impact of this. And so this is a lot of the work that we do, is measuring the impact on these investments in the intersectional solutions. And what we find at the end of the day is probably not surprising to anyone in this room, but it's surprising to the investors and the philanthropists who unfortunately are only investing less than 1% of climate finance in these remarkable solutions. It's that the communities are the benefactors. They are returning so much more to the planet. For example, in Indonesia, when we measured this, over a 10-year period, we invested $5.2 million in intersectional community design solutions. Communities returned to the planet over 65 million in above-ground carbon averted alone, not to mention biodiversity, not to mention the reforestation efforts, and not to mention the impact on health and livelihoods, food security, et cetera. And we've done further studies on how resilient these communities are during the COVID crisis. And again, the results are remarkable. And so to say that, these intersectional solutions are the future, but they already exist in communities and they are already proven. So we truly believe these are the smartest solutions to invest in.
That's brilliant, Ashley. So thank you so much. And actually, I'm a huge fan. It's no surprise to you, but I'm a huge fan of the work that Health in Harmony does. It really does have true and tried and true solutions, I think, to and that are designed by the community, which makes it very unique. I'm also a huge fan of this process of radical listening. I think that that's something that we don't actually do enough of, is listen to what is actually needed. What is it that is driving deforestation and, our destruction of nature overall. So I think this is very important. But could you elaborate a little bit more about what this means for communities? I mean, I'm sold on on the value of health and harmony, but it's also had a tremendous amount of impact on the ground. So what does this really mean for communities? Could you maybe elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, it might be helpful to share a little bit about the work in Madagascar. And to be clear, these are the community solutions. These are the community's impact. Our job is really to measure impact, leverage it, and hopefully increase investment in these communities. In Madagascar, where we work in the south of the country, hyper-biodiverse country, remarkable landscapes, remarkable biodiversity, extreme challenges with poverty, deforestation, et cetera. When we sat with communities and radically listened, again, and this was during the COVID-19 pandemic, communities said, we need access to high quality healthcare, in particular maternal and infant healthcare. Women who are having between 5 and 8 children, really dependent on levels of access to education, who are also experiencing extremely high levels of morbidity and mortality and many health challenges. And communities also said, we're hit by cyclones that are increasing in severity and intensity every year.
Yeah.
And so food security is so complicated and so challenging. We need training in SRI rice cultivation, diversity for our diets, agroforestry. And the beautiful thing was, as communities start to do this, within 3 years, we saw stabilization of rainforests. And in these rainforests, you have lemurs, all kinds of incredible species, infectious bats, for instance, who feed on mosquitoes. But when the forest is degraded, and these are bats who harbor SARS-CoV, they become sicker and they shed more disease. And you have communities interacting in the forest, interacting with wildlife, therefore exposed to more disease and potential for spillover. So communities are not just designing solutions that are sequestering carbon, increasing food security, supporting biodiversity thriving within the forest, increasing education, community health, et cetera, but they are also preventing spillover. And the Centers for Disease Control recently cited a study on this that we did in Indonesia, where communities that we invested in and said, this is one of the most affordable spillover prevention tools that we have. And it's so effective. And we oftentimes say the impact is boundless. So it's there that we're doing a longitudinal 10-year One Health study looking at this bidirectional impact that communities whose solutions you invest in, what that impact is on the species within the forest, what that impact is with reforestation as a key change. And so in Indonesia, we've had similar experiences working there for 17 years, studying this, and I shared some of the data earlier. Also, a massive decline in communities around incidence of disease, improvements in education, just livelihood transition into organic farming. And when the pandemic hit and we looked at these communities again, they fared incredibly well in terms of resilience, and the ecosystems also fared incredibly well, even in the aftershocks of the economic downturn of COVID. And so naturally, if communities are producing their own healthy organic food and have livelihoods, hope, and positive interactions with nature and living in balance, they're thriving during these crises and during these challenges. This creates positive feedback loops. When we deconstruct and silo investments in these solutions, it's naturally creating negative feedback loops.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you. Please stay here because I'm sure we will have a lot of questions to follow on the important work that you're doing. And I think you were being, modest in some instances, even saying, well, we've had excellent results. But when we look at how those results actually translate, I may have the percentage wrong, but if memory serves, I think there were, in the site in Borneo, I think there was a 67% drop in the infant and maternal mortality rate with the communities with which you were working, which is absolutely remarkable. if we really think about it. So we're really thinking about how to operationalize nature-based solutions, not for an assumed health benefit, but for tangible health benefits. And I think that's what the purpose of this report is, that, and Health in Harmony is a shining example of how to actually achieve this. And how do you really achieve it is by empowering communities, working with people on the ground, working with Indigenous peoples. And that brings us to our next speaker. Yesterday we had a terrific event on nature-based solutions for health to commemorate Indigenous Day at COP28. And that's because it's so important to empower Indigenous peoples to safeguard health and well-being. You know, Indigenous peoples may only represent 5% of the global population, but they also happen to have 80% of the world's biodiversity. So really, in many ways, our future is also in their hands. And we have so much. We were talking about this sharing, mutual learning, and exchanging of best practices. We have so much to learn and so much to share. And that brings me to the recommendation in the report that specifically asks or calls upon all stakeholders to empower Indigenous peoples and under-resourced communities to safeguard health and well-being. I very much welcome our next speaker, Lucy Mulenke, who is the Executive Director of the Indigenous Information Network and just a powerhouse in these negotiations. So we are so pleased to have her here with us. Lucy, please come and join us and share your... No, stay also. Sure. Thank you, Lucy. We look forward to hearing.
Thank you. So, hello everyone, and Minister, you're welcome to this event, and also I'm really very happy to hear you speak about Fiji, because we have also some communities there we work with, and this is important to hear from the minister talking about the different health issues that impact on the people. Because for Indigenous peoples and local communities, we always have issues when it comes to working with the government. So if you hear me say some negative or rather recommend that we work with governments, this is the reason why it's very important, and I feel really great to see you being here and discussing about issues of health. So do I go on?
Oh yes, of course.
Okay. So I think when we talk about nature-based solutions, this is not anything new for Indigenous people. For the local communities, this is their life, and that is what they have used for years, many years, and they've talked about it, and that's why they are very keen to make sure that they follow up every step when it comes to conservation of the biological diversity, conservation on forests and everything, because the nature-based solution gives us everything that we need. And I think when Ashley was speaking is just like what we really find at the ground level. And of course, there are quite a lot of discussion that have been going on here. And one of the key things that has really impacted on the Indigenous communities because of the degradation of their lands, forests, and their way of life is, of course, climate change. And we have prolonged droughts which have been caused by this particular ground. Coming from Africa, drought is one of the biggest problem that we have. And though I come from a semi-arid area, but most of the region in Africa, some of them are staying even maybe 1 year without a drop of rain. And so you can imagine what really happens there. We know also that there is a lot of degradation, a lot of logging that has been going on, and a lot of, misappropriation of resources that are supposed to be helping these particular communities, who depend solely on what they can be able to look at it as food security, issues of health because they depend on medicine. And remember that the forests also give us water and give us almost everything that we need in terms of looking at our health. And this has also been very, very critical. And for indigenous peoples and local communities, we've been working together very closely. And I think sometimes I do say that when COVID came, it came both positively and also negatively. The positive side of it is that it woken us up. It woken everybody up to look at what have we done in terms of looking at our food systems, in looking at our health system, and everybody reiterated and went back home to the villages and to look at what do we have and what don't we have. And they started taking going back to their traditional medicines, looking at their foods and having the organic farming instead of all those chemicals. And I remember going to the community and they say, in fact, I wish that COVID can continue a little bit more because we don't have these people who come with chemicals to come and sell to us the chemicals and when we are farming and so on. So we have quite a lot of issues that are really supposed to, which really bring us a lot. And the good thing with also indigenous peoples, they learn from each other. We learn from each other through exchange visits and look at different issues. And since we use traditional medicine, we have realized that most of the things have really disappeared, because of logging of forests and so on, so we don't have medicinal plants and so on. So there's still a lot of issues to be done and a lot of things to be done when you look at the issue of indigenous peoples and local communities wherever they are. If we have to ever achieve the development goals, we must look at the different development goals that we have, and one of the key one is to make sure that we have a good health for the communities. And when we say the community, we say a whole society, from the mothers, from the children, from the youth, and from the other elders. And it's very important also to ensure that as we discuss these particular issues, we look at different aspects, even though the communities themselves are doing quite a lot of work back at the ground level. But when we look at finance and when we discuss at the high level, I think we already presented on what IUCN and WHO has put on the table. It's also important to ensure that indigenous people are also there to be able to contribute further and to see how we can all govern such recommendations together and look at them. And sometimes it's not just money, it's also like giving support, building capacity and trying to recognize and respect their own rights and their own way of life so that they are recognized and they can understand that this is actually what we are doing is good. Because when we look at issues of food, they would probably, in most of the areas, like I had said earlier on, we also have lost quite some seeds when we are talking about food security. And health is not only medicine, it also involves other issues like food and so on. So it's very important if we can be able to look at those issues and work together as a team, exchange, and also document. And one of the last things that I wanted to say is the research. We have to really see how we can research further. Because one of the things that we have as indigenous people, we miss data. Data to be able to qualify and see and even track and see what has happened to here and there in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in all the 7 regions, what has been happening. If you go to Congo, DRC Congo, reaching from one community to the other is just like forever, but they all have different challenges. If you go to the Sahel, go to Niger, go to wherever, they also have the same health problems, they have the same issues, and to reach out to that and to know the data and be able to continue supporting them no matter whether there is conflict or no, but you will have some data to know that we have to follow these kind of issues. Sudan, for example, we also have conflict in Africa. Who follows up to see what happens there? Who looks up to see whether what we are talking about health. What is happening there? What is happening not only in Sudan, but also in other places where we have different conflicts in different regions. So we need to really work together in terms of looking at different issues. I always do talk about the human rights approach, which is the best way to reach out. We need to work with governments, and we need the governments to recognize and respect the work of indigenous people in terms of looking at issues of health. We have traditional birth attendants. They are still there. They are very strong. They are the ones who bring life to the children wherever they are. We have to look at the different aspects on that. They are the ones who bring up our communities. So we need to look at that. We need to work with the governments also to discover the different diseases, the different challenges that come along, brought by the different issues that come along with climate change, with the drought and so on, and the loss of biodiversity. It's all contributing together. And I think this is something that I really wanted to make sure that I bring up on the table, but I'm ready for more questions.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Lucy. And there's always such a richness in everything that you say. There's a question for every sentence, actually, but I don't think I'll have time for too many more questions. But I do, I appreciate you bringing in all of these various elements on the integration of data, on the integration of research, which also Ashley had been referring to, on the need for financing action on the ground by Indigenous people, and the need for a rights-based approach. So recognizing things like land tenure rights, free, prior, and informed consent, these are so fundamental to achieving health and equity. But could you just maybe give us a bit of a snapshot as well of what's really one or two examples, because I know there are thousands, so we can't go through the full range, but maybe just a very quick snapshot of what is happening on the ground to operationalize nature-based solutions within communities. Like, could you give us an example of how that happens?
Yeah, there is quite a lot of, as you say, quite a number of examples down on the ground. And the communities try as much as possible to also put that perspective on the ground. And I remember to look at when we look at the issues of biodiversity convention, we have what we call the Nagoya Protocol, that we look at the different genetic resources and also look at the different issues that help the communities to be able to work on their own, to have the FPIC that you've mentioned, the free, prior, informed consent, and work and try to put things into the perspective. And these particular issues is also to look at how they can benefit from the nature-based solutions.
Exactly.
And those are the solutions that they already have on the ground, if they are producing some medicine or they are producing fruits or whatever they are doing, because from the time I said COVID came with own issues, we train the communities on the ground to be able to make sure that a farm is not only having vegetables, but has more than that. And how do they benefit from it? And if they benefit from it, how do they share the resources? Because benefit sharing is also very, very important. And at the same time, apart from benefit sharing, it's also very important to enhance the capacity, which we do. And one of the most, not that because I'm a woman, but one of the most critical and the most important thing is to see how women take up the roles to be the key people to look at the different solutions that we have on the ground. And they are the best people who are also promoting the nature-based solution. It was there, yes, but we still want to continue working on it and to highlight that whatever they are doing is very important. Remember, I mentioned recognition. The moment you recognize the work of the communities, they continue and it motivates them. What they need now is to have the traditional knowledge which they have, how they do it, and how science can come in to also look at it in a different perspective. So the solutions are there and we need to really promote them, and there are quite a number. I am proud to say that we really work with a lot of communities who have really done and have very good examples that can be shared as much as possible.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much for those additions, Lucy. And please do stay, as I'm sure there are going to be questions. I don't know if we're going to actually have time for questions, but I know that there will be questions. There is already a question. But before we come to your question, we still have two more exciting speakers, and then we will try to address at least one question from the floor. And it's very important what you're talking about. It's also important in the design of nature-based solutions and in the implementation of integrated approaches, such as the One Health approach, to ensure that we have a whole of society approach, but that we're also looking at different types of ecosystems. And an area, so not just looking at what could happen in rural areas, but also in urban areas. And that brings us to our next shining example. And one of our key recommendations, particularly as the majority of the world migrates to urban areas, there is a need to integrate urban ecosystems with public health planning. And if we just think about the fact that an estimated 8.34 million people will die each year due to fine particulate and ozone air pollution, with about over 5 million due to ambient air pollution that are directly associated with fossil fuel use. So something that certainly speaks to us. So what is it that we could do to reduce that level of mortality? What is it that we could do to harness nature-based solutions in urban areas? And to be honest, I can't think of anybody better to speak to this point or more dynamic than ICLEI's Kobe Brand. She is the Deputy Secretary General, and we are very excited to have her amongst us. So welcome, Kobe.
We can also move the microphone. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much, Christina. It's such a pleasure to be in this very dynamic, positive room at this occasion of the COP of Hope. And let's not forget, it's the COP of Hope, as it has been called. And let's hope the people in the negotiation rooms remember that as well, as they make very important decisions that will affect all our lives. I'm very honored to be here, Christina. Thank you very much for inviting ICLEI, also part of the expert group that Christina's referred to, and being the voice of cities and the urban dimension in the space of talking about health and nature. For those of you who don't know ICLEI, we're an organization, a network of about 2,500 plus cities, large and small, around the world, focused on issues around urban sustainability and the links to rural and urban sustainability as well. And just hats off to our minister from Fiji. We have a very dynamic Pacific Islands initiative. The mayor of Kiribati is here, and he's been making fantastic inputs, not here in this room right now, but at the COP, making fantastic inputs over the last days, really bringing the voice of the Pacific Islands from an urban perspective to these important conferences, and also speaking about the interlinkages between urban development, health and well-being of communities in an inclusive way. Because we know the majority of people already live in cities, and this is a trend that is going to continue. So how do we ensure that people who live in cities are well, that they are healthy, that they can live fulfilled mentally, spiritual, community and physical health and well-being when they live their lives and thrive in our cities? How do we thrive in our cities? One way to do it is to make sure that we have an integrated One Health approach mainstreamed in our cities. Health of people, health of planet. And it is so possible. We have, for instance, one of our initiatives in partnership with IUCN and the World Health Organization and many others is called Cities with Nature. And already we have over 300 cities committed to Cities with Nature. Number 100 was the City of London, number 200 the City of New York, and number 300 just recently, a few months ago, the Mexico City. So we're talking about really large, important cities, but many of those are also much smaller towns and cities because every community counts, rural and urban. And I think one of the main factors and mainstreamed things within cities with nature, within those passionate communities in our urban spaces, is about mainstreaming healthy and well-being solutions into life, so that quality of people's lives and quality of nature's life in cities can thrive. One example, just yesterday in the China Pavilion, was where the city of Shenzhen presented their approach to climate change in relation to our health and well-being and nature and nature-based solutions. There are just so many fantastic nature-based solutions that can clean our air, reduce our heat island effects, restore nature. And in fact, it's not a nice to have. In fact, just last year at COP15, the CBD COP15, these very parties that are making the decisions here agreed on a new global biodiversity framework where there was a specific target around, well, many, but one of the many urban targets was about restoration of ecosystems within the urban context. And that also means restoring, rebuilding, rethinking, reimagining how we can live in harmony with nature. Making peace with nature, Antonio Guterres said last year, is the defining factor of this century. We must stop our waging war against nature. People must live in harmony with nature. And if we do not do that, we as human beings will probably have a terrible future ahead of us. If we do it, however, it is within our means. The technology exists. We can do it. But we cannot do it if we do not do it with healthy options, healthy solutions. Avoid future pandemics, be more resilient, and think about the many, many factors. If we just clean our air, the technology exists. If we just use the sun, the technology exists. We will address so many, as you say, communicable and non-communicable diseases right away. And it is happening in some cities, but we need the collective will. For those who are not part of Cities with Nature yet, please join. You're all welcome. For those who want to find out more about ICLEI, please, we need partners. It's all about us working all together. And I'll stop here, but Christina, I just want to congratulate IUCN and WHO for your fantastic work on this report. My recommendation to you would be number 10 around financing for nature-based solutions. Make it number 1. And mainstream it in all the other 10. Thank you very much.
You preempted my question, Kobe. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. That was really, really great. And, you know, I mean, this has been such a terrific and inspiring panel with so much energy up front here. I mean, I'm just overwhelmed and humbled by all of the terrific examples that we've seen. So we've seen a diversity of these examples, and leading some of these charges in innovation are also the voices of youth. I'm afraid we'll only have time for one question, but it will be important to have that voice of youth. I just wanted to, since we're looking at what some of those key messages are, one is about supporting and enabling youth leadership and innovation in nature and health and decision making, and what some of those processes are, because I remember even at the last COP and in other areas, a lot of, I mean, youth are the people that are going to be leading the future, but also in many ways, co-designing the present. So they're not just the future, they're also the present. And I'm very pleased to have with us a youth speaker here right now, Dr. Ahmed Auda. So he's not just a youth, he's not just from the UNFCCC Youth NGOs Health Working Group, he is also a medical doctor. So we're thrilled to have him with us, and maybe you can speak a little bit to that supporting and enabling youth leadership and innovation in nature-based solutions and decision-making, since in our last few minutes. Your voice will certainly be powerful.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, I'm here at the COP because I want to deliver the youth voices into the policymakers. So this is why my purpose of this long journey to be here to deliver my voice to you, Your Excellency, and thank you for coming. Unfortunately, around 93 from the children who is under the 15 years old, which is around 1.8 billion children, they are breathing toxic air pollution, which is affecting them and putting them in a serious risk. As a young health professional, we need to divide the challenges that we are facing and provide solutions. First, air quality empowerment. We need to increase urban green spaces and protect the forest, because this is the only natural way that we can mitigate the air pollution and contributing to better respiratory health and also reducing the effects of the respiratory diseases. Second, the temperature regulating. Actually, during this COP, we are facing a live example of the hot waves that we are in right now in December, which is outside is very hot, and we don't have the green areas outside. So the green areas like tree and all that green stuff, it can reducing that temperature outside, so it can mitigate and the high temperature, plus it's can less of the heat exhausting and less of the heat strokes. The third one is the water management. Green infrastructure play a critical role in the water management. They can help prevent floodings, improve water quality, and provide sustainable water resources, and also reducing the risk of the waterborne diseases. Fourth, the biodiversity. The biodiversity, we need to protecting and restoring the natural ecosystems, contributing into the biodiversity conservation, which is initial for maintaining ecosystem services to support the public health system, such as polluting crops and control the disease factors. Let me also take you into the UNEA 5.2. One of the key achievements that during the UNEA 5.2, that there was 14, a resolution was adopted from 193 member states during that time. First, eliminating plastic pollution, but not actually from the reducing it. No, it's from the source into the sea. And it should be ending by the 2024. Also, the science policy panel on reducing the chemical pollution and waste, and then lastly, for the natural-based solutions. I was one of the youth that was sitting with the member states in the closed room in the UNEA 5.2, and I have three key messages from the UNEA 5.2. as a youth that having an access into the closed negotiations room, and sometimes I may allow me to speak with them also, like during the room. This is what we need. We need to have the youth inside into the negotiating room. We need their voices to be there. We don't want the process to be only closed for the parties. No, we need the youth voices because they are the present and they are the future. You cannot take a decision without including the youth with you, because we are the power, and like we are the power of each country. Like the second point, we need a youth delegation in each member states and involving them on the national level from the decision-making phase until the implementation phase. Do not excluding them. Try to support them. Try to including them. Third, increasing the capacity of the youth negotiations skill. Try to empowering them. Try to increase their capacity to understand the multilateral process. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. This applause is for all the panelists, actually, and I know that we're running out of time, but I did see some hands up. And I know some people are really would like to ask a few questions. So I'm going to get in trouble and allow at least one, maybe two questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Fatima Ahmed from Sudan. I'm representing Grassroots Women Organization, and also I'm with Miss Lucy at the network, Indigenous Network. Thank you so much for her for bringing the Sudan conflict, the really forgotten tragedy. People every day killed in thousands, civilians, displacement, refugees, and lack of humanitarian and lack of everything. I just want to comment about the recommendations. Number 2 is educating doctor professionals. I think if you can add also educating the people, the grassroots, the indigenous is very important. And also for the empowerment of indigenous, number 8. I think it will be better if we can elaborate on how. This is because illiteracy rate is very high at local levels in all the actually the southern or developing countries. I think education is key. Health education is completely unavailable in our context. Maybe in the Western the countries there is health education, environmental education. I think these are very crucial and important. I just want to talk about the urban. One of the lessons learned now in the conflict of Sudan, because those people went to the urban areas and especially the capital, and now unfortunately the conflict is in the urban area, in the conflicts, and people has to displace back to the rural areas, to the other parts, and there is nothing over there. And so it will be very good if we can also concentrate on the improvement or development of non-urban areas. And people now in these IDPs camps, which is shanty, not a proper IDPs, in all these displaced areas or refugees, they rely on nature for health, because no medicine, no food, nothing. So, and unfortunately there is flood due to climate change at this season, and there is a spread of dengue fever, malaria, cholera, and the people rely only on this nature and medicinal plant, no medicine. So this is just I would like to bring to the table. Thank you so much.
Those are brilliant additions. Thank you very, very much, actually. I think this is an excellent way to close. Am I being told that we've run out of time? We have run out of time. All right. But this is exactly what we needed. We needed from all of you is that kind of engagement and that kind of thought process of how we can really strengthen nature-based solutions for health. So you brought in that added dimension of displacement, of human security. Of course, it's in that full publications. We didn't have a chance to go through everything here today, but but certainly something that is going to be integrated into the full-length publication. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to do a group photo. So we're definitely going to do a group photo. So please do not leave anyone. But before we do that, I was going to say a few concluding words, and I think I would rather do it this way. I would rather give the microphone, would the minister be willing to say one sentence as well, to each of the speakers, and to make one recommendation to the policymakers, to the COP28, on what you would like to see to strengthen nature-based solutions for health.
Local action is what matters, whether it's in an urban context or a rural context, they are connected. Local action matters. Make finance mechanisms available to us working at the local level and really actually implementing things for nature, for health, for people, for climate. They go hand in hand.
Yes, I think it's very, very important to recognize the work of indigenous and local communities on the ground. Their work on nature-based solution is there, and it should be recognized and should be used, and should really recognize the work they do out there, to add to what she's already said.
Invest in indigenous solutions. Indigenous communities have indigenous-led funds. They don't just need a seat at the table. Their solutions need to be leading the agenda. And having more ministers of health here, this is just the beginning. Yesterday, Health Day, $1 billion committed. Again, directing more of those investments directly into indigenous communities benefits us all.
Involving the youth in the national process and bring them in your delegation. The third point, we have the health day, we have a ministerial declaration, and this is only the first step. Your Excellency, there will be a very long road. You should be here with us. You should be in every COP. You should bring health negotiators, because we want the health to be cross-cutting and interconnected very well in the COP processes and in the universal policy processes.
Thank you, Ahmed. And I would like to give the final word and invite the Honorable Minister to join us here up on stage, because I'm told we cannot leave without a photo. But we would like to give you the final word.
I believe the final word is well, before I say the final word, it seems like I'm in the firing line at the moment. But nevertheless, you know, with each comment that you four have made, it rings true to my heart. You mentioned about something acting locally. I always say think globally, act locally. Yeah. If you want to clean the world, you have to start with your own backyard first. That's the way to go. Indigenous issues, ma'am, it's at my heart as well. I'm an indigenous Fijian back at home, which is a majority of the population. As Christina said, we still own 91% of our land mass. So the influence is there with us. And again, as the government of the day, we do recognize the issues of indigenous people and the youth as well. We will be, our Fiji is currently at the moment, our team, our negotiators, are well versed into addressing issues, and we will, for sure, in terms of the Declaration of Health, make sure that it is adopted at the COP level. So our negotiators are working on that, and we will work with the youth as always.
Huge thanks to our remarkable panelists and to each and every one of you for being here. We look forward to engagement in the next steps, so do stay in touch.
You all here to our event, looking at catalysts of change regarding subnational leadership for the implementation of innovative nature-based solutions. We're really pleased to be co-organizing this event with the Basque Country and with the partnership and the support of IUCN. And we're here gathering subnational leaders who are really leading by example as far as showing what are the synergies between climate and biodiversity action and what it means to implement nature-based solutions on the ground to build a sustainable and nature-positive future for all. We're really happy to bring together different states, provinces, regions with their partners as they do represent a really vast array of different solutions that we're seeing on the ground. And so we really want to capture these synergies and how we can really see how the climate and biodiversity's agendas on an international level are coming to fruition in very real ways on the ground in our local territories. The latest IPCC report shows that nature-based solutions such as reducing the destruction of forests and other ecosystems, restoring our ecosystems, and improving and managing lands in a better, more people-centered and nature-centered and sustainable way are among the top 5 most effective strategies for both climate mitigation and adaptation. So they have that dual benefit as well. Regions 4 has been leading through our flagship initiative, the Regions Adapt platform, and the biodiversity initiative, Regions with Nature, which we're very happy to be leading and co-organizing with ICLEI. And we would invite all of the different states and regions here today who are not yet engaged and committed to Regions with Nature or Regions Adapt to do so, because it's a really great way to give visibility to your actions on the ground. Without further ado, I would like to invite Adolfo Uriarte, who is the Director of Natural Heritage and Climate Change of the Basque Country. The Basque Country is a leading region for the implementation of these kinds of solutions on the ground and represents the Regions 4 presidency. And they really are at the forefront of both adaptation and nature-based solutions with strong political commitments and efforts that are geared towards making this a reality. So Adolfo, please.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Good afternoon, everybody here. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge and thank the IUCN for hosting us today. Of course, the Secretariat of Regions 4 as well for the help. And I don't want to forget as well our home environmental agency, IOBE, that has helped us as well to set up the scene today and be able to stay here today and explain you from a subnational level what we are doing in implementing nature-based solutions, right? I want to be brief, but I've got many things to say. Climate change is a key driver of biodiversity decline, and ecosystem loss and degradation further accelerate climate change and undermines resilience. Science is warning that the combined effect of biodiversity loss and climate change can lead to irreversible tipping points with severe impacts both for people and nature. We know that subnational governments can propose possible paths and offer concrete examples of transformative change and innovative models. They are indeed innovation laboratories that test local and inclusive solutions to the dual climate and biodiversity crisis. Subnational governments, best practices in integrated approaches, transformative governance and financing mechanisms for climate change, for climate and biodiversity actions, make us natural and much needed leaders in this field. The most successful best practices can be scaled up and replicated, feeding into national and international policy making. With the aim of giving a much needed answer to the dual crisis aligned with the European framework, the Basque Strategy for Climate Change and the Basque Strategy for Biodiversity propose coordinated policies and interlinked nature-based solutions. We are deploying these strategies through several projects, as I will explain a little bit later, but mainly as well with the help of the European Union programs, LIFE program or the Horizon program, and From the Basque Country, we are currently leading nature-based solutions and for the greening of cities, protection against river flooding, river and coastal flooding, and coastal erosion and protection, restoration of wetlands, and protection of soils. Latest research is showing that nature-based solutions have great potential both in mitigation and adaptation, as Jordan has just said. Thus, it has been calculated that improving ecosystem resilience through the implementation of nature-based solutions can help us save up to 361 billion euro by 2050. This accounts for approximately 30% of the bill. On the other side, and talking about mitigation, the capture and storage of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, estimated at least at 5 gigatons, if we're talking about CO2 equivalent per year, by 2030, and could contribute to 30% of the mitigation needs required for the period between 2030 and 2050. We call in the year of the global stocktake and the global goal on adaptation that nature-based solutions implemented at regional level be recognized and financially supported to accelerate action to tackle both the climate and biodiversity crisis, contributing directly to international agreements like the Paris Agreement and the Convention on Biological Diversity. Making global finance available for implementation is essential, both for rapid action, financing mechanisms and global funds, including the recently launched Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. It should be available to all levels of government, subnational governments, and are well suited, and we as subnational governments are very well suited to channel all this funding. Finally, I don't want to not to comment on this, is we want to underline that it's critical to have common methodologies and standards to increase the scale and impact of high integrity nature-based solutions and guard against unanticipated negative outcomes. To make this happen, we very much welcome the IUCN Global Standard on Nature-Based Solutions, which offers a robust framework to enable coherent design, execution, and evaluation of nature-based solutions. The standard is a multidimensional and versatile tool that can be utilized across multiple scales at subnational, national, and global level. So I recommend all of you to have a close look at these standards and use them in the future. They're going to be very important as well to ask for finance, I anticipate. Anyhow, I wish you all, I wish us all a nice meeting, and that we learn from each other that this is the objective of sessions like the one we are having today. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Adolfo. And I'll take advantage of your last remarks as well to introduce our second speaker. So I'd like to invite Mr. Charles Carangua, head for the Nature-Based Solution Management Hub of IUCN. And effectively, the IUCN over 20 years ago pioneered this concept of nature-based solutions, right? And so we also see, as Adolfo just mentioned, right, that they also have this formal definition through the global standard for nature-based solutions and as a safeguard for their use. So, Mr. Charles, I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about, why is this concept continue to be of particular relevance today, and how is IUCN engaging specifically with subnational governments on this important topic? So.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think I will respect our protocol, but allow me to start by thanking you for inviting us to this very important conversation, which I call the conversation on nature-based solutions. And I think going around, I believe nature-based solution has been one of the widely discussed topics at the COP, Personally, I spoke in probably so far more than 12 events on nature-based solutions, and that's just probably not even a quarter, not even one of 100 of what other events have covered. And that shows the importance of this topic. This may be a good thing, but also could be not, depending on what is our understanding of nature-based solutions. And I want to thank Adolfo for really highlighting the key words in the integrity of these solutions. The reality is that there is no longer ambiguity about what is nature-based solutions and what is it not. The UNEA 5 resolution, which was adopted in April 2022 in Nairobi, have clearly defined nature-based solutions as actions to restore, to protect, to conserve, to sustainably manage and sustainably use terrestrial, freshwater, or marine ecosystems, but aiming to address a society or environmental, social, economic problems. And more importantly, it highlights that it has to be efficient, effective, and have to make sure that there's a participation of indigenous people and other communities. So that's the definition we have from the UNEA, and that gives us a legitimate of at least confirming that there shouldn't be ambiguity. But that was just one step at a time. We have seen a big uptake of nature-based solution, especially after it was integrated in the UN climate change resolution or decision at COP28. And the same year, we saw nature-based solution as well in the global biodiversity framework. We have also a particular section in the UN Convention on Combating Desertification. So today, as we speak, nature-based solutions have been integrated in all the Rio conventions. We have the definition, and I think the next step is how do we scale up these actions. We, however, need to remember that nature-based solution should happen within a defined administrative boundaries, even when they don't have boundaries in terms of benefits they generate, simply because ecosystem service can flow between countries, from country to another. It doesn't have a limit within our jurisdictional limitation. Nevertheless, actions have to happen within a subnational government, within the landscape as defined. Nature-based solutions have potential to increase resilience of communities who are highly exposed to climate risk. But it's not only that, they can help them to adopt. I think it has already been mentioned, they also have potential to contribute to mitigation of climate change. Nevertheless, we don't want to lose our sight in thinking that nature-based solutions are just a bullet point to address climate change. They have to be coupled with a rapid phase-out of fossil fuels and also other carbon mitigation transitions. It's not just one solution that can be promoted. Nature-based solution can only have this impact if we implement them with high integrity. And to achieve this integrity, it has already been mentioned, we have to follow existing standards and criteria. IUCN in 2020 adopted the global standard on nature-based solution, which is a clear framework available to help guide and lead how these solutions can be developed. We hope this can be applied not only at national or global level, but also within a subnational, a city, or a landscape level. The hope is that we all want to see integrated and coordinated action for people, nature, and climate. A nature-based solution is the best framework to bring that together. nature, people, but also climate. Not only that, nature-based solution helps break the sector silos. We have seen different sectors across subnational government coming together, from agriculture to infrastructure to environment to other sectors. And that's how we can achieve the scale that is required for this solution. Subnational government have a particular role to play in leading the way on scaling up these solutions, be in the city, but also in the rural area. This solution can still significantly transform our narrative on sustainable development and generate multiple benefits to that. IUCN recognized the role of subnational government and created a specific membership category of this particular entity, which are very critical, and we so far have quite a good number, and I call you who are here today to join in that category as well. As I close, I want to reiterate the need to recognize the traditional knowledge of indigenous people and local communities as a very important element as we seek to scale up high integrity nature-based solutions. We cannot undermine this knowledge when they play a very critical role on protecting, restoring, and conserving these ecosystems. We have tools, we have political will here in the room. We still need to talk about financing, mobilizing enough finance, and I think as we talk about subnational level, nature-based solutions should not be a burden to look at financing, but should be opportunities to sustain what we are doing in terms of other investment areas. With these tools available, in addition to the global standard of IUCN that I mentioned, I think we have opportunity to move towards action at scale. I wish you a very good conversation. I will also be here listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. Nature, people, climate, right? So this is the way, and this is what we're going to focus on now in our first panel of subnational leaders. So I'd like to introduce another very strong subnational leader who's provided global leadership, right, on integrating these agendas of climate and biodiversity. Mr. Jean Lemire, Envoy for Climate Change from the Government of Quebec. I invite you to please talk about how your government is leading on integrating these agendas. Yeah, come on.
Hi, everybody. I'm gonna go with a little story and maybe give you some recipe from our experience. You know, we have decided to put a price on carbon long time ago. We created a CO2 market with California, and from that market, we, of course, have money every year, almost $1 billion. With that, if we break all the silos between climate and biodiversity, then you will find the money to invest in biodiversity. This is very, very important. We also convince our government to invest in biodiversity. It's probably the best investment that you can do in nature. If you want to fight climate change, invest in nature. So also what we wanted to do with the COP28 in Montreal, we asked for a special budget. So we had $650 million to invest in biodiversity, plus the money that we had in climate. Instead of deciding where we will put that money, we started to consult the population. And this is something very, very important, you know. So we did two things: consultation with the public and lots of study from scientists to better understand our are Quebec. You know, where should we invest in terms of science to protect and to create corridor of migration? So, public on one side, science on the other side. So we will be able, after that consultation, to bring a global politics that will cover all the differences on our territory. So wetlands, forest, north of Quebec, we already decided to protect 50% of all the north of Quebec. So those are very, very different habitats. So if you don't put scientists and people who live there, including, of course, indigenous knowledge, and I mean, you will not be able to have politics that will be well accepted by everybody. In conclusion, I just want to say that be a leader, it's not deciding everything. Be a leader is to be able to listen to the people who live there and be able to be flexible. Last example, we have in climate and in biodiversity 5 years plan with budget and everything. But we don't, every year what we do is we look at what we did, we look at what we need, and we are very flexible. And I think this is the key, you know. Listen to the public, listen to the science, listen to the indigenous, and then react. So everybody will be part of the solution. Because with climate, it's difficult to sell that sometime with your public. With nature, it's much easier because everybody likes nature. Everybody likes nature, and you want to protect what you like. So just changing that communication will help us to really bring the public on board. So all together, we will be able to make a real change. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, John. Yeah, it's a very inspiring example, right, of how bridging that climate and that biodiversity divide can bring us closer to the populations that we serve as subnational governments, and also provide new opportunities, right, for providing more funding for nature by bringing nature into the climate realm. I'd like to now go to an online guest who's joining us all the way from Baja California. In Mexico, Ms. Cristina González Rubio San Vicente, Director of Climate Change of the Government of Baja California, is joining us from afar, so we'll hopefully be able to get that link up and running. In the meantime, I'll give a bit of a primer. So, Director, we'd like to give a little bit of a provocation. So, how can nature-based solutions, from the perspective of Baja California, respond to this dual climate and biodiversity crisis? So first, if you can confirm that you're here. Can you hear me? But we can't hear you yet. You may be on mute. We cannot hear you yet. There's a little bit of an issue with the audio. We'll give a second to hopefully fix that. We've got our technical team frantically working on it now. And here in the room, we're also, I think, experiencing increasing temperature rise, right? To remind us of why we're here. Sorry? Okay, in the meantime, we'll come back to you, Christina, so I hope you can hang in there, and we'll come back to you once we get the audio issues figured out. I think maybe we can already then move into our second panel to move ahead, and then we'll come back to Christina as soon as we can get things figured out. So in this second stage of our event, we'd like to focus on nature-based solutions on the subnational level. And I'd like to invite onto the stage 3 speakers who are here with us in the room. So first, again, Mr. Adolfo Uriarte, the Director of Natural Heritage and Climate Change of Basque Country. If you could please come up onto the stage. Ms. Cristina Schneider-Estadi, the Tribal Affairs Secretary to the Governor's Office of the Government of the State of California. Yes, please come on up. And Mr. Marc Vilaur, the DG of Environmental Politics and Natural Heritage of the Government of Catalonia. Very good. Welcome to the 3 of you. I think maybe I can start with you, Adolfo. We can maybe go in the order in which we're here. So just a bit of a primer. What innovative nature-based solutions can you showcase here and highlight that are being implemented on the ground in Basque Country currently?
Yeah. I don't know if there is. Anyway, we had a small slide just to show a few things, but doesn't matter. It's not a problem. First of all, I would like to comment that, as I've previously said, in the Basque Country, we have made a very strong bet on working on both sides of the coin. As we understand it, we work on the climate crisis and in the biodiversity crisis at the same time, right? So, and we have been, since 20 years now, 21 years actually, we've been working and implementing all the strategies and all the plans and try to work together and include the climate driver into how it's affecting biodiversity, right? So we've got an ecosystem of research and application as well. So for us, it's critical that the citizens at the end are convinced that what we are doing, it's important for them. It's going to provide real solutions. So the way to do this is to be very close to the municipalities, because they are the closest ones, the local administrations, right, are the closest ones to the citizens. So we have created the whole ecosystem, and we are as well a little bit different maybe from other regions, because I have to say as well that we've got a specific economic status in Spain. So we collect our own money and we decide what to do with the money we collect, right? So taxes and it's being collected by and managed in the Basque Country. Then we pay the state for some of the services they provide us, but we decide what to do with the money. So this makes a little bit difference. Maybe if someone wants to comment it a little bit later. Anyway, in this way, what we've done is as well, in this ecosystem, we have created as well, we have been preparing and designing guidelines and tools that we are providing the municipalities so that they can use them and see how the different scenarios are going to impact them in the future, and try to provide them and come back to us with projects of solutions that we approve, we evaluate and approve, and then we give the money them to do them and to execute them, right? So this is quite important how we deal with it. But I don't want to forget that in the last years we have got a lot of support from Europe. We have been selected as one of the adaptation regions in the mission adaptation, like one of the forefront runners in this kind of thing. So we are getting money from different projects in Europe, especially the LIFE projects, but as well Horizon projects. I will later explain a little bit about them. And of course, we don't have to forget as well that in Europe we have got the next generation grants that have helped us as well a lot to boost a lot of the initiatives or the implementation that we are now doing. If I have to be very brief now about the different types of implementations that we are doing. We are working in many different scales, right? This is important. We were working, for example, in wastewater treatment plants with macrophytes just for small settlements around our geography. Or we are working as well in the naturalization of streams. We are greening our cities with roofs and facades. We are working on the transport infrastructures. We are well known, one of our cities is very well known in Vitoria because of the green ring, but we are working as well in other cities like Zarauz on the blue rings, and we are always working in all this to help the connectivity of biodiversity, and the last and probably most important implementations that we are doing now is that we are recovering a lot of wetland. In the 18th in the 19th and then in the 20th century, a lot of land was reclaimed for agriculture issues. Now it's not being used anymore, so we are giving it back to the marshes, so we are recovering all this wetland. So we are providing not only a resilient area for sea level rise, that it's an increasing of storms in our area, but we are as well enhancing biodiversity in a very important way. And I would like to finish that all these NPSs that we have implemented in small municipalities and even in the large capitals, they are of different scales, as I've said. And what we always say is that every single action counts. It doesn't mean that we need to make a big thing affecting 100 hectares. Not even small things, any small implementation helps. The sum of all of them, it's definitely what counts. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Adolfo. I would like to welcome to the panel as well Ms. Marilia Carvalho de Melo. She's the Secretary of State for Environment and Sustainable Development for the government of Minas Gerais in Brazil. So welcome, Secretary. We're very happy to have you as well join the panel. If you want, we'll continue on. Or maybe, we can come back to the Secretary? Yeah, okay. So, Secretary, we've been here discussing an issue that I know is something that's very important in Minas Gerais, which is the issue of nature-based solutions and how we can approach both climate and biodiversity. And I know that Minas Gerais also has, is working its dedicated climate strategy. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you've been tackling this dual crisis of climate and biodiversity through the strategy in Minas Gerais.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Sorry for the delay. So, as was said, we are from Minas Gerais. It's a state in Brazil, in the southeast of Brazil. We are a very big state with the size almost seems to France. And we start in 3 years after our governor signed the commitment to Race to Zero campaign to reinforce the climate agenda. So we start by updating our inventory, and then we have just finished our action plan for climate change. And based on our experience and our data, an important issue for us is the land use and the agriculture in terms of inventory. So one of our strategies in nature-based solution is to work in rural area, especially in our state. We are working in Brazil. We have a federal law that we call Forest Code, that each rural property, they have to conserve 20%, about 20% of their area, and recompose what we call of preserved area of preserved area permanent. So we do a mapping of all our state. we have the potential to reinforce, to recover 3.4 million of hectares in our state. And we are working especially with the small producers. We have 1 million rural properties in our databases, and 94% is from small producers. So we are working with them. We are getting financing for private sector and as well as our budget from the government to help them to recover this area, to reinforce this area. So this strategy is already in course, but now we are starting another action in partnership with the French government. We have 854 cities in our state, and we map their vulnerability to climate change of each one of our cities. And we start now to help them, the cities, starting for the most vulnerable cities, to design their own plan of climate action. And then we will down to the scale to help the cities to propose nature-based solutions for especially adaptation. That's a problem in these cities that we map as the most vulnerable, the more vulnerable cities in our state. We have, as I told, a partnership with the French government to help them to design these plans, and we are planning to do this for the next year. So this is the main strategies that we are working in our state.
Thank you very much, Secretary. No, a fascinating case in Minas Gerais. That's a lot of cities for one state to have. So it's wonderful that you have the ability to provide support directly to them for their own planning exercises, as well as integrating the climate and biodiversity in that praxis. So. Great. Let's move on now to Christina Schneider-Ashtari. Christina, so you represent the Tribal Affairs Office specifically to the governor. So when we are here talking about nature-based solutions, I'm interested to hear from you. How do we connect this concept, which is about 20 years old, right? We have IUCN here, who's one of the pioneers of this concept, with traditional ancestral knowledge and practices that we know is maybe the real source of where these kinds of solutions come from. If you could talk to us a little bit about how you've been working in tribal communities in California on these issues.
Sure. So I think to begin, we have to start with how we engaged with Indigenous communities in these initiatives to begin with. And really, it's with this administration in California, which started in 2019. One of our first priorities was addressing the history of treatment toward Indigenous peoples that happened at the inception of the state, which included mass relocation, mass dispossession, and basically taking lands from Indigenous peoples and diverting it into new uses. So one of the things that the Governor Newsom did when he first came into office, was apologize to Indigenous peoples for the colonial actions of the California government when it came into being. And also committed to doing more reparative, restorative, remedial measures in order to make up for what happened at the origins of the state. So pretty much since that time, everything that we've done as a state government has included Indigenous peoples and has been looking toward reciprocity, re-engaging Native peoples with their lands, reintroducing Indigenous practices in places where Indigenous people have been removed. The state is pretty young, and within the time that the state's been in being, a lot of the things that have happened in terms of climate stressors have happened because Native people have been taken from their lands and from their practices. I think it's an interesting way to talk about nature-based solutions as if it's removed from people. And I think what most Indigenous people know is that the concept of terra nullius and there being nothing but nature, it doesn't actually exist. Indigenous peoples have been living in harmony with nature. Not always harmony, but got used to what was poison and what was dangerous and have been living with nature since time immemorial. And so a lot of what we've been trying to do as the state of California has been reintroducing those practices that we know work because they've worked since forever, and trying to disentangle the things that that Western culture has brought in that haven't been as helpful for the climate. So what we did, we had the apology. We very quickly then introduced an ancestral lands policy, which promotes activities to reintroduce Native people to their lands, to transfer lands, to engage in Indigenous land practices. And basically the month after that is when we introduced our executive order calling for 30 by 30, conserving 30% of California's lands and waters by 2030, and then also nature-based solutions, which includes meaningful engagement and consultation with tribal nations in California. In California, we have the second largest number of tribes. We have 109 federally recognized tribes. Those tribes are all recognized as government units that have their own jurisdictions on their own lands. So if we want to move forward in a way that where we're all rowing in the same direction, we have to make sure that all of the Native communities and all of the tribal nations are also moving forward with us and that we're moving forward with them, acknowledging that these knowledges have been suppressed since the state of California came into being. One of the other things that the state did at its inception was basically made it illegal for Native people to engage in Native practices, including ancestral cultural burns of prairie lands for hunting purposes, but also for forest management. So one of the things that we have been doing and supporting most recently over the past very small number of years is disentangling our legislation to allow for Native people to engage in cultural burning practices for the health of forests, for the health of prairie lands, and ensure that we are not having these large-scale, high-intensity burns that have been happening more frequently in California. We have also committed, as part of our nature-based solutions program, to $100 million set aside for tribal nature-based solutions alone. That was done in consultation with tribal governments. I heard it mentioned that you've got to talk to community about these processes. Our charge with working with tribal governments, and the majority of my job is to ensure that we are consulting with tribal governments and elevating tribal voices in order to make sure that our policies are not driven as a top-down policy, but are really driven from the community up. So our Tribal Nature-Based Solutions program and funding was a direct result of over a year of conversations with different tribal governments, ensuring that the program itself reflects the diversity and nuance of tribal communities in California. As I mentioned, we've got 109 federally recognized tribes and pre-contact 100 different language groups with 300 different dialects. So we have incredible cultural diversity. We're a biodiversity hotspot. And in order for us to do this in a way that makes sense for California, we need to make sure that it's being driven by the people who know the land best. So that does mean in our Tribal Nature-Based Solutions Set-Aside program, which our awards will be announced in January, we're really deferring to tribes as to how to manage the lands, how they'd like to move forward, and how they'd like to really have the land and the nature work based on ancestral practices. A lot of that means conservation, but managed conservation. A lot of that means restoration of wetlands, of rivers, of places that tribes have been since time immemorial. And really, this is kind of part of an entire buffet of options that we've offered for tribes to be able to drive these solutions rather than us saying, we think we know what you want, here's what you can do. Really asking tribes what they'd like to do and funding it in a way that makes sense for them, acknowledging that this is just a down payment on
a very long time of suppression and oppression and removing people from their lands and practices. So I think I'll stop there and pass it on.
Sure. Yeah. No. I mean, that's a conversation that I think we could go on for a long time, and we might have time for another round. So very happy to come back to it. But very strong examples coming out of California of how to deal with those kinds of very difficult historic injustices and situations that have existed in, unfortunately, many places around the world. But yes, let's continue. Mark from Catalonia. So if you could talk maybe a little bit about, based on the experience in Catalonia, what are some of the new actors, the new instruments or financial models that you can observe that should be taken into consideration for implementing nature-based solutions on a subnational level?
Well, thank you, Jordan, and thank you everyone who's here today. And it was a great explanation, especially from the Secretary from California. It was really inspiring. What we believe in Catalonia, it's something related to what she was saying in California, that at the end, it's not about creating something new, but rediscovering what has been done. And restoring nation means restoring especially cycles that were working obviously much better when human species was in equilibrium with the other species, and that we have lost it. So that means that we need to improve that. So we created this moment in 2018, we created the law, the climate change law, with a tax especially to the pollutant cars that help us to make especially some changes in order to drive to a transition to an electric car, but also and especially a natural heritage fund in order to restore nature derived from this broken relationship between the human species and the other ones. I think this is a clear example on how can we redistribute money in order to enhance these synergies, these systems. And especially, I think it's important that we have to listen carefully on what in Montreal has been approved and in other ways, that hazardous subsidies to biodiversity and to climate, and the most harmful actions that are affecting us. So the idea is especially to work in order to change these hazardous policies to at least positive policies for conservation of biodiversity and climate change, because these two parts of the same coin. And we need to implement actions, not in order to preserve some part of our land untouched, because Catalonia, we are 8 million people and we are 30,000 square kilometers. It's a little country with a lot of people and very crowded. And we have the need to implement actions where humans and other species can live together and create synergies in order that human species can think on its survival a long term. And that's what we are doing with creating these funds, and also by implementing all the possibility projects that we have with the European funds that come from the Next Generation funds, that really are creating some synergies, even if maybe they are not as useful as we thought to, because we need to do it now, but we need to do it well. So it's quite difficult to make changes, structural changes in our society.
Thanks, Mark. No, that's it's a really great example of how we can use carbon taxes in order to fund nature-based solutions, and feed back into more nature protection and adaptation, which I think is one of the directions that we need to maybe scale up on an international level as well. We are going to go back to our friend from afar. So I understand that we have resolved the audio. So again, I'll introduce Ms. Cristina Gonzalez Rubio San Vicente, Director of Climate Change from the government of Baja California. I hope we can hear you now. Go ahead, Cristina.
Thank you very much, Jordan. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be present by distance. And from the government of Baja California Sur, during the last 2 years, we focused our efforts on updating our laws and environmental regulations to integrate criteria and strategies for adaptation and protection of biodiversity. For example, we still have a law for environmental protection for 1991. Until last year, workshops were held to update this important law, which is the baseline for environmental regulation. And second, thanks to the support of the UK PAC program and the Polea organization, we now have the opportunity to have a climate change law. And Baja California Sur is one of the 2 states in Mexico that does not have this law. So we hope that the local Congress decides to present these 2 laws in the coming days. So we hope that. And while this is happening, we continue with the support of the UK PAC program and Polea for the process of preparing the climate change regulation, which will be, we will be ready for publication next year. On the other hand, we also have the support of the German cooperation to prepare the environmental fund, and this opens a window of opportunity to receive financial support from different sources and continue implementing actions to address the climate crisis and biodiversity protection. We also developing the state ecological planning, which includes biodiversity criteria, and this ecological planning will be the baseline for our territorial planning. So additionally to this, next year we'll be implementing an air quality monitoring program, and together with several local actors, we'll be implemented a climate resilience program, at community level to reduce the vulnerability of communities and ecosystems. And these days, we close the year, I hope, by delivering to the state legal department the draft of waste management law, and this will allow us to meet the goals for the new plastic economic. And finally, we close the year with this new direction of climate change, and it represents a political event to lead actions in the face of the climate emergency. And in responding to the second question, how can nature-based solution respond to the climate and biodiversity crisis? I think most of us understand that without nature and its resources, humanity will not exist. So Baja California Sur represents a challenge for governments. It's one of the most vulnerable regions of Mexico. Almost 100% is coastal states. So year after year, hurricanes affect the population and the natural resources. And we did not have an Otis hurricane, but we know that the hurricanes will become stronger. So also in the state, there is not enough water, there is rising sea level, high temperatures, rural communities without access to basic services. So we are using nature-based solutions to promote soil and water retention, to generate environments that promote local biodiversity with the community, with the people. So I think if we understand that nature is an important solution, we will have the ability to survive environmental challenge. And I truly believe that we have only one opportunity This opportunity, the present, this decade, this administration in Baja California Sur that ends until 2027, to make a change, to make a difference, to act with the emergency so that our children and ourselves can have a future tomorrow. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Christina. And I hope you can stay with us. But I think one of the things that she mentioned that's also been reiterated throughout the panel is this idea of involving the local population. John, I was wondering if maybe you could join, because I think what we can do is open the floor for questions. So I don't know if there's any questions from the audience, but just maybe could provide a brief summary of a couple of the themes that I've heard that are common between the different interventions so far. So one of them, as I said, is involving local populations, right? We've seen whether they're indigenous populations or whether it's, going to the people to see what it is, what kind of practices and actions they want to see developed or implemented, or involving them in planning processes, right, whether on a municipal or a state level, the importance, right, of engaging with local communities. So that's one thing. And then the other, I think, is maybe finance. So we've seen a lot of different examples here, right, of how, for example, Christina just mentioned the importance of international cooperation for a state like Baja California. We've seen to the north in California, right, how there's very strong, and in Quebec, right, as well, very strong direct state or region support for implementing these kinds of policies that they're introducing. In the Basque Country, right, we've seen that there's a level of autonomy, so they also have a certain degree of financial capacity on their own, right, to implement, and how in Catalonia we've seen as well how through carbon taxes, right, they've been able to provide some opportunities here. So that's maybe another theme that we can dig into. But I would like to open the floor. So if anyone has any provocations or questions or observations on what we've heard so far. If not, then I guess we can also go back to our panelists. So maybe focusing on one or the other of these two issues that I've brought up on the importance of engagement and the importance of finance. If we could do a quick maybe lightning round, yeah, like a 1 minute maybe reflection or final comment on something that maybe you've been reflecting on as a result of this discussion today. So maybe we can start with you, Secretary.
Thank you. So for the first question about involve local people, I think of course it's very important. As I told, our strategies focus in rural area and the small producers. And I think that an important thing that we can each day involve them in this process, it's especially an economic issue, because they couldn't sell their products if they don't have their properties regular in terms of environment. So as we have a law that enforce them to preserve 20% of their properties and these areas that we have to be preserved, it's a differential for them to sell their products even in Brazil or above Brazil. So it's important strategies to involve them in this process of restoration. Of course, when we are able to show them that this kind of action is important for the soil, that's of course the base for the producers, and to conserve the water, that's another important natural resource for agriculture producers. And in terms of financing, I think that's the big challenge that we all have, especially in the South, in America Latina area. What we are dealing with, as we have some big multinationals in our state, we are discussing with them how they can put budget or their social and environmental projects in this project of the state. And of course, we are trying to, and I think this is a discussion that every year here in COP we try to put in the floor. It's how we can structure these international funds to help, especially Brazil and other countries that need this support for implement our actions. But when we have an urgency, as we have an urgency to implement the actions, the more pragmatical way that we find in this moment is to deal with some entrepreneurs that they are in our state, as Vale, as big mining entrepreneurs, to finance this project, and we are already doing this.
Thank you. Adolfo.
Yeah, continuing with how we are trying to activate the local people. I'm going to be short, but I think that we've got a very successful story to tell. It's that we, together with the employment agency in the Basque Country, we have managed to employ 30 young people that we have set them in each one of, in 30 municipalities for the time being. In this year, we will repeat again the experience, but we have set them there. And what they are doing there, they are talking to we have trained them, of course. We have given them the tools and the guidelines and everything. So now they are sitting there with the local people, and they are trying to, they are working the climate adaptation plans, so the local municipal climate adaptation plans, knowing exactly what the people in town are feeling, and the historic background that they've got on how things have evolved. Everything is being prepared by these people, and these young people are coming back to the government with their reports and with their proposals for financing again. And this is working very, very good, because they are the proposals that come there. They're proposals that they've got the consensus of the whole population. So I think this is something that we would think that is something that would be it's a good idea to implement in other places.
Okay, great. Christina, maybe just a bit of a provocation. So I remember you talked about the ancestral land policy, and how that was kind of, I don't know if it was simultaneous in time or somehow connected to the 30 by 30 commitment of California. So I know that California, along with Quebec, are on the task force of 30 by 30. So I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit about that.
Sure. I was thinking after I stopped talking that I didn't actually make the link there. So basically, when we were engaging in our tribal consultation and thinking about how we were going to structure our 30 by 30 and nature-based solutions programming, this was a really good way for us to be able to do two things at once. We know that Indigenous peoples in California, I'm an Indigenous person from California. Full disclosure, I'm a member of the Dry Creek Rancheria Abanapo Indians. I'm Mihilikana and Makamo. And that's probably part of the discussion here, too, is having representation at the highest levels of government actually helps in getting these policies embedded within the highest directives. But we know that California Native people, the land is significant because it's part of our lifeways, it's part of our origin stories, it's part of who we are as people. In California specifically, the way that we identify ourselves is people of the land that we are from, and that's pretty universal across the state. And so we know that when Native people are restored, that relationship with the land is restored, that Native people are going to be taking care of it in a way that is, I'm not going to say better, but is different and kind of longer term and has a lot of meaning in not just looking toward like goals and measuring and setting aside, but really is re-engaging in this really productive relationship with the land. So when we were fashioning our programs, a lot of the consultation reflected this, that tribes wanted to be able to have land back. You see that kind of on hashtags around here too. So we wanted to be able to fulfill that priority, which is our ancestral lands policy, while also being able to meet our goals of 30 by 30 and nature-based solutions, which we knew that tribes would be able to carry out probably better than anybody else would because of that long-standing and meaningful relationship. So one of the kind of highest priorities of that program is restoring ancestral lands to Native people for purposes of nature-based solutions in 30 by 30. So a lot of the programs that have been pitched, I don't know who's going to get awarded, but have been within that scope of restoring ancestral lands for resumption of ancestral practices and land management. I think I answered your question. I have two other quick notes, though.
Please go ahead.
And really, it's more about the funding. And we know that your policies only go as far as your ability to fund them. And you can put anything on paper, but if you're not willing to put actual funding behind it, you're not really going to get very far. And especially when we're living in a world where evidence-based practices are the things that do get funding. For us, I think putting actual real dollars behind restoring these relationships, building up capacity. We've got tribal youth programs where they're relearning how to manage their own lands, is kind of a down payment for more work that we think needs to be done, and is kind of an invitation to folks outside of government to invest in these practices once tribes have that kind of head start in being able to do those. So I will pass it along.
Thanks, Christina. Yeah, Mark, go ahead. So I know the Catalan climate credit system is maybe something that you touched on, but I would like if you could maybe go into a little bit more on the way that those credits and those investments are being channeled into forest and water management in the state of Catalonia?
Yeah, at the end, what we need is to promote natural-based solutions that are working by themselves. And apart from the concept that I said before, I would like to put another concept that is the commitment. And as long as we are capable to involve the full sectorial policies into think not only in short term but only in long term, we are going to have a successful policy of natural-based solutions, because we need to focus on the cycle, as I said before, and not only into the landscape or the species. So here what we made is a credit carbon compensation system where the forests from privates that want to be managed and conserved long-term as mature forests have the possibility to get some money from carbon credits from the enterprises. And this is a clear example of how can we create a synergy where this can be held long-term. But I will also put you another clear example of how things need to be done differently. We have the Delta del Ebro. The Ebro Delta, it's a delta of a big river where about 15 years ago some dams were constructed, and because of the raise of the level of the sea, the delta is in danger. We have promoted a very strong and interesting project with 100 million euros in order to restore all the dune system in the front of the delta. That we are going to complete in 2027, and where we think that the 25-kilometer coast of this delta is going to be preserved with a natural-based solution. But there is a lack here that is putting all the system in crisis. That is, all these dams that were constructed are not bringing the sediments down to the river. So here we need to understand that also political sectors like all the ones who are managing these dams need to also think in this common and prioritized solution, because at the end, with no system, with no cycle, there is no solution of long term.
Right. Thanks, Mark. And Jean,
Yes.
you talked in your intervention, about the significant funding that Quebec has made available to its own population. But we also know that Quebec makes significant contributions on the international scale, right? To international funds such as the Adaptation Fund, such as the GEF Fund for the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And we're seeing some interesting language coming out of even here, the COP decision that would give potentially direct access to subnationals. So I was wondering if you could also reflect from that angle of a subnational government that is, providing that funding on an international scale, your view on how that could be brought to bear, bringing nature-based solutions into loss and damage and other,
Yeah.
Well, for us, it's very, very important. I remember when we were in Paris in 2015, we started to give money to the GEF because we thought it was important. Then we created our own program because we didn't want just to make a check. We wanted to be sure that we can do also some knowledge transfer, So we created that international cooperation program. And since Paris, we gave around almost $100 million, just for different developing country. And more, we are now talking with Jeff, and we want to be around the table of decision. Why? Because, first of all, because we, the subnational, will give money, but also because very often it's at the subnational level that we will take the decision, on how we will implement, some decisions. So, and I think that it's very important to invest in nature more and more. Why? Because look at what we did with climate. In climate, we're really, really good to think a lot, we delay things. Well, now there's always something new that maybe not, maybe, well, I don't know. It's always like this. I mean, like the new thing now, is it phase down, phase out? Oh, maybe phase out, but just the unabated fossil fuel. So there's always something, that make, things moving really slowly. We will engage, but for 2050, I won't be there. I won't even see, the result of all that. In nature, when you invest, you see the result. With indigenous people, if you really make, a relation of confidence, you will see the tools that they have, the knowledge, and you will see the result right, on the field. What is the best tool to capture CO2? We will give, again, billions and billions of dollars trying to save time, CO2. Nature. Nature is the best tool, to capture CO2. Why don't we invest a little bit more in nature, There's so many examples like this, If we really, really want to find a solution, we have to work together, include all kind of knowledge, make sure that we do knowledge transfer and invest in nature.
Bravo. Well, thank you. Thank you very much to all of our panelists. I'm just going to very briefly provide some, just to close us off here. So you see here, right? This is where the subnational leadership is coming from, right? With many different examples on the ground about how to integrate vulnerable communities into this, how to integrate the climate and biodiversity agendas, how to solve some of the financial problems and obstacles that we face in order to being able to solve these problems, how to bring, historic injustices and ancestral knowledge into these issues. So I really think it's been a great discussion. I'd like to thank you again for your contributions. From Regions 4, we're also very much so working on these issues of how, from a subnational level, you can bring to bear the lessons from climate and biodiversity and take advantage of the efficiencies of approaching both crises at the same time. I would encourage you to look at our policy brief that we've published and brought with us here to COP with the support of the European Union through the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework Support Project executed by Expertise France. So we've been working with them on specific examples of how subnationals are bridging the gap and the divide between the climate and biodiversity's agendas. I would also encourage you to have a look, if you haven't already, at the IUCN standard, right? The global standard for nature-based solutions as, a landmark, your kind of standard that's been used by a lot of both national and subnational governments to kind of define the work they do on this issue. So here we have some examples that you can download. I would just invite you all, along with all of those who are on the stage, to join us in our efforts to have a positive outcome this COP. We really think that there is energy for subnationals. We've had some very important announcements on loss and damage in the first days. We've had a local climate action summit in the first days, and we have some initiatives that are pointing to the importance of multi-level partnerships. So we're very hopeful that we can have a positive outcome, and I think with all of this energy here on the stage and in the room, that it will be so. So thank you all very much again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, I'm just saying so.
Welcome everyone to this event organized by the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, together with a number of partners, which I will mention in a second, to this afternoon event on the transformative power of law in tackling the climate crisis and in implementing the Paris Agreement. And the big question, what is the role of lawyers in all this? We do know that in order to address climate change, but also biodiversity loss, pollution, what is necessary are transformative changes, profound, system-wide changes, a reorganization of all sectors. And in order to do that, there are many ways to go about, but one central governance tool is the law, is the legal system. And not just in terms of law making, that's perhaps what we mostly think about when we think about the law, what kinds of acts and regulations do we have, but also and most profoundly in the implementation of law, as well as in legal scholarship, but also in the practice of law, as well as in the jurisprudence and the practice of court. So it's a whole spectrum of different legal disciplines that come together. And being here with the IUCN, we would probably think about environmental law, which is crucial and front and center, but it's not all. It's all other areas of law that are equally, maybe in some cases more important, to get on board and to be integrated within the overall transformational changes that need to be seen. And that may be private law, arbitration, trade law, constitutional law, criminal law, what have you. So we are looking at a wide spectrum and a wide scope of legal disciplines, legal areas that need to fit together neatly in order to bring those transformations about, and that rather quickly. Again, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you. My name, by the way, is Christina Boyd. I'm the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. To welcome you to this afternoon event, which is organized by the IUCN World Commission of Environmental Law Specialist Group on Climate Change Law, which is co-chaired by Professor Francesco Sindico, sitting over there, and Dr. Fabiano Andrade de Correa, here to my left, and co-organized together with a number of different organizations, with the International Bar Association, the American Bar Association, the Brazilian Bar Association, Net Zero Lawyers, Law Society of England and Wales. And if I forgot someone, please apologize and mention it. But it is a co-organized event which hopefully will engage both the many panelists that we have here, but also the audience in a very fruitful discussion this afternoon. And with not further ado, I give the floor to Fabiano to moderate the event. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I wanted to start by saying that I find it very exciting and fortunate that we are having this conversation about law at the COP. You know, when I graduated from law school in 2005, I already wanted to work with these issues, but it was really unthinkable that back then I could go to a law firm and law firms would have a practice in this area. And I think legal discussions on climate change were also much less prominent than they are today. In these nearly 2 decades, and it seems like incredible, it's been so long already that I graduated, but I think so much has changed, right? And the fact that we are sitting together in this room is a sign of that. But so much has been happening in this sphere, you know, from the uptake of climate change legislation in countries to climate litigation as, you know, a key area of strategic litigation that is happening in so many areas of the world as well, to so many legal issues being present at COP, and to give some examples of areas that we are looking at this year: loss and damage, of course, an area that touches upon human rights, just transitions, equity. We have also all the implementation mechanisms of the Paris Agreement kicking in, with the first global stocktake and serious deadlines for revisions of documents coming in the coming years. So I think there's really good momentum for us to sit together and gather a series of organizations, legal-minded organizations, to discuss a bit what we do, but also what else can be done to enable the law and lawyers to play the key role, as Christina was saying, that it can play in this sphere. So we are fortunate with a very diverse but incredible lineup of speakers, and I'll introduce one by one. We have here Georgina Beasley from the Net Zero Lawyers Alliance, Leticia Perrone Campos Melo from the Brazilian Bar Association, my home country, Caroline May from the Law Society of England and Wales, Lara Duvartsidis from the International Bar Association, Nadia Ahmad and Achinti Vitanaj from the American Bar Association, and finally, Francesco Sindigo, my colleague and co-chair at the IUCN's Climate Law Specialist Group. So what we'll do is briefly, we'll give each of the organizations a chance to explain to you guys what is it that we've been doing on law and climate change, and then we'll have a conversation about what else we think can be done, but also together with you guys. We really hope this is interactive, and we look forward to hearing from you also on your ideas of what else can law do to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So without further ado, I'll give the word for our first speaker, Lara, to kick us off.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Fabiano, and thank you to the IUCN WCL for putting this together. When Fabiano contacted me thinking maybe we should do a panel together, I was very grateful, because I know how hard a slot this is to get, and I think it reflects the momentum that we're starting to build with bar associations. So just a bit of background of me. You can probably tell I'm Australian. I'm an Australian qualified solicitor, worked for a number of years in a commercial law firm in environment and planning and disputes. Last year I moved to the UK and I started working for the International Bar Association, leading our work in the legal policy and research unit in climate and in business and human rights. And at the same time that happened, by chance, and this is important, and I'll tell you why, I attended over the summer in Greece a course in international climate law. And some of those teachers are here in this room. And it's only because of that course that I'm here now. It would not have happened any other way. And it was because I heard Marie-Claire Cordon-Yasega, who's just come in, talk about how lawyers need to really engage in this, particularly commercial lawyers. And so at the end, I put my hand up and I said, okay, here's me, ready, willing and able, but I actually don't know how to penetrate this space that is UNFCCC, Blue Zone, all these terms I'd never heard of, coming from a country very far away. And she was like, that's a good question, come talk to me afterwards. And so that's what I did. And so I've been able to help merge this work. And really, what was glaringly obvious to me is how few lawyers are around, even though there are a number here. But I was often, last year was my first COP, and I found myself sometimes being the only lawyer in the room and thinking, wow, how do you negotiate on things that is effectively a legal document without more lawyers around? But that was my, commercial brain thinking. And so anyway, I've learned a lot since then. And what I've seen is a huge trajectory of bar associations and law societies engaging in this issue as their self-regulator. Every lawyer that works is regulated in one way or another. They hold a practicing certificate, they have ethical obligations, and they need to continuously develop their education in order to renew their practicing certificate. But not a single bar association I've ever come across at a national or a domestic level has any requirement for climate in order to renew your practicing certificate. Why is that? There's a huge gap in knowledge here. And the other thing I don't 100% understand, but I'm hoping to get better clarity on, is why we're not talking about that more. It's difficult to get support to have climate as a big issue in a bar, and I speak from personal experience. And I think it's important to say that. But we have some good news and we have momentum. Last year was the first time that bar associations came to a COP, as far as we know. And if I'm wrong, please let me know, because, as I said, I'm a newbie to all of this. But we held a Blue Zone event. We've got another Blue Zone event on the 11th, which Fabiano is speaking on. And so to recognise that as a start is a win. But just to give you some context of the background of what I'm talking about, most, if not all, bar associations across the world have different thematic committees, including environment. Some have now established climate change committees, and they are now issuing resolutions and making commitments to bring the profession up to speed. And you will hear about this from my colleagues here. But just to give you some idea of where we're at, in 2011, the Canadian Bar Association issued a climate change resolution. There's a gap of about 8 years I can't account for, but if you know of any resolutions in that time, please let me know. In 2019, the American Bar Association issued a climate change resolution, which these wonderful people will tell you about. In 2020, the IBA issued a climate crisis statement. It was a call to arm of sorts, passed by the president at the time. It wouldn't have passed otherwise than by presidential decree, calling on local bar associations to take action in this space by proactively educating their lawyers, by forming focus groups and expert groups, and by consolidating knowledge in this space, amongst others. I'd encourage you to go read it. Just Google Climate Crisis IBA. Then in 2021, we have an uptick of activity, and I'm not saying that it's causal to the IBA, but you know, it's a timeline. Law Council of Australia issued a climate change policy statement. The American Bar Association issued another resolution, which I'm told updates and strengthens Resolution 111. The Japanese Federation of Bar Associations issued a declaration to aim for a sustainable society, averting climate crisis. The Canadian Bar unsuccessfully tried to get up a climate change resolution. And from what I'm told, and this is public knowledge, it caused a huge fissure in the Canadian Bar Association. And it was hugely political, as all these issues are, and it caused years of upset. But they're trying again. Then in 2022, Northern Ireland passed a resolution on climate change. Quebec also moved to do something similar. And then in 2023, we had the CCB, which is the Council of Bars of Europe, issue an initial statement on climate change and corporate social responsibility. Brazil issued a recommendation to combat the effect of climate change. Huge shout out to Leticia for that. And in Scotland, only 2 weeks ago, they issued a climate change resolution. And Scotland did that, I know, because they felt all their neighbours had and they hadn't. And that's important to recognise. Now, most of these are English-speaking countries. I don't wish that to be the case. So if you're sitting here thinking, why is it only the majority common law English-speaking countries, come talk to me. I want to know what more is going on in this space, and it shouldn't just be us. That's really just to give you an idea of the momentum that we're seeing, and I'm hoping that more is done. I'm hoping that more lawyers engage with their own bar associations and ask questions about it, so that it signifies to those leading the bar associations that this is something worthy of their attention, and consistency across the board, because that's also what we want. Now, I'm going to hand over to ABA side to give us more detail about that. Thanks.
Sure. So I'm not sure if this is working. It is. Okay, excellent. Well, thank you to Fabiano and the IUCN WCL for having us and inviting the American Bar Association to be here. We're really quite excited, Nadia and I. My name is Achinti Vithanage. I am even though I'm a professor and an associate director of environmental law programs at the Elizabeth Hope School of Law University, but today I'm here on behalf of the ABA, and in that role I represent the Climate Change Task Force that is within the Environmental Law, Energy and Natural Resources section within the ABA, and I'm also a council member for ABA SEER. And I'm joined by Nadia Ahmad, who also chairs the ABA's Environmental Justice Task Force, which has a very important connection here with climate change. So it's our pleasure to participate today. We're really interested in exploring that role of the legal profession, especially in the linkages of climate action, justice, and the rule of law. For those of you who have not heard of us before, the American Bar Association is actually a voluntary association. And includes over 400,000 lawyers, judges, legal professionals, and law students, with members and activities not just in the United States, but also around the world. The ABA has long been dedicated to promoting justice, advancing human rights, and ensuring an independent legal profession, and an impartial and also independent judiciary as well, as vital elements of the rule of law. So an equally important core mission of the ABA is to secure diversity and equity, and also inclusion within the legal profession and the justice systems. So that really speaks to what you just mentioned earlier, Lara. So for decades, the ABA has actually demonstrated this really strong commitment to the leadership role that lawyers and judges and legal professionals should do in sustainable development, but then addressing also climate change within that context. The ABA has adopted over 12 policy positions on sustainable development dating back to 1991, with more recent policies like the ones that Lara just mentioned before, but that relate specifically to climate action. And that's also through legal, policy, financial, and educational mechanisms. And of course, ABA delegates have also been attending a bunch of numerous UN environmental conferences, including going back to the World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002, the UN's Rio +20 conference, and also ongoing ones related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 13 on climate action. And the recent COPs, so COP26, COP27, and this most recent one, COP28. So all of these public policy positions of the ABA, the participation in these fora and ongoing activities really reflect, I think, the association's commitment to support these efforts, both domestically and globally, and to advance sustainable development and climate change action through active engagement, partnerships, and collective action.
Do you want me to, I think I can follow up with the next question.
Sure.
Do you want the next person? You don't want to? I was going to answer the next question.
So we move to the Brazilian Bar Association.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll talk a little bit about the Brazilian Bar Association, also giving some background. The Brazilian Bar Association, it's an association with over 90 years. It's one of the most important civil society organizations in Brazil. To practice law in Brazil, you have to be registered with our organization. So we have 1.4 million lawyers registered in our organization. We are also the regulator of our profession. We have constitutional prerogatives to defend human rights, the rule of law, democracy. Our legislation in Brazil and even our constitution has foreseen since 1988 the right for ecological balanced environment. So that puts inside of our organization also climate, because it was also considered by our Supreme Court that climate is a matter of human right. Also that the Paris Agreement is a treaty of human rights. So it's very much inside of a DNA to be in touch with matters related to environmental law and also with now in scope with climate. I was the president of the Committee for Defense of Sustainable Development and the representative of OAB in COPs. And at COP26, we started to work together with the IBA, with the American Bar Association, and with the Law Society of England Wales, having conversations, having meetings, also, seeing what they have worked before in respect to climate, and trying to bring this know-how, not copy and paste, but, bring into our own jurisdictions, because we are civil law jurisdiction, so trying to apply this inside of our jurisdiction and not just copy it. So again, in COP27, we were able to do a first side event. And we also were very surprised about, the lack of lawyers in discussions as important as, climate and the implementation of the Paris Agreement. We feel that lawyers, they are arriving late to this matter. But still we have a very important role to play, either as a consultant lawyer or as a litigation lawyer. And as bar associations, at least I'm saying in respect to Brazil, we are trying not to have a reasoning about if a lawyer has to be an activist in respect to climate or not, but much more in the professional responsibility of understanding the new risks that now exist in our planet, to better assist our clients. So it's a matter of also of duty of care towards clients. So because of this, we finally, after a long process inside of our organization, of course, we are very diverse. We are not made of only large law firms. We have the small law firms and the sole practitioners. We adjusted our first step in this recommendation for our 1.4 million lawyers in respect to climate. So we said the lawyers should participate more in the legislative process and also to challenge, to evaluate the need to challenge laws when they are negatively impacting the efforts in respect to climate change. We also have a specific article addressing the need of lawyers respecting their ethical duties of confidentiality, but to appoint risks, and not just lawyers from the private practice, but also public lawyers, and also lawyers that are working in companies. And we find this is very important because once lawyers inside of companies, they point out a climate risk, that means that management and the board of directors can't really say that they didn't know about it and excuse themselves of responsibility. And we also have recommendations for larger law firms and for departments, legal departments of medium and large companies, to specifically do decarbonization of their operation. So we have started this path. Of course, that this recommendation, and this was on purpose, leaves also recommendation that this should be reviewed every year to best match international practice. So we are very happy to be here at COP and also to engage all the bar associations, especially from civil law. And when I say especially, it's because I think Brazil, for now, is the only one that it's inside of the civil law scope. The others are all from the common law, and that there are differences on this. And one of the reasons we are here is to, ask you, to engage, if you're from another jurisdiction, to engage with us, because we would love to have the same process that my organization, OAB, went through with the help of the IBA, of the American Bar Association. We would love to have more interest of other bar associations, because there are a lot that lawyers can do, because every single operation, deal, commercial deal, has lawyers behind. So I think it's very important for lawyers to step in.
Thank you very much. Caroline, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is working. Hello,
Yeah.
everybody. I'm Caroline May. I'm the chair of the Law Society's Climate Change Working Group. That's the Law Society of England and Wales. I'm also on the global law firm of Norton Rose Fulbright. I graduated quite a bit before you, and it was certainly not career enhancing to be an environmental lawyer when I qualified into a big global law firm in London. The banking lawyers thought I was mad, and there were about 800 of them, and the environment department was me. It's not hugely bigger now, but it is bigger and it is established, and we have colleagues around the world who've now able to specialise. And the young man at the back who's taking a photo of me is one of our trainees who's here and is hoping to specialise and begin his career, aren't you, Charlie, in environmental law. So we have come a long way. It's taken quite a few years. The reason I'm here today on behalf of the Law Society is that a couple of years ago when the Law Society issued its climate change resolution, prompted by COP in Glasgow, which was a mite chillier than this COP, but the Law Society was facing pressure from its own members. Some of the junior members of the Law Society were threatening an EGM, were threatening a revolution. They wanted to know why our professional body was not doing anything about climate change, had no climate law capability at all, didn't have a committee focused on it. And the president rang me and said, help, we need to do something about this. So the Climate Change Working Group was formed, and it's made up of representative lawyers from all across the profession, people from regulators, in-house, corporate commercial lawyers, lawyers from high street, small firms, Client Earth, and NGO and claimant lawyers. So we have quite lively debates, as you can imagine, across this whole piece. But after 2 years of consultation and a lot of drafting and redrafting, which is why you need lawyers at COP, we produced the Law Society Guidance on Climate Change for Solicitors. There are about 50,000 solicitors in England and Wales. We believe it's the first professional services guidance in the world of its kind. So it has been a bit of a trailblazing document. I think the Law Society feels it's caught up quickly after a slow start. It's of its very nature generic and high level, and I commend it to you. If you go on the Law Society website, you'll find a link to it. It's in two parts. Part A is for solicitors about how to run their businesses sustainably and explaining things like scope 1, 2 and 3, which my own management team didn't fully get until I had to explain it to them. So it's not as obvious. It's obvious to everyone in this room, but you go outside of that, it's not so obvious. So explaining to lawyers who maybe have a two-partner firm in the high street, don't think climate change has anything to do with them, explaining what they're going to face from clients, the kind of pressures, but also the opportunities for them. Part B is the grittier part of the guidance, which took a long time, which talks about the solicitor's role and responsibilities, talks about how climate change might affect your daily work, even if you're a tax lawyer, an employment lawyer, an immigration lawyer, and you think it's got nothing to do with you. There are examples explaining how it affects asset values, how it affects insurance, how it affects professional indemnity cover, how it may well begin to develop the law of negligence and the duty of care, and that it won't be good enough for solicitors, even if you're advising on a corporate transaction or a banking document, to say, well, I didn't think climate change was relevant, so I didn't mention it. That's not going to be good enough. So the guidance explains how to deal with that. It explains about greenwashing risks and reputational risks, talks about where to go and get help if you think it may be relevant. It talks about the retainer, whether you should carve out climate advice from your retainer if you feel you're unable to do so. But arguably, we say to solicitors, you need to know about money laundering, you need to know about climate change. The parallels are there, so you can't get away with saying it's nothing to do with me. So it's been quite a landmark, trying to get any document agreed by 44,000 solicitors, all trained to argue, as you can imagine. There was pushback. We reminded solicitors about the guiding principles, access to justice, and public trust and confidence in the law. And we had a healthy debate about whether you should refuse to act for certain clients. Certain of our members felt you should. Certain of our members felt that access to justice applied to everybody. And how were we going to move the dial if you were denying the best legal advice to certain clients? So I commend it to you. I've spoken a lot. We said we'd be brief, so that's not very good, Fernando. But I will pass on, but happy to answer any questions on it later.
Thanks so much, Caroline.
Georgina.
Georgina.
Thanks, Caroline. Is this okay? Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Aotearoa toku wai kainga, ko Rānana aho, ko Net Zero Lawyers Alliance toku mahi, ko Georgina toku ingoa. Hi everyone, kia ora. I'm Georgina Beasley. I lead the Secretariat at the Net Zero Lawyers Alliance. I'm originally from Aotearoa, New Zealand, but I'm at the moment landed in London. So the Net Zero Lawyers Alliance, it's a little different. There's a little bit of a shift. So we were launched at the Glasgow COP26, along with GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And we were launched with the aim of mobilising commercial lawyers within their commercial law firms, and ultimately commercial law aligning those things with the transition to net zero. So using commercial law as an accelerator of transition rather than it being a blocker to transition. And I think, you know, considering a lot of clients, to put it frankly, of commercial law firms, it's easy to see the firms themselves as blocker to transition when really they've got really important reach, really important global reach, and that really they can be aligning their legal services with net zero. So we are a membership, we are a non-profit with a membership of those firms, and when firms come into the alliance, they make a net zero commitment, an NZLA commitment, and that commitment covers the basics like operational missions, but really that's not the exciting stuff. That's not where we're going to have the impact. So then the commitment gets a little more exciting, and it covers pro bono legal services, it covers capacity building, which we've touched on, and critically it covers understanding how to align your legal services with net zero regardless of your practice group. So that climate isn't seen as something that's limited to your ESG committee within your firm, not something just for the environment or the renewables teams, but really if you're an immigration lawyer, a finance lawyer, an antitrust lawyer, you name it, you can have an impact on transition. Whether you like it or not, climate change is going to impact your work. So we do this in a number of ways. I want to do a shout out to colleagues at Cambridge University, at the Centre for Hughes Hall Centre for Climate Engagement. Sorry, I'm really stumbling over my acronyms. My gosh, I'm copped out, I think. But we've been working with them on the Climate Atlas that you may or may not be aware of, but it's an incredible mapping tool of different practice groups and understanding where that connection is, where that intersection is with climate change. And we're fortunate to be working with a team at NYU on a US Climate Atlas as well, and we hope to keep on expanding into different jurisdictions to find those connections. And this tool has been really helpful for us at the Secretariat at the NZLA because it allows us to identify what we see as burning platforms. So areas of the law that we need to get to fast to understand how to break down that blocker or how to use that area of the law to enable transition. Maybe it's being underutilised. So we pull together experts from within our membership, which is something quite special because you see competing law firms come together to really workshop, to really think tank what that alignment might look like. And ironically, sort of one of those areas is antitrust law, just to use as an example of what kind of things these groups look at. So you may be aware that, especially in the States, both in a political way and a legal way, that antitrust laws are proving a bit of a blocker to transition. They're limiting businesses, their perceived ability to collaborate to achieve climate objectives. When really, if you look around you, collaboration happens legally every day, but it's this fear of, this Republican Attorney General is saying, I can't do that because it's part of some woke agenda. That's the weaponisation of the law in opposition to transition. So our group comes together. They understand what's the legal argument here, what do we have to unpick, what's political, we'll move that aside, what's legal, how do we find alignment. So that's an example. We're not limited to antitrust. We've got a finance group, we've got a cross-border insolvency group, we've got a procurement group, and we really want to flesh out these groups. So really we're looking at law as a landscape, finding that alignment. I'll stop there, but thanks so much for having me on the panel. It's a pleasure to sit with you all today.
Thank you very much. Actually, a round of applause for all the speakers is, I think, so inspiring to hear about so many developments in this sphere at national level, which gives me a segue to quickly introduce the work that we've been doing at the Climate Change Law Specialist Group. The World Commission on Environmental Law is a specialized commission of the IUCN and the largest network of environmental lawyers globally. Within WCEL, the Climate Change Law Specialist Group gathers lawyers that specialize or have an interest in climate change. And in addition to providing legal advice on this area to the IUCN itself, it really serves as a gathering space to exchange, to collaborate, and to build things together. When Francesco and I took over as co-chairs of the group, the first thing that we discussed and decided to do was to create a climate change law network that operates on LinkedIn and is really open and welcomes any lawyer that has an interest in this area and is a member of WCEL. We thought it was fundamental to, in fact, build and foster a collaboration space so that we can, learn from all of these interesting initiatives that are happening at national level to disseminate information in this area. So this is what was really one of our first efforts, and in addition to that, we also undertake specific projects on areas such as legal aspects of nature-based solutions, decarbonization on island in the context of island states, and others. I'll give the word to Francesco to say a bit more.
Very briefly, because we also want to move into what else can be done, which is the more juicy stuff in a way. The only thing I want to add is that IUCN is also involved, as WCL, in contributing to international dispute processes. So we have been invited to contribute to the recent advisory opinion before the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, and we are now very much involved in the advisory opinion before the International Court of Justice. That provides IUCN a very vintage perspective, because at the ICJ, we, up to now, are the only not fully governmental organization that has been authorized to both write and speak before the judges. So it's a big burden, but at the same time, it's a privilege to be there. And I think this diverse network that Fabiano mentioned, and the fact that we have the practitioners, the academics, the civil society, legal advisors of international organizations, all linked together in the IUCN family, provides us that perspective that we will bring to the ICJ. I'll stop there and then I'll jump in for the next question.
Thanks, Francesco. So we heard a lot already about what is already going on, and there's action happening at the national level. We have the Climate Law and Governance Day gathering us very, very wisely by Mary Claire every COP. But throughout the year, what else can we do together as an international community of lawyers working on climate change? How can we build on national initiatives, and what else can be done? Capacity development, exchange of information between different types of lawyers, from legal researchers to judicial practitioners to legislators to people advising international delegations negotiating here at the UNFCCC. I'd like to open the floor for the speakers, but also the audience, if you have any specific questions to the speakers about the work of each organizations, but also on your ideas on how can the law better fulfill its enabling role for climate action. Who would like to kickstart us?
Thank you. I just wanted to add in a little bit more. My name's Nadia Ahmed, and I am the co-chair of the Environmental Justice Task Force at the American Bar Association. And really, as we are gathering here in Dubai, which is is one of the centers of the geographic world. And so as we see it, we're also at an inflection point in our collective journey towards climate mitigation, resilience, and adaptation. And as junior professionals, as well as senior professionals, as legal and justice professionals, as bar associations and law societies, we are really positioned to drive change and to make a difference and really empower a range of stakeholders. And I think we really have to take on that mission. We're drafters, we're negotiators, we are also advisors and mediators, as well as translators of very complex scientific data and goals, and are really seeking to turn it into more actionable and information and have it put it into a specific legal framework. I think that's where we really can build upon the work that we're doing. And so we're also seeking to build out the environmental and natural resource frameworks that are out there to enhance justice and promote legal empowerment. And we also are seeking to have climate solutions as well as strategies that really are in accordance with international law, norms, and standards. Climate change is also something that we need to recognize as a cross-cutting topic that really goes into a number of ABA's activities, and also both within the ABA as well as externally in our domestic and global activities. We have the ABA Center for Global Programs, which has a rule of law initiative, the Center for Human Rights, specialized sections on environment, energy, and resources, international law, business law, antitrust law, and all of these different sections within the ABA provide a range of education, technical assistance, and empowerment activities. They include toolkits, publications, legal source handbooks. We also have trainings that we do, as well as research and capacity building for lawyers. And the ABA really seeks to engage in public education through forums such as these, as well as advocacy on environmental issues. And we also have engagement at the ABA for UN events like we have here through our UN Observers and Representatives program. We also have the Rule of Law initiative that works with countries worldwide and their legal communities, as well as civil society organizations and businesses, and they're really working to support initiatives that are happening on the ground. And specifically also we have work within the ABA Center for Human Rights and the Justice Defenders Program, which works to help out with environmental defenders, land and climate activists, and indigenous leaders who face harassments, threats, and criminalization and retaliation for the legitimate work that they are doing. We have also seen a number of these types of NGOs here at COP. And so we also have our specialized sections that we have that focus on environment, energy, and resources. And this is where we have really built out the framework for climate conscious lawyering, and to have a way to develop frameworks for emergent trends in carbon capture, usage, removal, and storage to help achieve these specific net zero goals.
Thanks so much, Nadia. We have Francesco, Georgina, Caroline.
So I'd just like to throw 4 ideas out there to be discussed, maybe even in the reception over drinks. I've been told they're drinks. So. A lot of this has already been done by the organizations around me, but I think we can do more of it, also with organizations in the room. Number 1, partnering, engaging with other lawyers. So the whole idea of working with law firms to better advise their clients. Clearly we're doing it, but we clearly can do even more of that. Second is partnering, engaging with non-law audiences. I always stress that. We, just like chemists, have a skill. And we need to show that it is a skill. And especially when it comes to international law, that skill can complement and contribute to climate action on the ground. Number 3 is partnering, engaging with law schools and universities to bring more climate and environmental law programs where they're not there, but also to mainstream climate law in other degrees. Again, I teach to engineers in my university, and they have the best law questions, let's be honest. 4th and last, and then I'll stop, and I think this is very important, partnering, engaging with other audiences to make climate law exciting, but in a simple way. And I'm thinking of media and schools.
Thank you. Georgina?
Yes. Oh, Lara, do you want to jump in?
No.
Okay. So I was at a panel a couple days ago now that Hillary Clinton was chairing, and she was talking in reference to having females in climate roles. And she said, it's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. And I think when trying to get, I hate to put it like this, but buy-in from commercial lawyers, they need to understand that it's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, that they need to be competent, they need to understand climate change. It is a commercial reality of their client, and without having that competency, they're going to be left behind. So that's something I think we need more of, is getting into the firms, expressing this, making sure it's understood, and I think we'll get a wave in engagement.
Thank you. Caroline?
I just wanted to raise as well, just to stimulate the discussion, the issue of lawyered emissions or Scope 4 emissions, which is very prevalent discussion in the UK at the moment, which is the concept of us being held accountable for the end game from our advice. In the same way as Client Earth brought the action against the directors of Shell, suggesting they would be personally liable for the failures of the strategy, there is now quite a strong lobby body going on, and there's a lot of discussion about advised emissions. And so I think in terms of making it sexy and exciting, also there's a risk element here, that even our less convinced colleagues, if they think there may be a risk, because nothing lawyers like more, is there, than a liability and a risk issue, this could be a very big issue for the profession. So I do think that's something that we need to engage with and discuss and consider, and education as well is clearly the key.
Thank you. I can't stress enough how important it is for every lawyer with a practicing certificate to engage in their bar. I can't convince enough people that it's important, and I'm not sure that my work will be able to continue. And so please use your platform to be the lawyers that join all of the committees to ask for some kind of a statement. Because, you know, yes, we all know it's important, but the vast, not perhaps vast, but certainly the majority of lawyers I've come across, and IBA has over 90,000 lawyers under its purview and counting. And we just recently had a conference in Paris. The Oil and Gas Committee held a session on balancing the transition, and one of the lawyers on that panel said it's not a lawyer's job to be responsible for sustainability. And no one really disagreed with him in the room. So if I can just put the alarm bells on to say, use your platform to engage your bars, and I might get in trouble for saying that, but like, we're not there at all. Ideally, in the next year for homework for the next COP, every bar should have at least a resolution with a pathway for what they're going to do. And I want the list that I read out to be far bigger, and it should be, so.
Okay, I have a microphone. So I would just say that I think it's very important capacity building, not just for the new generation, because I think they know better than we do. You know, I think it's also for our generation. So I think the bar associations, especially the kind of bar association where I come from, that it's also the regulator, has a very important role to play because of professional responsibility towards clients. So lawyers' understanding about climate is not really because they're for climate, it's because it's a matter of a responsibility towards clients to better assist them in many fields, from real estate to insurance to tax to capital market. I mean, lawyers today that are not understanding what's happening in respect to climate and the risks around climate, they're not prepared to better assist their clients, so they can be negligent. So I think bar associations like mine that have, you know, a regulator role should also explain this to lawyers and also give them the tools. So, you know, give courses, give seminars, you know, build capacity, and not just for the new lawyers to come, because we could have exams, you know, to become, we have an exam to become a lawyer, to be, to practice law in Brazil, you need to pass an exam. So, you know, not just the idea of having climate in the exam that would push law schools also to teach climate in all the subjects, so we could work on this, but also to the lawyers that are already practicing. I think they need to not be in the comfort zone and understand that they can be negligent towards their clients if they don't catch up and understand the minimum about climate, even to say, I can only assist you about this, now we need a climate specialist. So.
Questions from the audience, please. Need the mic.
Kia ora koutou. Hi everyone, my name's Emily. I just want to share something I'm struggling with at the moment, and this discussion has prompted me to be really vulnerable about this. So, I started my career at a law firm, then I went to the Law Society in New Zealand, and then I worked at a private firm, and now I'm a government lawyer. I work for the UK regulator of electricity and gas, the energy regulator in the UK. Disclaimer, I'm not here in that capacity, and that's relevant to what I'm saying. We've heard about guidance and action that's been prompted by different groups of lawyers. I would love some help thinking about the role of government lawyers, because I'm thinking about how to work on climate action in my job as a government lawyer. The initial thought based on my legal training, right, is, oh, well, conflicts of interest, I'm always thinking about that. My client is the government, my job is to defend the government and defend the law as it stands. But then again, who cares? Is that good enough? I'd just love to be armed with some legal reasoning behind, like, actually, this is why I'm going to give stronger, no holds barred advice about net zero, about client. This is why I want to bring disruptive action into my role within the government. But I feel like there's not really much happening on that. And so I want to urge like the participants to do that. And just to add, I've thought about like starting a government-wide campaign on divesting pensions from fossil fuels. And I know that's happening in some parts of the world. But I think government law is a bit left out of this discussion, and I think I sort of know why instinctively, but then I want to challenge myself to be like, actually, that's not going to serve us.
So let's just collect a couple of questions because we're almost over time. So I know Tejas had a question, and then a colleague here, and then we can have some final words, and we can continue this discussion into the reception.
Yeah, thank you so much. So for everyone, I'm Tejas Rao. I'm the manager for the Center for International Sustainable Development Law and a PhD researcher at the University of Cambridge. And I know that several of the bar associations and even the WCL, of course, works with academic partners, such as universities. But the examples that you've cited so far are largely university partners in their capacity as knowledge brokers or network creators or network facilitators. However, lawyers in their capacities as academics have been at the COPs before practitioners as academics have been at the COPs. So I'm curious, how as bar associations are you tapping into that academic expertise, which I think already exists, and how do you propose to work in lockstep with them? Because both of that work has to continue, has in my view at least, has to continue simultaneously. So I'd love to hear some examples of that if possible.
A final question from the colleague here, and then we final round.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for an amazing panel. I have so many thoughts, but I would love to add a wrinkle onto my colleague's comment at the beginning. So I'm an attorney in the United States. I work for the Senate as a committee staffer, as a counsel, and one of my issues I frequently run into is the role of government lawyers. And every time I try to go to an ethics session or I'm so excited to get advice on who my client is, it's always about government agency lawyers. And then this question of like, what are the ethical requirements of me as a counsel who works for a committee? So I work under a member of the Senate. Is it what her thoughts are? Is it on behalf of national interests? Is it on behalf of the public good? And no, so far I have no answers on that. But it does make me think quite deeply about how someone who has tried to specialize on climate issues and agricultural issues in the law, kind of what are these ethical responsibilities, and how do we look at how they relate to advice on writing legislation as well as implementing legislation and interpreting regulations, and that being a piece of being a consulting lawyer as opposed to a litigation attorney. So.
Very quick, please. Yeah.
I'll be very brief. I'm not a lawyer, but I do work for a very large construction, engineering procurement construction company that's global. We're in 42 countries right now. I think one piece that's missing as well is the voice of the industry, because we have a lot of lawyers working for our organization that are trying to comply with the law as well and trying to comply with the laws that are passed. And, you know, myself, I'm the CSO for the organization. I'm trying to deal with laws that require different things. We have over 100 entities and trying to report, and it's a very, very difficult landscape as we navigate through it. So maybe hearing the voice of the industry and the lawyers that work for us would be helpful as well.
Thank you. So now I'm going to give our speakers each an opportunity to react, but I wanted to throw two ideas from my side of things that I think we could do. Having heard the interest from the audience, could we set ourselves a goal to have at least 5 other organizations sitting in this table by next COP? And a second idea, bluntly stealing from Lara, is there momentum that we could propose a legal day at COP? So as there is a trade day, there is a health day. I'm sorry if I stole that from you.
More is more is more is more. Abundance mentality.
With that, I did recognize it was your idea, though. With that, maybe in a sentence or two, if we could go around for some final thoughts and remarks.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to use my final remarks for your question. Initial thoughts. Embarrassingly, I haven't thought about this enough, but I think if you look at the government as a client in transition, how powerful that is to be advising them on the physical risk, the transition risk, the litigation risk for sure for a government. So using your role as a trusted advisor to advise on that, I think is super powerful. Consider them like any other high-emitting, perhaps client in transition.
Leticia.
I'll try and answer all of them as briefly as I can. The working group that I chair in London has lawyers from government lawyers, and indeed had the General Counsel of the Environment Agency sit on it as well, Peter Kellett. So we did embrace academic lawyers, we did embrace government lawyers, and one of the things we talk about constantly is, are we environmental lawyers or are we environmental campaigners? And there's a dividing line, and there's very strong opinions on both sides of that in our working group. And I think that's something that we as professionals need to think about. If you look in the guidance, it does talk about the role of in-house counsel being slightly different and having perhaps more alignment in industry with the commercial objectives of the corporate entity, but reminding lawyers where the professional barriers are and the professional guidelines for what they must do. And if you look at the SRA guiding principles, that will give you quite a strong steer about the room you have in the context of your important internal client, the government, to remind them, you know, of the law and their obligations and their net zero commitment that's now passed into law in the UK. So I think you've got quite a strong steer in that context.
Just, you know, blitzing it. My Law Society has an ethical hotline. I'm not sure if others do, but that's one way that you can engage, is just directly answering the question to the people that write the ethical regulations. Tejas, to your point, academics, this is something really interesting. At an international law level, I see international lawyers engaging with bars, for example, business and human rights. We've got a business and human rights committee, UNGPs, a lot of them are academic lawyers. Where the gap is are the national lawyers, the ones practicing in their domestic jurisdictions. And this is a huge knowledge gap that we need to get across if we're going to be doing NDC realisation, because it's domestic laws that need to be transformed in order to affect the transition. So that's where I would say, and I'm not an academic lawyer, is that if you are doing that, join your law society, join those committees, come into the fold. There should be an academic lawyer in every single committee. Why isn't there? Like, get involved, you know, we've got to bridge that gap. And finally, with respect to industry, that's part of it. Industry lawyers are domestic, so that's one way that you can get involved. And I know that there are lots of industry groups supporting each other in the transition. So invite your lawyers to those events as well as the other way.
Leticia, any final words?
Well, my final words would go towards the public lawyers, and I think it's the same reasoning behind legal departments in companies. I think you have a great role to play, because once you point out the risk, it's written, it's formalized, and I think, you know, then the politicians, they will have to explain afterwards, you know, to their citizenships why this wasn't addressed. So I think, that was kind of the same reasoning that I would say for a lawyer inside of a company, how important it is, the role that we can play, because you're actually pointing out risks. You're not inventing something. So that's my take on this.
Chinti, Nadia?
Sure. We definitely want to agree that that the importance of engaging not just within our profession, but also with the industry. And I think that was raised by both Francisco and yourself. The point that I do want to note is that even with the ABA's environmental law section, for instance, we do have a lot of industry lawyers, we have a lot of government lawyers. Majority of the sessions at all our conferences are often focused on those things. And we also have an ethics session that talks about professional responsibility, and sometimes in the case of the climate change as well. And so I do encourage you to come along to those. We also have scientists and engineers that are encouraged to become members of the ABA, not just legal professionals, it's legal adjacent professionals too. We also definitely want to support the cooperation that we've kind of built up with the International Bar Association, the Brazil Bar Association, and to continue doing that. I think what we'd love to see is enhancing and strengthening technical assistance, knowledge exchange, data and research sharing, and just continuing to build on those collaborative initiatives. And we really do look forward to just continuing these discussions at the next COP with more bar associations on board. Nadia, any final words?
Sure. I wanted to just point out a couple more things. So one of them is that earlier this year, the ABA worked with a group of global coalitions, and it was recognized for its work for the implementation and recognition of a UN resolution for the right to a healthy environment. The coalition group included over several hundred individuals, but thousands of organizations, which was a partnership of civil society and businesses as well. And so for that work, it's going to be recognized for the UN Human Rights Prize later this month in New York. And that would not have been possible without the work of the ABA's Government Affairs Office. And when we have natural disasters, the ABA's Young Lawyers Division works with the federal agency, which is known as FEMA for disaster preparedness, and it works to provide pro bono legal services. So we definitely are there to help communities on the ground. Thank you, Francesco and Fabiano.
Very briefly, my comment is for our colleague from the English government. I had the pleasure over the past 2 years to work closely with the Scottish government, but I'm not speaking on their behalf, just like you do. So I can see very clearly how government lawyers want to do more, but at the same time get incredibly nervous. Because just like you said, climate change litigation is a reality on a weekly basis. Check out Belgium. What that means is that a lot of countries put very beautifully pledged targets out there, which are now almost coming to haunt them. But if you are a government lawyer and you understand this is not a challenge, this is an opportunity. Because if you go to your boss or whoever it is and say, look, I'm not criticizing you, I'm actually want to avoid your risk. Look at what's happening to our neighbor. Let's work together to actually push climate action within our own government so that the lawyers outside the room won't come chasing us. I'll just stop with that.
All right, well, we're already over time, so with that, I'll thank very much our speakers and all of you for being here with us today. This is certainly a conversation to be continued, so we look forward to being here next COP with a broader audience and a broader lineup of speakers. Thank you very much.
And the legal day.
Yeah.
And the legal day.
Why do you come here? And why do you hang around? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why do you come here when you know it makes things hard for me? When you know, oh, why do you come? Why do you telephone? And why a silly no? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why do you come here when you know it makes just sneak into my room just to read my diary. It was just to see all the things you knew I'd written about you. Oh, so many strangers. Oh, but I'm so very sickened. Oh, I'm so sickened now. Oh, it was a good lay, good lay. 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 It was a good lay, good lay. Oh, it was a good lay, good lay.
Rosy dreams, life's a highway, too many roads, bypass my way. Oh, they never begin. Innocence, coming a grave at the hands of life's sting. Concept of sin, does heaven wait? Oh, heavenly, over the next horizon. Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, start cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Life's a drive through a glass bowl. What's it do to a young soul? We are deeply concerned. Someone stops for direction. Something responds deep in our engines. We have all been burned. Does heaven wait? Oh, heavenly, over the next horizon. Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now, start cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Little boy got a heart broke, thinks it makes him some kind of new god. This is one race he won't win, 'cause life's no cruise with a good chick. Too many folks feeling classic, but it never pulls in. Roses thoughts, pretty dreamers, 'cause this world needs its dreamers. They never wake up. Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than girls and girls. Look at us now.
So we just wait for a couple of speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we're waiting just for a couple of speakers, and we hope to start very soon. Just thanks for your patience.
Look at us now, start cutting. What adds up the way they did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving.
love, he's got a humor. She's a giggle at a funeral. It's everybody's disapproval. I was worship her sooner. If the heavens ever dispute, she's the last room health peace. Every sun is getting more bleak, a fresh poison each week. We were born sick, you heard them say it. My church offers no one absolute. She tells me worship in the bedroom. The only heaven I'll be sent to is when I'm alone with you. I was born sick, but I love it. Command me to be well. Amen. 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 Take me to church, I worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God. Let me give you my life. Take me to church, I worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God. Let me give you my life. If I'm picking on the good times, my love is sunlight. Keep the guidance on my side. She demands a sacrifice. Drink the whole sea, get some shiny, something meaty for the main course, and that's a fine looking high horse. Wait your guide in the stable. We've been lost on a faithful. That looks tasty, that looks plenty. This is hungry work. Take me to church, I worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God. Let me give you my life. Take me to church, I worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God. Let me give you my life. No masters or kings when the ritual begins. There is no sweeter innocence than our gentle sin. In the madness and soul, and there said lovely scene. Only then I am human. Only then I am clean. Oh, take me to church, I worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God. Let me give you my life. Take me to church, I worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God. Let me give you my life. Amen.
Moving targets, living city lives.
Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. I will ask for your attention just for some brief moments. This is the idea, right? So very soon we'll be able to go back to exactly what's happening right now. I just wanted to briefly tell everyone that we're very happy that you've come to be with us tonight. I'm Jordan Harris, I'm Executive Director of Regions 4, and I'd like to welcome you to our gathering. So this is a gathering of our very strong, our very vibrant subnational community here and very active in demonstrating leadership on the ground at COP. It's a pleasure to have you here today with us to celebrate the essential role of all subnational governments in leading the way on integrating climate and biodiversity action and showing how the integration of these agendas can really lead the way to a nature positive and a resilient future. I'd like to take just one moment. We're also waiting for the wine, so it's arrived. Oh, well, okay. We shouldn't have said that. No, okay. Yeah. Okay. So we will make this brief because we want you all to enjoy the wine, right, and to be able to do networking here. But I did want to take a moment to extend my gratitude to our partners at IUCN. Regions 4 is a brand new member of IUCN, and we're very happy to be part of that community. And we're looking forward to working very closely with you and our subnational government partners, who are also a new membership category of IUCN, right, to so how we can work for a nature positive world, and to acknowledge the invaluable support of the post-2020 biodiversity framework EU support project. Without our collaboration with them, it would be impossible for us to be here enjoying this event, and so we're very happy with that collaboration. We've recently published a policy brief that looks at how subnational governments are implementing on the ground actions that are both addressing climate change and biodiversity challenges. So as we're here at COP28 talking about how important it is to integrate nature into the climate world, we also expect to be at COP16, Biodiversity COP16 next year as well, talking how we can bring climate more integrated into the biodiversity COPs. So this contribution is part of a series of publications that highlights how subnationals are doing this and how important it is to have this multi-level governance approach as a most powerful way forward, right, into building a sustainable and prosperous future for us all. On the screen behind us, right, you'll be able to see also some of the amazing work that's being done by our partners, CREAF. Exactly, there we go. Who put a lot of work and a lot of energy into kind of putting into images what we have put into words on this policy brief. So we're very happy as well to count on your support and collaboration here. And today we're here really to celebrate. We're here to celebrate you, all of you, and what you're doing here on the ground in COP to push this agenda forward, to make sure that the voice of subnational governments is heard, not only in these rooms, but in the negotiating rooms, so that we can expect a positive outcome for our constituency at this COP28. So we are now going to have just a small space so that we can really recognize some of the subnational leaders that are with us today, and then we'll get into the good parts, right? To the networking. So I first wanted to introduce Hugo Rivera Mendoza. Hugo is team leader of the post-2020 GBF EU support project. So Hugo, please, some words for our crowd.
Well, thank you. So thank you for collaborating with us. This project started as a green diplomacy project. So what we wanted to do is influence negotiators to have more environmental ambition. And back in the day, we recognized very quickly that subnational governments or regional governments were the way to go. So we had to bring them together with their national counterparts in order to raise this level of ambition, because we saw that the level was there already. And for the second phase of our project, we tried to focus on implementation. And funny enough, we came to the same conclusion. It's the regional and subnational governments who are actually at the core of being innovative, of working on the nexus between climate and biodiversity that brings us today to this venue. So we're very happy to work together with you, and we're very happy for the opportunity to support your efforts and to give them the visibility that they deserve. And just a very small anecdote. when we were starting this phase of the project, we had a 6 months inception phase, and we talked to hundreds of people from national governments, from stakeholders, science, etc. And lots of topics came up. And there were 2 topics that were central and that every single person we talked about came up with. One of them were oceans, and the second one was subnational governments. So you see, you're at the core of things. So good luck today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Hugo. Indeed, we are in the core, and I think the core is present here in the room today. I'd also now like to hand the floor to Rashid Al Abdi. He is the president of the region of Rabat, Saleh Kenitra in Morocco, and is vice president of Africa region for Regions 4.
Thank you. Happy to be here this afternoon. The administration prepared for me a small text to read it, but I prefer to let it. And so I'm going to speak in French. It's so easy for me, and she will translate for me. Bon, c'est un plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui en tant que chargé de la région Afrique. Avec Région Fort, on a fait du bon travail jusque-là, et je peux vous le confirmer, surtout en tout ce qui concerne le climat. C'est un sujet qui est très préoccupant. Et tous les partenaires, toutes les composantes de la région Fort se penchent sur ce sujet-là. Depuis Rabat, on avait tenu la dernière session et on a développé une résolution qui a été relevée au niveau des Nations Unies. Entre les lignes, on pouvait lire beaucoup de recommandations qui relèvent du territoire. Nous, en tant que responsables gouvernementaux, nous sommes responsables et nous devons faire ce travail-là, de palper le terrain et de relever les idées qui sont d'une sensibilité extrême pour les J'étais un peu long.
So I'm going to try to remember everything. And so he was saying that obviously he's the president of Rabat, and he's been playing an important role in Regions 4, really leading the way, notably on climate change adaptation. We had our General Assembly in Rabat last year, where we had a declaration coming from Rabat Saleh Kenitra to the Sharm el-Sheikh COP, where there was recommendations on how to include regional governments, and he really wants to continue playing that leadership role within Regions 4, helping other African regions come on board.
It's short. It's not short. Ce que je peux confirmer aujourd'hui, c'est que notre réseau, le réseau de la région 4, sera un réseau fortement présent en Afrique. Parce que lors de nos représentations en Afrique, que ce soit sous la casquette de Région Force, sous la casquette de l'Orifogar dont je suis président, ou bien dans le cadre des relations bilatérales que la région de Rabat entretient avec les régions africaines, chaque fois qu'on est là, on les sensibilise à ce qu'il y a un travail qui est fait au niveau de cet espace-là, cet espace qui est très important, qui nous permet d'échanger sur des sujets d'une sensibilité extrême, notamment le climat. Et ces régions-là sont attirées par cet espace et ils vont les rejoindre bientôt.
So he's saying that notably the president wants to continue mobilizing African regions because they need to come together, build a community of practice, showing by leadership, and that the president will continue fighting for African regions to be part of Regions 4. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and it's great to follow you, my friend. Team Scotland are really very pleased to be with you here tonight at what is the last ministerial engagement of our time at COP. I think we have managed to meet with probably most of you in the room, and if I haven't, then I hope you managed to see our First Minister, Hamza Yousaf, when he was here last week. We are really clear that the twin crises of both climate change and the loss of nature remains the single greatest long-term threat that all of us face. And everybody in this room is a champion for change. And I think sometimes when you're in that role, and certainly for my ministerial colleagues, it feels sometimes like it can be such a challenge, an insurmountable task. But the truth is that the greatest tool that we have to fight climate change and nature loss is each other. It's our collaboration. And Regions 4 is a wonderful articulation of that very point. It's been our pleasure to be part of this organisation. We see enormous value in what all of you work so hard to bring together, and all of your partners likewise. And we truly believe that we will get to where we need to be, and we will make the change that's required only when we work together. And it's a real pleasure, so thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Yeah. And thank you for representing our entire LGMA constituency today at the Presidency Dialogue. Huh? Yeah. Very good. I would also now, for a brief closing remarks, because it's the only hurdle left between us and the wine, right? Yeah, just 10. Yeah. Director of Natural Heritage and Climate Change for Basque Country, Adolfo Uriante, in representation of the Presidency of Regions 4.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to read it so to be short. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. And I would like to begin thanking our hosts, like Jordan has already said, IUCN, and the generous support of Post-2020 Biodiversity Framework, EU Support Project, who made this event possible. I also want to thank our member regions and our friends and partners gathered here today. We at the Basque Country are proud to represent Regions 4 and to hold its presidency for the past 4 years. We can proudly say that we have understood, since we decided already 20 years ago to found it, that our health, livelihoods and the resilience of our economies depend on a thriving natural world. The subnational leaders gathered here at Climate COP28 now know that nature is our greatest ally in the fight against climate breakdown. We will not be able to effectively tackle climate change without protecting, restoring and sustainably using nature. At COP15 in December 22, we witnessed how 195 countries and the European Union adopted the historic coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and its landmark decision on the engagement of subnational governments and local authorities. That gives the party, I know how it goes, that gives the parties the mandate of working side by side with the regional and local governments in achieving the goals of the new global framework. A global biodiversity framework is an opportunity for us to make our mark, not only at the Biodiversity Convention, but also here at the heart of the climate negotiations. The interconnected challenges we face, we have seen it in Regions 8, at Regions 4 and over here at the COP28, are also open opportunities for growth and resilience. Let us toast to that. And finally, we hope that our cocktail today allows us to connect so we can keep on transforming our local, regional and global realities. Thank you very much.